test? Can we test? Okay.
Dokter?
Testing.
Ja, goed.
Good morning, good morning. Sunday morning, Tracy and I went to a wild church, and it was completely unruly. And the pastor took the microphone and he started singing. Don't make me do that. Okay? Just don't make me sing. Can I ask that we settle down? I lived in fear that we've registered more people than what we had seats, but obviously Wednesday morning, 9 o'clock is too early for the people who pay to be here. So I'm just giving everybody a moment to settle down and then we'll kick off and try and catch up. So, welcome to the 11th edition of the Joburg Indaba. My name is Bernard Swanepoel, and I will once again have the absolute privilege to be chairing the 2 days of what I hope to be very useful and blunt conversations. Thank you for joining us. This is an extremely modern, well-designed venue, so if there are any alarms, you can actually see escape ways everywhere, and you just make your way away from the building until we obviously can indicate where potential threat may have come from. So that should be simple and easy. We do have a doctor in the house. I'm not sure, Dr. Waldeck, are you in the house? There is, please, Michael Robert, won't you stand up? He doesn't look like a doctor, he looks like a high school kid. But he's extremely well qualified to treat all the diseases of old people like me. So we are in good hands. If you need any attention, medical attention, please just indicate, get anybody to assist you, and you will be well looked after. So those are the formalities and proceedings. Let me repeat my welcome to the 2023 Joburg Indaba. As I've said, our 11th anniversary edition. On behalf of everyone involved in this event, thank you for joining us for what will undoubtedly be another memorable Joburg Indaba. I could not get Minister Mantas to not show, so I can't repeat last year's performance on that. Unfortunately, Portia Darby is not coming to throw a tantrum, so I couldn't get that. But who knows? Who knows what this Indaba's got installed? Something will happen, especially if I have anything to do with it. So last night at our gala dinner, we celebrated the South African Mining Hall of Fame award ceremony when we recognized Mike Teke as the newest recipient. I don't think Mike is here yet, but I think we can even give him a round of applause in his absence in the meantime. So turning our attention to this year's Indaba, I'm once again incredibly impressed with the caliber of our industry leaders that we will be hearing from. I mean, this is an absolute A-list of 50 speakers that I don't think any other industry ever gets together in one venue, with the emphasis on one venue. There's but one conversation, and if you are in the room or online, you are part of the only conversation that takes place. That's always been our design. So we aim to provide a platform for candid and frank conversations. So Frank, I mean, we now have got a new Frank. The old Frank is retired. We don't know where he is yet. We'll have the frank conversations, even with the Minerals Council in the room. We are, as always, so pleased to welcome our sponsors and especially our mining industry partners, because to put something like this together takes a team of people, lots of time. It's really a around-the-clock, around-the-year effort. And none of that would be possible without the right support from our sponsors and industry partners. So we are beginning to get people to make my life miserable and difficult. PwC kindly brings out a very worthy document, but they bring it out the Tuesday before my Wednesday morning speech. So how the hell am I supposed to copy anything useful in your report for my speech if I get it at like 11 o'clock on a Tuesday night? I did my best, but I do think you will in time have to, firstly you guys can publish a day earlier, and the rest of it you will now have to read the report yourself. So mine 2023 is an absolute worthwhile report. This report released on Tuesday says data issued by the South African Revenue Services for the first 6 months of 2023 shows exports of mined materials amounted to 575 billion rands. Let that just sink in for a moment. That is the quantum of exports that this industry does. Of course, we will hear speakers say, and it could have been more if only we had the trains and the access to the port. But that contributes 58% of total exports from South Africa. The other very important aspect, as far as I'm concerned, is that this industry provides about 478,000 people with formal employment, according to the data from Stats SA. And of course, it provides the fiscus with critical income in the form of corporate taxes, mineral royalties, and individual tax from employees. Then the report goes on to say, and the Free State will shut down in 7 years, and so on. And that makes fantastic headlines. But I think if you really read the report, you can see the report actually just takes the state of our reserves and talk to the resources, and of course the difference between resources and reserves sometimes is some additional capital is required, some further investment. So a very good report, and I would strongly urge you all to perhaps look at it. I also, because people know I'm unemployed, I got invited, like other unemployed people I suspect, to participate in some conversations that the Minerals Council, I think, initiated, and Mining Dialogues 360 and Good Governance Africa had a round of conversations which culminated in another damn good report. Another damn good report which I received a final copy from last night. So people don't do this. I mean, please. I feel flattered that you send me these reports, but send it on the weekend so that my wife can read it and summarize it for me, okay? I had ChatGPT long before it became a computer. I mean, I married my ChatGPT, and my gosh, does he chat? Oh, jeez. So that executive summary, and I'm pretty sure Themba is going to speak extensively about it. So Themba, I do apologize if we overlap. But I want to quote you a few conclusions. So the 4 main headline issues I'm reading from the report. First, the industry, by any quantitative measure, is stagnating and is essentially in crisis, placing its contribution to South Africa at risk. Second, South Africa's above-average mineral endowment is insufficient to trump the excessively high hurdle rates facing investors in mining projects. So I'm not sure whether this was 50, 100, 200 people participating. This is the summary of such conversations. The third point, there was an overarching sense that the contents of the MPRDA were largely workable when it was first introduced. However, fourthly, it is one thing to have a largely acceptable act, but its implementation has been hampered by largely incapable Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, and which also faces serious capacity constraints. So these are when the people of the industry came together and discussed the issues facing us. This is where the conversation landed. This definition of crisis, I don't like the word crisis, because deep in my DNA, when you see a crisis, I see an opportunity, I can't help that. But the description of this crisis, in the first place, the impression created is that the South African government doesn't even want a thriving mining sector. I'll put that to Gwede tomorrow. We'll test that and say, is this perception that is alive in the industry relevant or not? It goes on to quote somebody that says, it isn't clear if the different factions within the ruling party concur on their objectives for the mining industry. I think we can all imagine what fun it would be to have Barbara Creasy, Gwede Mantashe, and Pravin Gordhan in one room. I think it's called a cabinet meeting. Perhaps that's why not much come out of it. Nah. There's one taking place right now. So it's an interesting perception that perhaps the dysfunctionality starts really right at the top, at the political misalignment within what is supposedly a ruling party. A second further observation is relations between industry stakeholders remain fraught, and there is arguably still no consensus around a vision for mining in national development. And this is a little bit irritating because you may not remember that this conference over the years have dwelt extensively on a shared vision. How do we become relevant? How do we modernize in a way that we leave nobody behind? And some of all of those conversations, I think, is still worthy of incorporating into a shared vision. It, in a third observation, says we have a state that wants to be interventionist but isn't capable. Sometimes I wish I said some of these sarcastic things. I mean, geez. Isn't this my space? I'm not the guy who's here to say the sarcastic things. I wish I said that. And then I promise perhaps my last quote from that report. Government doesn't understand how the mining industry works and what drives investment decisions, particularly the expense and long lead time from identifying a resource to proving a resource and commissioning a mine. So the consensus view is of an industry that has at best stagnated and which may decline appreciably unless stability and incentives for exploration and investment can be restored. So last night I said when we conceived the program 3 months ago, I was in a very different state of mind personally. I thought things are actually hanging together. I mean, the platinum price was falling, but there had to be a bottom. Well, where is that bottom? We're all looking for it. I'm talking about the PGM price. I thought Transnet is clearly so screwed up it can't get any worse. Well, I mean, I again was wrong. And so 3 months on, things haven't improved. The good thing if you are an old cyclical miner, I mean, what goes down doesn't go down to zero. There is a bottom, and who knows where the bottom is. And so I don't want total depression in the conversations, and if you send me only depressing questions, I may filter them out, because we sit here with leaders who have seen this before. We are on a platform with people who've been through this a few times in their lives. And I think we're going to hear action plans of how to start to fix, especially this morning. We're going to have the CEOs of this country who has volunteered additional national service, as if they don't have enough in their day jobs, to try and to start to fix. So, doom and gloom, we've said it, we've done it, yes, but let's also lift our heads and have a conversation about how to fix. And I need to facilitate some audience participation, so please pick up your tool of mass democracy. We're going to pick the president of the country with that tool now, so just get ready. No, sorry, I don't have a mandate. Let's stick with our mandate. We'll just do what we're allowed to do. So can you point your camera at it? It will give you a little link. If you click on the link, even I can do that after having been coached for about 6 years. It will take you to a Q&A. That Q&A is where you're going to type your questions in. Okay, the only way your question is going to come to the speaker is you're going to type it in, it comes through to me, and I put it to them. Simple, eh? Keep it short. Your CV you can post online through LinkedIn. We're not here to hear how clever and smart you are. We're here to get your questions, okay? And then we go to polls. So can we perhaps do a practice poll? Can we put the first poll up? Are you guys getting ready? Otherwise, look for a young person near you to help you, okay? You know how it works. Call your son. My son's writing matric, so I can't call him. So my first question, and this is a practice question, so don't get too serious. Which South African is showing true world-class competency? The Transnet execs, our Minister of Load Shedding announcements and updates, the guy with the watch, in other words, Mani Libok when place kicking, Sipho Nkosi, our own red tape tsar, or perhaps more seriously, Paula organizing fantastic conferences. So let's pick a South African that we can celebrate. That's getting it right. Paula told me to vote for her, so I'm voting for Paula. So guys, it's simple now. So through the program, we'll give you multiple choice questions. You exercise. Some of you participate. This is also where our online participants have got the same access. And yeah, I mean, we clearly have one Transnet representative in the room. We will not ask that person to identify himself or herself at this stage. And we are clearly have quite a rational bunch. We see competence when we see it in Paula. Okay, tongue-in-cheek, easy, easy. Can we do two quick polls which will feed into the conversation? The next poll I want to ask you to participate in is, what should be our top priority as an industry? And you'll see how this feeds into the conversations that we are having with the CEOs. Should we be fixing crime? Should we be getting exploration going? Should we fix those state-owned enterprises, infrastructure issues? Should we capacitate the DMRE as per the previous points I made? Or should we really pause and develop a shared vision for the industry? Now, of course, you wanted to vote for 2 or 3 of them, but the purpose is to make you choose the one that you feel the strongest about. We've got a room full of engineers. Eh? So, Advocate Orlane, this will be your introduction when you speak with the fixers. We'll talk about how are we going to do this now. Eh? My final question, and this will pop up through the 2 days regularly. Neil will say something outrageous. I will say, wait, whoa, just pause. Neil, I want to do a BS barometer test on the audience. Now, BS stands for Bernard Swanepoel, not for bullshit, okay? So we're going to do a bullshit barometer test when somebody says something that I just want to see if, as an audience, we think it's a legitimate claim. So it's a typical yes or no question. But the question of... That's not the poll I want. The poll I want now is actually a yes or no question. So the poll, I think if the AV desk can stop their union meeting and pay attention, the poll I want now is the specific question. Nobody says the MPRDA is perfect, but has it achieved a meaningful part of its original objectives? Yes or no? So, very simple to use. This is when we ask for a poll, you point, you get the link, you go to polls, you've all done this now, and the same platform is how you get your questions to us. So, all done. thank you for indulging me to talk over your wake-up time. The good news is you are here to listen to our industry's leaders, and it's an absolute privilege for us to kick off with Neil Frenneman. Of course, he's a past inductee into the Hall of Fame, deservedly be so. And he's also going to do the opening keynote speech. Meneer Frenneman, sir, the platform is yours. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks, Bernard. And I apologize for my voice. I was sick last week, and in fact, today is the first day I can really speak, so please bear with me. As you can see, I'm not going to go through the title of the address. It's a long title. But let me first of all start off by saying good morning, ladies and gentlemen, fellow speakers, panelists, honored guests, and attendees. Before I begin my talk, I'd like to thank Bernard and Paula for the privilege of being invited to deliver this opening keynote address at this event. As a company, we've actively supported and participated in the Joburg Indaba since its inception in 2014. And 10 years later, it really pleases me to see how successful and relevant this conference and its many associated industry events have become. The conference and events held by Resources for Africa have distinguished themselves as respected platforms for addressing relevant and topical issues in the industry at the highest level and in a frank and open manner, as you've just heard. Given that the audience today is mainly from mining or related industries, I don't think I really need to try too hard to convince anyone here about the current and future relevance of mining to the global economy and the development of our society, but I will. I think it's a given. The future of mining in the global economy, as I've said, is a given for the reasons that I'm going to show, relating much in part to the critical metals and the very pleasing transformation that business in general is undergoing to embrace stakeholder capitalism and repair legacy perceptions. In addition, even in South Africa, there is evidence of trust being re-established between certain stakeholders. I've also taken the liberty of showcasing some of these modern concepts as embraced by Sibanye as a mining company, moving beyond the definition of a modern mining company, and Bernard referred to that in his opening address, and I will actually summarize that. So I think like any good mining presentation, and I don't know why this is not moving forward.
As I said, those guys, they always need a bit of shaking and shouting and waking up. That's why we get along well. We've been in this abusive relationship for 10 years. Are you awake now?
Well, maybe you can just move to the next slide for me if you...
There we go.
Oh, there we go.
But your next slide's a disclaimer. Could we move to the next one?
Yeah. Thank you. All right. While they're getting that ready, we've moved on to the next slide. But the disclaimer is important, and it becomes more and more complex, as you would see. I would urge you to have a look at it. So let me get into the guts of what we want to really talk about this morning. And that is that humankind has utilized minerals and metals for thousands of years, initially forming crude tools and weapons from rock, and on acquiring know-how to extract and refine various metals, was able to significantly accelerate the development of new industries and technologies critical to the advancement of our species and the progression to our society today. And there's lots of work that's been done on this, and I don't intend to cover that in detail. Thank you. Without the metals and minerals produced by the mining industry, development and advancement, innovation and progress would not be possible. The advancement and development of human society has historically occurred in phases of sudden change and societal upheaval, primarily in response to a changing environment or technological breakthrough. Julian Stewart, an American anthropologist, in his 1995 publication, The Theory of Culture Change, The Mythology of Multilinear Evolution, said that all societies had to adapt to their environment in some way, and that different adaptations could be studied through the examination of the specific resources a society exploited: mining, the technology the society relied on to exploit these resources, how we operate, and the organization of human labor. He further argued that different environments and technologies would require different kinds of adaptations, and that as the resource base or technology changed, so too would a culture. In other words, cultures do not change according to some inner logic, but rather in terms of a changing relationship with a changing environment. And that you really need to understand how mining is going to drive a changing culture with all of us. And it's not something we've decided. The environment has decided for us that we need to change. It's become increasingly evident that we are currently undergoing one of the most profound periods of environmental change in the history of humanity. And amazingly, I still meet with senators and congressmen that don't believe in climate change. And my message to them is you cannot risk being wrong. With the pace of change accelerating and with disruptions becoming ever more frequent, requiring transformation of society and the world economy at an unprecedented scale and pace. As an entrepreneurial organization competing for value-accretive growth on a global playing field and in a constantly changing macro and operating environment at Sibanye, we've had to strategically be aware, deliberate and innovate to optimize our sustained relevance and ensure we are appropriately positioned for continued delivery of shared value for all stakeholders. Our strategy is therefore informed by our identification and recognition of major global trends which are shaping society globally, currently, and for the foreseeable future. Now, the slide that you see should only have really come up now, but it's good you've had time to read it. And it's about what we call the grey elephants. These are highly probable, high impact, yet often ignored forces, which we call grey elephants. Some of you may refer to this similarly as a black swan type event. And COVID was a grey elephant. It was known, it was ignored. And we saw the impact of that. And we as a company have consciously shaped and refined our evolving strategy informed by these trends, by developing appropriate responses and protocols and building an anti-fragile business. And Bernard, you referred to crisis and the opportunity. That's exactly what anti-fragility is. It's using and being prepared for these major disruptions and using it as an opportunity for stakeholders. So we're not only able to endure the possible impacts of these grey elephants, but are able to benefit from the opportunities for shared value creation that we expect will arise. While we've recently experienced the negative consequences of these global threats, including very severe operational disruptions due to extreme weather events, both in Montana and in northern Queensland, it's evident that the increasing social discontent due to factors of inequality and poverty here in South Africa are also real issues. And from our strategic positioning, I will elaborate on how we deal with those things. And we're not the only company doing it. I just use our company as an example. Climate change is now broadly accepted as the single greatest existential threat to the future of our species. And there's lots of evidence. Global efforts to decarbonize the world economy and reduce our impact on the environment is driving a seismic shift in the global economy, which will fundamentally change our lives and lifestyles, the way we access energy, the mix of metals and minerals, and the manner in which they are produced. So according to an article in Forbes magazine written by Ian Saunders of Deloitte, a 2022 Deloitte Economic Institute research publication found, and listen to some of these numbers, if left unchecked, climate change could create $178 trillion in global economic losses between 2021 and 2070. The article also stated that a quarter of the global workforce, approximately 800 million people, are vulnerable to climate extremes. In contrast, a coordinated effort in climate change mitigation could deliver an additional 300 million jobs by 2050 and boost the economy by over $43 trillion by 2070. So this is real. This is material. Decarbonization of the global economy requires an irreversible shift to a more sustainable business, and let's hope the slides change. And consumption practices and a transition from a reliance on hydrocarbons as the source of energy to cleaner, more sustainable and lower impact energy sources. And we've done a lot of work on trying to understand this energy transition. We've engaged external consultants, and I'm going to share with you a couple of the outcomes from this. Regulatory environments in the major world economies are creating strong positive and negative drivers for progress, with bans on internal combustion engine vehicles, which, by the way, I'll tell you straight up front, is overdone. The Inflation Reduction Act in the United States, the Critical Raw Materials Act in the EU, those are leading examples, with China also now beating a strong path towards a green economy. These actions are and will have very profound impacts on demand patterns and the associated requirements for metals and commodities. In fact, to some extent, some of the commercial rationale we've been used to will fall by the wayside. The requirement by the US to become independent of external suppliers for these critical metals will drive a completely new economic and commercial model. Africa is exceptionally well positioned to supply many of these world's mineral requirements. And we must not miss this opportunity, and I'm going to say that a bit more about that later on. The shift to a clean energy global economy will make previous industrial revolutions look pedestrian. And we know we've been through 4, or we're in the 4th, but I would suggest we're actually now moving into the 5th industrial revolution. Over the course of the next decade or two, a radical transformation in the way we obtain access to energy must be delivered, and that transformation must cover all 5 of the main areas where innovative energy solutions are needed. According to Breakthrough Energy, and I'm sure you all know that, who that is, that's the visionary think tank founded by Bill Gates. These are, number 1, how we mine and manufacture. 2, how we generate electricity. As you saw from the slide, electricity is one of the biggest energy area growths. How we travel, number 3. Number 4, how we live, work and play. And 5, how do we feed 10 billion people? All of these will require new technologies and associated minerals and metals that enable the required innovations to proceed into full-blown implementation. Mining is absolutely central to this green energy revolution. And let me say, I'll cover this slide in the text now. Renewable energy generation sources such as solar and wind require different mix of metals to the traditional source of energy generation. Combined with storage to combat intermittency, as Jimmy recently found out, you're going to require supply and changing metals to transmission grids. This will drive new demand for critical metals, as illustrated in the slide on the screen. The intensity of use of metals common to both energy sources such as copper is significantly greater for renewable energy sources, which will require new demand impetus for these metals. Demand for these new critical metals will also be driven by the unrelenting electrification of transport that is going to happen. It's not, which again will create significant new demand for some metals required for renewable energy generation, again significantly changing the dynamics of global metal demand. Electric vehicles require substantially more and a broader range of metal compared to the internal combustion engine equivalents. In the Critical Minerals Market Review for 2023, the International Energy Agency states the following. Driven by rising demand and high prices, the market size of key energy minerals doubled over the past 5 years, reaching $320 billion in 2022. This contrasts with the modest growth of bulk metals like zinc and lead. As a result, energy transition minerals, which used to be a small segment of the market, are now moving to center stage in the mining and metals industry. And I've got a slide coming. We'll put that in perspective. The demand outlook for these metals that are critical to the energy transition, according to the IEA report, is staggering. With electric vehicles a primary factor driving demand for these metals, assuming a net zero emission scenario by 2050, the IEA estimates a 5-fold increase in lithium demand by 2030 from a 2021 base, with demand in 2050 900%, just listen to that, 900% higher than for 2021. Demand for the more established metals is less dramatic, but still very compelling, with copper increasing by approximately 50% by 2030 and nickel demand expected to double over the same period. I would be remiss, and I have already said it, not to mention that PGMs, that in addition to their current relevance in catalyzing noxious emissions from internal combustion engine-driven vehicles, are set to play a critical role in the growing hydrogen economy and fuel cell industry, and that's good news for that. So, what you are seeing is a transition from, in the metal space, from a predominance of bulk metals into a very small segment of the market, which we are sort of generally calling critical metals. And of course, small markets, small amounts of metals are going to create a very volatile environment. But that development of secondary supply from recycling and secondary mining of material previously discarded as waste streams is going to become a growing imperative to meet the world's appetite for these metals. In fact, I can foresee a time when primary mining will actually be an ancillary to secondary and circular economy supply. That is happening. Producing just enough to top up the metals that are already in circulation. We can see in the US from our recycling business that the US is just about independent of primary supply for PGMs outside of the US because of the very large recycling base. And you know, that's a responsible thing. That is something we should all work towards. While this scenario is still some way off, how we respond and the decisions we make now will define the future we leave for our descendants. At Sibanye, we've already begun to position ourselves strategically through our recycling business and tailings reprocessing investments, which you can see on that slide. And this change is likely to be restricted only to its effect on demand for commodities, with other major implications likely to also impact on the mining industry in other ways. This will necessitate further changes in the industry, specifically the way we extract metals and minerals as stewards of precious resources, and how we engage, and consider stakeholders. It's not just about producing metals with beneficial applications in society, but producing them in a way that creates value for stakeholders without the harmful effects traditionally associated with mining. And responsibly conducted mining has unique potential to introduce much needed economic activity into remote areas compared to many other industries, serving as an economic axis and foundation for development of underserved and impoverished economies. The products of mining are essential components of our lives, but are seldom recognized as such, with mining still considered in a negative light, and often the target of resistance, despite the products of mining being fundamental to the functioning of our societies and economies. It is changing fast, and I'm seeing it. We have a unique opportunity to reposition mining in the position in the world, on the world stage, in its rightful place, as long as we do the right things. And I would argue that over the last 10, 15 years, many of the mining companies have been doing exactly the right things and are well positioned to change the perception of mining, this negative perception. And the rest of the world is starting to recognize that without mining, our future is somewhat gloomy. So, according to the World Economic Forum, half of the world's gross domestic product, and you quoted something similar, Bernard, which is around $44 trillion, is dependent on primary industry, mainly mining and agriculture. And without that, the other half of global GDP will not exist, because it's all dependent on mining and agriculture. So we have a huge responsibility and a huge opportunity to take mining to its rightful place. Mining legacy is admittedly not acceptable in many ways. Though the industry, as I've said, has significantly transformed in recent years, the evolution of the mining industry to its current form has been partly due to the influence of stakeholders and activist groups, but more recently has been increasingly driven by the industry itself, which is proactively implementing responsible mining practices. Industry bodies like the ICMM and the World Gold Council are guiding the development and convergence of credible standards for the industry. And we are doing that with appropriate structures for stakeholder engagement to ensure that expectations from all quarters will be met. This is an aspect that the mining industry deserves proper recognition for. I've started to detect a change in sentiment, as I said earlier, from stakeholders who were previously fundamentally opposed to mining. There is now increasing recognition that mining is both necessary to support the clean energy revolution at a global scale, and if conducted responsibly, able to serve as a powerful catalyst for economic and social development, or a force for good with local relevance. Reflecting on the role of the mining industry as a driving force for development, innovation and change, which is really the subject of the keynote address, I looked back at some of the presentations and speeches we had done previously at this conference, which we have participated in, as I said, since 2014. And what I found was not only enlightening, but it was also gratifying. And I said to Bernard last night, to me, this is a forum where we should develop more of some of these concepts and have outcomes that we as an industry can strive for at very high levels. So at the 2015 Joburg Indaba, the participants discussed and jointly agreed a definition of a modern mining industry, which you will see on the slide behind me, and I'll summarize. A modern mining industry will optimally extract and beneficiate the country's natural resources, causing no harm to people or the planet. It benefits both the local community as well as the national economy. It procures locally as a preferred employer of well-skilled people and creates appropriate risk-adjusted returns for investors. Regulations, taxation and incentives are consistent, transparent, and recognize mining as a long-term driver of economic growth. How true is that today? But I would actually even suggest that we've moved a little bit beyond that. And this forward-looking definition resonated with us as a company at that time, and was very much aligned with our own business ethos and approach. And we symbolized that in our Umdoni tree, which we developed in 2014. And I won't go into detail, but suffice to say, the Umdoni tree, representing the business ethos of Sibanye, is rooted in our I cares value, and I is the innovation, and that we added recently, which serves as our foundation. The trunk of our tree, our people, represents the material strength of the company, with a canopy or leaves on the branches representing our stakeholders and the environment. If we are successful delivering operationally, safely and profitably, we will be able to share the value created with all our stakeholders. This shared value is signified by the tree's seeds and fruits, which are the benefits our success brings to each of the stakeholders. Our strategic evolution since 2015 has incorporated but advanced the Joburg Indaba definition of a modern mining company. Our strategic foundation, consisting of our purpose, vision and values, remains consistent, yet has been refined in response to the evolution of the business and the strategy. Our purpose has evolved from improving lives through our mining in 2014 to a commitment to safeguard global sustainability through our metals. How relevant is that in terms of what I've just been sharing with you regarding critical metals? And that represents a growing appreciation for the imperative of producing those metals that contribute positively to key environmental and social priorities, not least of which is decarbonization of the world economy. Similarly, our vision in 2014 to create superior value for all stakeholders, which was a differentiator at the time preceding the broader adoption of stakeholder capitalism by a wider spectrum of global business, has been re-articulated to be a leader in superior shared value for all stakeholders. So very consistent. So in 2021, we also publicly shared our three-dimensional strategy, which was an expansion of our earlier strategy, underpinned by the strategic foundation, purpose, and vision that I've just shared with you. Our previous strategic priorities were reclassified as strategic essentials. They are givens. They are no longer priorities. And we developed a set of strategic essentials which must be delivered on in order to ensure our success and sustainability. And I'm not going to go through them. You can read it on the slide. Our strategic differentiators aim to take our business to unparalleled levels of performance and impact through a distinct form of relationship with key stakeholders to our business. And in those differentiators, you will see things like energy solutions. You will see a unique global portfolio of green metals, of being a force for good, and so on. Strategic differentiators position us to work in unison with stakeholders, with shared purpose and vision that creates higher meaning for our business beyond the narrow confines of financial success. And we're not the only company doing this. But I think this is class-leading thinking in terms of the new environment we're working towards. This recognizes the need for a more sustainable and responsible business practice, which we are busy implementing, and gives expression to the meaning of our company's name, which, when you translate it from Xhosa, is "We Are One." It's no longer sufficient under the previous definition of modern mining, and this is maybe an enhancement, Bernard, that we can start thinking about, to optimally extract resources. That was 2016. As miners, we have to go much further in making the world a better place through our activities. To secure recognition as a force for good, we aim to go well beyond a responsible operator that conducts its business in a way that causes no harm, to actually adding value and contributing positively to society. And this is where recycling and secondary mining becomes very important. So our 3D strategy also positions us favorably for the inevitable transition to more sustainable energy sources. As will be experienced by all stakeholders and participants in this transition, though, let me say, our strategic pivot, and Bernard keeps asking me about the share price. I can say today, Bernard, we outperform most. Our strategic pivot requires foresight and resolve, because analysts mark us down. The investment sector find it hard to see the future, because this is very, very conceptual. So it requires foresight, requires resolve, and it requires a real commitment to continue this journey and realize future value. Strategic growth and diversification into the battery metal sector, for example, was conceptualized in 2019. Today, it's obvious. And that was informed by a very detailed analysis, and we continue doing analyses because things change. And the fundamentals of the metals we have defined are critical to our growth and development of the battery electric vehicle industry. And this strategic shift, which is aligned with the big squeeze grey elephant, that's one of the informing parts of our strategy, resulted in a series of acquisitions being announced in 2021 prior to rapid increases in the price of lithium and nickel. And again, I'm not going to go through this in detail, but we are putting our mouth where our money is, say. Or our money where our mouth is. I'm not sure which one it is. The strategic positioning of these acquisitions close to the European and North American battery ecosystems was not coincidental. One of the grey elephants you would have seen earlier on was this one of multipolarity, this tug of war between the East and the West. And as I alluded to, I just spent a lot of time with government in the US, and I can tell you they are hell-bent on being independent of the rest of the world in terms of their supply. And that provides opportunity. It's not a bad thing. So that grey elephant has been very useful in where we've positioned our company, and this has enabled us to benefit from supportive legislation such as the IRA. And our Rhyolite Ridge lithium project has received a conditional loan from the Department of Energy, up to $700 million. I mean, that's big money for a project that may happen. And not only that, our US PGM operations will receive 10% of all their costs back in in the form of cash over the next 10 years. These are incredible incentives, driving, as I say, commercially, things are going to be quite different. So I've spoken a lot about the metals, some of the strategic thinking. I think it's also important just to recognize some of the shared value that's being created, and we've built a strong track record of shared value. I wish we could do more, but we have to be profitable, and in downturns and cycles like this, it's going to be tough. But we have to continuously remind ourselves to share the value. So we provide employment of up to 85,000 people, up from 36,000 in 2013. Salaries and benefits have grown fourfold to 26 billion, and we've clearly increased our contribution to communities and local communities very substantially. I think the next challenge is actually to get acknowledgement from stakeholders. You know, it's we're not charities, and getting that acknowledgement will be a big step forward, and I suspect we will get it. So the mining industry is a driving force for development, innovation, and change. I think I've made very, very clear. Obviously, addressing a predominantly African audience in Johannesburg, it would be remiss of me not to touch on the African mining industry. So in my preparation for this, I came across a reference from a speech I did on behalf of the then Chamber of Mines, Mzila. And the reference is to a dialogue on the impediments to growth of mining in Africa that had been convened by the Brenthurst Foundation on the banks of the Zambezi River under the auspices of the former Nigerian President Obasanjo. The result of this dialogue, which focused primarily on the natural resources policy in Africa, was captured in a document called the Zambezi Protocol, and some of you might remember that picture. And at its heart, the Zambezi Protocol attempted to set out a template for Africa to realize optimal value from its vast mineral wealth based on a foundation of trust and more constructive partnerships. The context that was contemplated was identified as a means to improve competitiveness and secure a sustainable future. I also spoke about the need for a social and economic compact between all stakeholders, and we still don't have that. That is one thing that is outstanding. And we need that in order to realize the vast potential of Africa's natural resources and endowment. The ambitious growth required a renewed collective will and rebooted relations, and requires rebooted relationships not contaminated with historical perceptions and legacy. And I still sense we live in the past. And until we move on and think forward and stop looking in the rearview mirror, we're not going to make the progress we need. And this is another slide that we put up. And, you know, business is not the mining industry. Business is a stakeholder in the mining industry. They are the stakeholders, and it's stakeholders' responsibilities. Everyone has a role to play in making this change that I'm referring to. So some countries such as Botswana and more recently Zambia have heeded the call with more favorable policy environments. Sadly, this vision has not secured traction in many African countries, including South Africa, with limited trust of business, and it remains merely a vision, and a vision is a vision. That's not something that's being implemented, and that's very sad. And as a result of it just being a vision, Africa has failed to realize significant benefit from elevated commodity prices during the super cycle that prevailed since 2016. We've caused our own problems. So we really need to stand up and look beyond what we look at the moment. This is being confounded by the recent developments in South Africa with business and government starting to work together to address critical national challenges that are impeding competitiveness across all sectors of the economy. And I'm very pleased to say that meaningful progress towards resolving the challenges of energy supply, transport, logistics, and crime and corruption through the crisis committees that have been established has real promise to shape a more positive climate for investment across all sectors of the economy. And I know there will be a panel discussion shortly. But I am hopeful the positive relations being led through the presidency will prompt improvement in the mining policy, and success will breed success. And we are seeing some of that. And again, I'm not going to go through this. So in conclusion, I see you jumping up there, Bernard. I'm under no illusion that the world is at a major inflection point where the future of humanity is at stake if global leaders do not embark on radical action to safeguard the climate of our planet. In 2023, we've already seen several new records with retreat of the sea ice in Antarctica to a remarkably low level, record surface ocean temperatures in the North Atlantic, and average global temperature scaling new heights. These are undeniable indicators of progressive climate change that may prove irreversible without urgent action. Mining has a critical role in supplying the critical minerals required in ever-increasing quantities and the adoption of low-carbon energy technologies. I'd put it to you that our responsibilities as miners has never been greater in supporting development, innovation, and progress than at the current juncture. As Sibanye, we certainly intend to play an increasing part through our unique global portfolio of green metals and being a force for good. Thank you.
Ladies, gentlemen, Neil Freneman, thank you. You can sit there, that's okay. I saw Paula fainting here, expecting me to get up and be rude to Neil. This is normally why we start with the minister, and then I can step up and say, okay, time up, sit down, we've heard you. But, I mean, Neil's a friend, I couldn't do that to them. The rest of you speakers, be warned. Neil has used up all of the tolerance for extending time. The people who've been standing at the back, feel free to quickly find a seat. There are seats available. We have now seen that you arrived late, so you're suitably embarrassed, so come sit down now. You are welcome to come sit down. We need to quickly move on to Themba's speech, which in the meantime has changed from what's changed to digging deeper, rediscovering the essence of transformation and reflecting on 20 years of MPRDA. Mr. Makronazi, where are you, sir? How could I miss you? Themba, thank you. No time extension for you, eh?
Thanks, Bernard. I was going to say, Neil has been the true African leader. He's spoken on behalf of all of us. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, colleagues, all protocols observed. And I would also like to echo Neil's thanks to the partnership in relation to the Joburg Indaba. And Bernard, Tracy, Paula, I would like to congratulate you on this milestone of over 10 years of an event that we as Anglo-American have always supported, and we shall continue to support. Thank you for the kind introduction, Bernard, and it is indeed great to be here this morning. Now, today for us at Anglo-American is also Global Safety Day, one of the most important days in our calendar, where we get together and we focus on how we remain safe at work and at home. We literally, across all of our 30 mines, processing facilities, and also regional headquarters, we stop production and we take time out, all 107,000 of us, to talk about safety. And therefore, you will notice that a number of my colleagues will be here tomorrow. They are not here today, and I will obviously be joining them later today. So please accept our apologies. It just coincided with our Global Safety Day. But we do have some of our colleagues here today. I see my fellow executive leadership member, Richard Price, is here with us as well, all the way from London. Now, I want to start off with a disclaimer. The theme that I was asked to speak about, which is whether the MRPDA has been a success or failure 20 years on, is a classic Bernard trap.
I tried, eh?
When I saw this theme a few weeks ago, I knew that Bernard was not going to let me get off lightly. So rest assured that I will be talking to this theme today, but I will also do so in a slightly different way. What I'd like to do is to get us to really examine the essence of transformation in the mining industry and how this is indivisible from growth and why we need a new compact or new deal, if you'd like, to stimulate growth for the mining industry. Now, if we are to pave the path forward for the future of mining in South Africa, I believe that it is important that we take time to reflect on the journey that we have traveled as an industry and a country, but to also ask ourselves some tough questions. The historian Tony Chatt offers an interesting reflection in one of his short but powerful books, Ill Fares the Land, as it's called, which I think will resonate with many of us here today. He says, and I open quote, "Something is profoundly wrong with the way we live today. For 30 years, we have made a virtue out of the pursuit of material self-interest. Indeed, this very pursuit now constitutes whatever remains of our sense of collective purpose. We know what things cost, but we have no idea what they are worth. We no longer ask of a judicial ruling or a legislative act. Is it good? Is it fair? Is it just? Is it right? Will it help bring about a better society or a better world? Those used to be the questions, even if they invited no easy answer. We must learn once again to pose them." I close quote. Now, you could be mistaken for thinking that Tony was writing about South Africa over the past 30 years. Over the past 3 decades, we have pursued the ideal of transforming every facet of our society, including the mining industry. When reflecting on whether the MPRDA has indeed been a success 20 years on, we do need to ask, to paraphrase Tony Chatt, if it will help bring about a better mining industry and a better South Africa. For much of South Africa's history, mining has been at the heart of the country's economic progress and development. But this industry is also a part of South Africa's difficult history of exclusion. Black South Africans were excluded from many sectors of our economy, including mining, resulting in what former President Mbeki once described as a double-story house without connecting staircases, where on the upper level we have a modern and admired economy which is on a journey of transformation. Then on the lower level, there is another economy where the poor are trapped and our people are without opportunities to move upwards. While we have worked to change this double-story house and have had some successes, the picture sadly has not changed as much as we would have wanted to. Many next year, which will mark the 20th anniversary of the commencement of the MPRDA, enacted to readdress historical inequalities and give effect to the constitutional aspiration by making provision for equitable access to and sustainable development of the nation's mineral and petroleum resources. In many ways, the MPRDA and the mining charters that followed to give effect to this intent, however contested, were catalytical in spurring this transformation. And we were talking yesterday with the former Deputy President, Umlambo Ncuka, about the legacy that she started with the very, very first MPRDA. What is clear, however, is that the context that we operate in today demands a new consensus to progress South Africa's development agenda and the true economic transformation that brings benefits in all of our society. And mining now has a huge role to play in shaping and driving this consensus. Now, growing the mining industry to enable transformation should be our focus. All of us want a thriving, economically vibrant, and inclusive society, and for us, one that is underpinned by a thriving, growing mining sector in the first instance. The benefits of the fiscus, employment, and positive social impact from mining are plain for all to see. Many of us know firsthand just how South Africa's fiscus benefited from increased direct and indirect taxes and mining royalties to the extent that it could support ongoing socio-economic packages such as the COVID-19 distress grant. And in fact, in the 2021-2022 financial year, mining contributed 127 billion rand in tax out of a total corporate tax income of 318 billion rand. So it was the bulk of the tax contribution, with minerals making up more than 60% of South Africa's exports. Yet, despite this considerable and continued contribution, South Africa's mining industry is no longer what it was. And there are some sobering thoughts that I would like to share with you. Since 1993, the mining sector's contribution to GDP has significantly decreased, with the majority of investments in our industry aimed at maintaining existing operations, indicating stagnation and a lack of growth in South Africa mining industry. Consider these three facts. Mining's contribution has fallen from 10% of GDP in 1993 to 4.4% in 2022, and the lowest that it has been in that 30-year period. Also, over a 20-year period, we have registered an average annual year-on-year growth rates of negative 0.4% for the period 1993 to 2022. And most worryingly, though, it is that we are the only sector with a negative annual year-on-year growth rates over that period. All other sectors of the economy have outperformed. And this is even more telling if you look at the comparable growth figure for a sector like agriculture, which displays much greater volatility because of the impact of drought and good rains, even before we factor in climate change impacts, where agriculture over that same 30-year period, the growth rate was plus 3.1%. So while mining might be big and important for a number of reasons, in terms of tax, employment, earnings, forex, royalties, linkages, etc. It has been marking time at best and been on a decline at worst. In a country like ours, characterized by deep structural inequality, negative growth in mining obliterates economic progress and deepens the plight of the most vulnerable. So it is clear to me and to many of us that when the cycle turns for the better, we cannot afford to miss it. The spirit of collaboration on COVID-19 pandemic that we managed to forge with government and civil society between 2020 and 2021 showed what was possible. And I do need to single out our Minister, Mantashe, for being courageous and brave in getting us as an industry to be the first to go back to work and thereby kickstarting the South African economy. The mining industry was able to spur South Africa's post-COVID recovery and tax revenue stabilized, allowing the government to implement wide-ranging social support measures. And we desperately need to find our way back on a growth path that unlocks and realizes the latent potential when we could start referring again to mining as the engine growth of our economy. The MPRDA set out to maximize the promise of South Africa's rich mineral resources, secure minerals-led growth and development, and bolster transformation within the industry. But the heart of the matter is that we must foster a sustainably growing economy that catalyzes transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, I do need to reiterate, growth and transformation are not mutually exclusive. Quite the opposite. They are mutually reinforcing, and it is time that we put growth at the center of this transformation agenda. So how do we begin to arrest the decline? How do we start to ensure that mining has a future that can continue to support the country's development needs? Well, it's very simple. We need a regulatory framework and reform that supports mining progress and attracts investment. We've been doing some work with the Minerals Council and MD360 dialogues, which Bernard touched on earlier on. And I must thank the Minerals Council and the MD360, particularly the likes of Tracy Cooper, Dave Perkin, Prof. Gavin Anderson, Peter Leon, and Tebelo Chabane for the great work that they've done in this report. And if you have not already seen it, please get a copy of it. And I touch on some of the elements that are captured in that report. South Africa, and indeed the rest of the continent, is in an enviable position. The world is short of many of the metals and minerals that sit under the African soil, as Neil has already said in his presentation. And so the continent is brimming with economic opportunity. Mining has a role to play in helping convert this potential into economic reality, finding solutions that simultaneously benefit host mining countries and the global society. Logic would therefore dictate that the first starting point is a supportive environment that is geared towards unlocking the country's mineral endowment at pace. And there are many opportunities abound to make this happen. For example, many mining companies are already aligned to and report against globally recognized ESG frameworks, such as the Initiative for Responsible Mining Assurance, IRMA, and the International Council on Mining and Metals, ICMM, and investors understand this. The opportunity, therefore, is to harmonize the delivery of South Africa's transformation in a way that allows these globally recognized mining sustainability standards. And this will enable the international investment community, in particular, to see the fulfillment of transformation obligations as part of broader ESG compliance, as opposed to a separate, additional, and onerous legislative burden. But many of us know that this international investment community is also looking for growth. Simply put, there can be no transformation without economic growth, and no economic growth without transformation. This is a task we cannot shrink. And we also need to move beyond the stick of compliance and embracing the spirit of transformation. And I've already made the point earlier that it is time that we put growth at the center of this transformation agenda. And we all agree that the structure of the South African economy must change. From listed companies to large private champions, to junior miners, black men and women and young people must be part of the economy at every level. Anything else is a failure. Secondly, we must face the hard truth that while our population has grown, our economy has not. Too few of our people work, and too few of our entrepreneurs survive beyond their third year of founding. Equally, growth without transformation reinforces historical disparities. And given our nation's history of inequality and our industry's role in that legacy, transformation continues to be of great social, economic, and political significance, and rightly so. And the mining industry, I would argue, has made progress. The transformation experienced in the mining sector has been among the greatest transformation successes in the country. Billions of rands have been spent by the sector on transformation initiatives by many companies in this room today. And between 2014 and 2020 alone, mining generated close to 160 billion rand in transformation initiatives, targeting changes in ownership, employment equity, human resource development, inclusive procurement, enterprise and supplier development, and housing and mine community development. And when I look at Anglo-American, at our core, we have been one of the biggest champions of broadly transforming the mining industry and South Africa's mining industry. And throughout this journey, we have helped create numerous black-owned and controlled companies. And these include, just to mention a few, in 2001, African Rainbow Minerals emerged as a prominent mining entity, showcasing the potential for black ownership and controlling the mining sector. We then helped establish Royal Bafokeng Platinum, now part of Impala Platinum, in 2002, which solidified the notion that black individuals could participate and thrive in the platinum mining industry. This accomplishment was a testament to the resilience and determination of the Bafokeng. Exxaro emerged in 2006 as a force to be reckoned with. The formation of Exxaro contributed to the diversification of ownership within the mining sector and showed black individuals' expertise and business acumen in driving sustainable growth. And more recently, the establishment of Seriti Resources further exemplified the potential for black-owned and controlled companies to flourish in the energy and mining centers. And looking to the future, because we have not stopped there as Anglo-American, we believe that the energy transition presents a fresh opportunity for South Africa to not only build a clean and inclusive energy ecosystem that can create significant new economic opportunities. This is why, with the formation of Invusa Energy, our joint venture with EDF Renewables, to build a 3 to 5 gigawatt renewable ecosystem, we intend to incorporate black-owned companies and are exploring a range of community partnership models that will allow our host communities to share in the ecosystem of success. These companies that I've mentioned, amongst others, are shining examples of what we mean by real and broad-based empowerment at Anglo-American. A common thread that defines Anglo-American's role in helping to create these companies is the spirit of true empowerment, the belief that black South Africans can and should participate in a sustainable and productive manner in critical sectors of our economy like mining. But even with our wide-ranging contribution to transformation, we are first to acknowledge that more needs to be done. And until there is true meaningful participation and inclusion in the economy for black people, when we have eradicated poverty, inequality, and have jobs for all of our citizens, this work is incomplete. What we need now is not more regulation that demand transformation through targets. What we need is to move beyond compliance and harness a mindset where transformation is a shared obligation and desire, facilitated through collaborative, mutually accountable, transparent, and effective relationships between all stakeholders. The economic potential and opportunity for South Africa is so great that it not only warrants, but it also demands a social compact and the linchpin of progress with mutual trust and partnership as at its bedrock. If we want to see significant sustainable change, business and government must partner at unprecedented levels and take urgent action to address our challenge and maximize our opportunities. In the face of prolonged social economic decline, we must focus now on doing. Action and action alone will bring about the change we need. We as South Africans have a favorite pastime of being very good at coming up with action plans, but not delivering on them. That must change. When actions are transparent, intentional, and measurable against milestones, they are more likely to evoke support. This is important because one of the criticisms that we should take seriously as a country is that we are good at planning, but often lack the brilliance in execution. And in fact, the other day, we had a meeting with our Minister Mantashe, his advisors, and the DG, and we were talking about this lack of execution being a challenge, not just in government, but also in the private sector. And in fact, they had asked that we should commit to, and we have, in sponsoring a visiting professor or fellow at one of the universities to create a course to teach us how to execute and act. And this is obviously very topical, even for us as Anglo-American, in that as of July, we've restructured our organization to focus at being more effective at acting. And being able to bring our well-intentioned and considered plans to bear requires all parts of the ecosystem in South Africa to play their parts, from energy, logistics, education, and state functions like home affairs, particularly in relation to work permits. Fundamental to both the private and public sectors is processing robust capacity and deep bench strengths. It is vital to appoint highly skilled and experienced individuals who are competent and hold them accountable for successful outcomes. And I am encouraged by the green shoots of actions and delivery that are already emerging from the joint partnerships between government and business through Business for South Africa. These are step change collaborations that address the country's most pressing challenges: energy security, ailing infrastructure, and the safety of our communities. These interventions delivered through the National Energy Crisis Committee, National Logistics Crisis Committee, and Joint Initiative to Fight Crime and Corruption represent partnerships between government and business across various sectors. They exist to create the necessary conditions needed to position South Africa for success, unlocking growth and development opportunities, not just for the mining sector, but for all areas of the economy. And for South Africa to raise investment and effectively compete for capital, it requires to fulfill its national goals. We need to get the basics right, and these partnerships are the step in the right direction. Anglo-American is also proud to be part of these efforts, and my colleagues Sis Nolita Fagute, Mpumi Zigalala, and our Legal and Corporate Affairs Director Richard Price will later today shed more light on our contributions to these forums. Both Anglo-American and I have every reason to believe in South Africa. More importantly, we are moving beyond belief to action. And I would caution against any narrow and superficial focus on what needs to be done to spur more transformation in mining. Ownership, for example, is just one tool in the empowerment toolbox. A narrow focus on ownership won't solve our social economic challenges, especially when arbitrary targets create illusions of guaranteed benefits for communities, employees, and black shareholders. Asset values can tumble during market downturns, delaying the benefits of ownership. Having understood this, at Anglo American, our transformation journey has hinged on the belief that we can extend our transformation footprint beyond simple changes in ownership by uplifting those previously disadvantaged communities or groups. We are also tirelessly supported black businesses in mining communities, injecting billions in the Northern Cape and benefiting black entrepreneurs. The result speaks for itself. In 2016, we were spending 65 million rands in the Northern Cape. And by the end of last year, we had 5 billion spent in the province. And while recognizing the challenges of this economic... I'm about to finish.
You see, Temba speaks louder, not faster, so we can tell he's under time pressure.
Okay, so maybe I will just a few minutes.
Please proceed, Temba.
All right.
Thank you.
We must also create new economic sectors from renewable energy and technology development to wide-ranging opportunities in goods and services. As South Africa is embarking on the next phase of its economic development, clean, reliable, and affordable energy will play a critical role in delivering this potential. Equally, we must think differently about how mining can deliver more significantly coordinated and need to appropriate the impact for traditional transformative impacts. And we've embraced these through what we do in terms of collaborative regional forums. Finally, we only seriously talk about transformation if we discuss the need to include more women in our industry. Women account for only 12% representation in the industry. And the Minerals Council recently announced that its members had agreed to ensure that the industry doubles the percentage of women in mining by 2025 and to work towards reaching 30 to 40% women representation across the industry and 50% in management within the next decade. Now, in conclusion, Bernard.
Sorry did I laugh, Pastor.
Better a diamond with a flaw than a pebble without. The path of any society is always rooted in progress, not perfection. If South Africa is to forge a new chapter of growth and empowerment in the mining sector, we need to appreciate where we come from. Mike Deke, the newly minted Hall of Famer as of last night, and deservedly so, always reminds us that we often forget that in 1994, South Africa had no black CEOs of mining companies, let alone any black-controlled or black-owned mining companies. And in fact, Minister Mantashe also proudly says that before 1994, there were no Afrikaner CEOs. And I think, Bernard, you were one of the very first, post-1994. 3 decades later, the mining sector collectively has significant progress on these terms. But the size of our industry has shrunk so dramatically that we risk losing these gains. There is undoubtedly more that needs to be done to address the imbalances of South Africa's history of economic and social exclusion, but to ignore the value and contribution of the mining sector in leading the empowerment change is unproductive. Charting an inclusive, sustainable, investor-friendly path for empowerment is urgent, now more than ever, so that we may edge closer to the promise of 1994. We are no longer the sector of yesteryear. It is time to parlay the gains and inroads we achieved in nurturing our relationships with government, beginning with the COVID-19 response and deepening through the joint initiative between business and government, now to move us beyond compliance towards embracing the spirit of transformation that is relevant to all society. If we want to secure a future for the industry that can genuinely support the country's development goals, we must put what holds us aside and come together in the spirit of transformation. So it's time for a new consensus where we might not always have an ultimate agreement with our stakeholders, but sufficient alignment to help us traverse complexities to ultimately reform the sector and transform our economy. Such a consensus will deepen on mutual trust, collaboration, true partnerships. It will take enormous effort, but the plight of 60 million South Africans depends on it. A new consensus will demand accountability from all stakeholders. It must favor interrogation of decisions, actions over silent complicity, and it demands favoring meritocracy over sentiment and pragmatism over ideology. We all want to foster the essential conditions for our nation's prosperity, an inclusive future where everyone can thrive. The only way to get there is together, and even as I end this talk, I recognize that talk without action achieves nothing. And if I pull the words of the great oracle in the Star Wars 1980 movie Empire Strikes Back, Yoda, where, while training Luke Skywalker in the ways of the Jedi, urging him to take action rather than simply attempting something with a half-hearted effort, he said, "Do or not do." There is no try. Do or not do. There is no try. Therefore, it is time to do. I thank you.
Ladies, gentlemen, Themba Makwanasi, thank you very much. Thank you. There's no time for questions. There's no time for questions. You and Neil are experienced politicians. I want to see the speechwriters of Sibanya and Anglo directly after this meeting. Phenomenal inputs. I made an absolute exception I plan to never make again and allow both of those presentations to be completed, because I think it actually challenges us, in Neil's words, to we must produce an output, and a new consensus is the very output that we should produce as a draft after this conference. So thank you for that. Themba also disclosed that I was just an Afrikaner quota player. I carry that burden heavily. And he also seemingly announced that I'm soon to be the visiting professor of getting things done at some university. I mean, I don't know what is so difficult, so I'm up to that job. I'm ready to be deployed and go and kick some ass. But my ass is going to be kicked by an advocate. Can you and your panel join us? I don't know how you're going to make up time, advocate. I pray for you. That's all I can do now. It's over to you. So Thandi Orlein is, amongst other things, she was way famous long before she joined the mining industry. And she's going to get these arrogant CEOs who think they can fix things like Fleetwood and others. She's going to put them on the spot and ask them some tough, difficult questions. I'm not going to have a chair, so I'm going to be delegated relic. Can you move up one chair? I'm just here for the Q&A, which there clearly won't be time for the way these people speak, advocate.
Thank you very much, I hope everybody can hear me much better. I thought my voice was very soft, even for me. Good morning, everybody. As I was sitting there listening to Neil and Themba, I was very fascinated. I would have liked for them to speak longer. However, I thought the problem is either Bernard or them. So I decided not to mediate that and leave it to Bernard and the team to decide how they manage this tension next year. I am tempted, Bernard, and I think I'm going to take the opportunity just to follow up on a quote that Themba used from President Thabo Mbeki and say, as we navigate these issues, we have to add to your poll. One of my conundrums is, are some black people being pulled up to the top floor, or are we collectively building a staircase? I think it's something that we have to think seriously as we plan the next 30 years. Coming back to implants in 2020 and the mining sector has enabled me to engage robustly with a critical sector of the economy and a huge contributor globally. As we've said in my mother tongue, ixesha lityiwe zizinja, and I will not translate since all of us have got ancestry 2-3 times back. So I've got to deal with the processes and timelines. As you can see, we've got 5 handsome men sitting next to me. My goodness, transformation is not happening, but I do have my sister, Nolita, whom we've woken up very early in the morning in the US, again doing more service for this country, and that they have to be divided into about, 50 minutes of engaging with us, and then we are supposed to take a refresher break, and we will come back and I will get Bernard to curate the questions that you are going to put in as you attentively listen to the speakers. So luckily we don't have to introduce them. And secondly, they are busy people. And one can say, why are they here? And it is through necessity. We've got to accept that. Although they are operationally active in all their spheres of engagement. But I do urge you to remember that necessity is the mother of invention, and may I add, innovation. So on that note, I'm just going to indicate how the panel are going to come and engage with us, and so that I don't come back in. So each one can take the cue from the other. I'll only come in if somebody's speaking for too long. We will start with Rudy Dix as the head project management office of the presidency, so that he can properly set the scene from a government perspective, as well as to touch on the national logistics work that is happening. He will be followed by Mxolisi Mgojo, again a brother, who will also delve into the logistics opportunities. I know your program indicates Neil, but I want to give his voice a break. And we'll call in Nolita to come in on just setting the scene again from a Minerals Council perspective and dealing with the energy, national energy challenges and opportunities. She will be followed by Fleetwood Grobler on the same theme. I won't say anything bad about you, Fleetwood. I think I may cut my losses on that one. And lastly, we will then get Neil, followed by Richard, and they will delve into the challenges and opportunities, or rather not opportunities, the challenges and the work that is being done to address the crime and corruption, particularly following the Zondo Commission. So I hand over to my long-lost friend, Rudy.
Thanks, Tandy. Maybe just to start off with, I thought that both Neil and Themba had made comments around the collaborative effort, and I think that's quite important. but I thought that Bernard's last comments around the social compact was poignant. He started off this morning very cynical, and I think it was probably a bit too early for you. But after both Timber and Neil, I think he softened and said why it's important to have that collaboration. So I think just setting the context, this is quite an important part. And in a sense, many of us who have engaged, and some of you here, we've been talking about social compacting for a long time. And in a sense, sometimes we think of this as a very theoretical concept. We sit and talk at NEDLAC, or we sit and talk about principles, about economic growth, talking about wage income and a whole set of different things. But in this instance, since a few months ago, we've been trying to develop a much more granular approach to an actual form of social compacting. And that form of social compacting is through collaboration on specific areas. This started way back when we took the initiative as government to specifically address the energy crisis that we sit with. And in July last year, the President announced the Energy Action Plan. We had significantly consulted a whole set of different industry players, experts. And when we announced that, we said, look, we're going to stay that course. Took a lot of flack, Bernard, Thandi. People said, your energy action plan is not going anywhere. Your energy action plan is not realistic. And for the first time in convincing probably the executive and the president by just staying the course for once, right? That the attempt to try and address the energy shortage is not simply an issue where you can fix load shedding in the next day or so, but it does require for us to be able to set the course. That is about specifically dealing with the plant performance, getting private sector generation, some good examples that we can refer to, getting out the procurement done, making sure that we can get rooftop PV solar, and most importantly, the significant reform in the industry. So we've stayed that course. But part of that process was also to cooperate with business and bringing in experts into that. In the course of this year, we started formalizing that, and that's quite important. And in our engagements with business had basically said, look, we think it's important, the work that you're doing on the energy, but we also think there's quite critical areas of work on other sectors. And so, for instance, as we were moving towards addressing fundamentally some of the issues in energy, we started seeing some severe constraints within the freight logistics system, and particularly in rail and ports. And so what we did was part of a conversation, and I think the timing was perfect, where business had said, we also want to engage with you on There's a bit of background noise. Is it fine? Can you still hear me? Okay. There was a, I think it was quite an important timing where business was saying to us, we also think perhaps it would be useful for us to have a partnership on logistics. And this was important partly because, as you see, it's about volumes, right? And the impact that that volumes have both on revenue generation for firms who are significant exporters, but also for tax revenue and our ability to be able to meet our spending demand within the fiscus. And those things have had significant impact. We then set up what is referred to as a National Logistics Crisis Committee, similarly and molded to the National Energy Crisis Committee. We've set up this. Now, I know the point that has been made, can you not set up committees? Can you not set up more forums to be able to do this? But the experience that we've gained in NECOM, in the National Energy Crisis Committee, being very practical and interventionist and supportive in providing the capacity that's required, we've cascaded that into the National Logistics Crisis Committee. And for instance, one of the first work streams, there are 8 work streams that are there. One of the first work streams and the most important work stream is the intervention around operational performance. And what decision we took over there, Bernard and Thandi, was specifically to ensure that we address, not in a level at 50,000 feet, not in a high level, but in a very specific operational level to try and understand what has been the challenges in specific corridors. So for instance, we took a choice that our big focus should be on 5 corridors, for example. And corridors means from pit to port, right? So it's the rail network, including the ports where we are able to, where we need to export our products from. And those 5 corridors, for example, was the Northern Corridor, the coal corridor, one of our biggest exporters. The iron ore corridor, of course, the Sishen line, again, a significant export earner. Manganese as well on the Sishen line. the container or general freight corridor, which is quite important, and the chrome and magnetite corridor. So we have teams that we've structured very similar to what we've done in NECOM, working on the operational performance of those specific sets of corridors. And in that conversation, it is about how we get the volumes right, or the procurement issues, or the spare parts, or the issues that require around maintenance. Is there areas where there are shortage of machinery and equipment, or the issues around specifically capabilities and training that is required to be able to make it work? Is it that Transnet has to procure particular sets of equipment that is going to be required? So it's very granular and specific. And I think it's important to point it out that we try and avoid a conversation that's...
The background noise is irritating. Can you fix that?
That's potentially not very helpful, that it's at a high level, but very granular and specific to be able to deal with that. So the National Logistics Crisis Committee is one good example where we're able to collaborate. The team is, of course, led by Polisi and Ian Bird, and we've been able to get quite a bit of technical experts in, specifically to support the Transnet team. Now, I need to emphasize this, that both business and the presidency, and you've seen some articles that are not necessarily reflecting the truth more recently, right? That we're not here to run Transnet. That's important.
It's a pity, eh? Are you sure?
Absolutely
Okay.
sure, Bernard. We're not here to run Transnet. We are here to support the executive and the management of Transnet in executing tasks which we think are going to be very, very, very important. Because I think it's quite critical that Transnet in its own right has its own governance and management and executive structure. We are here to ensure that we can guide and assist Transnet to be able to do the right thing and the kind of interventions that's there. And I think it's a very difficult environment, but we are getting there. We're gaining momentum, as Neil had said early on. There's some momentum that is there. We are looking at other specific areas as well. So I think it's quite important. The second point that I want to just mention is that, and again, this tendency that begins to say that, no, business is going to help run government. That is not the case, right? Government is running government. What we have and continue to do in supporting the work that is required is to collaborate and partner with business and to identify specific pockets of where that collaborative effort can be and where we can get the right sort of skills and expertise and resources also that has been offered to be able to do that. Because it's important to distinguish that from potential conflicts of interest that may arise, because remember, where you're providing support, similarly, some of those businesses may also want to tender for particular sets of contracts. And so we need to manage that with an arm's length to ensure that there's no conflicts of interest or specific businesses that are providing and offering support suddenly see them as getting close to where, for example, decisions are taken around particular areas of procurement. So that's quite an important area on the National Logistics Crisis Committee, and perhaps it would be useful to just give you also a sense of some of the other work streams. Again, they operate in the same way. For example, the unintended consequences of not having an efficient rail and port system has meant that a lot of the bulk commodities that should be on rail are on the road, and this has caused, for example, massive congestion, both of the N3 and N4, and again, there are specific interventions around how we can smooth that out once we get, so we are able to get volumes up. We're looking at another work stream specifically on safety and security, and given that there's a significant amount of crime impacting on 15 to 20% of revenues on some of the lines, these are being addressed and being coordinated by our JCPS cluster in partnership again with private sector. There's the long-term reform on development of a logistics roadmap, and there are other areas that are cross-cutting, like procurement, for example, communication, and this is going to be quite important. So I think I'm quite excited, Dandi and Bernard, about this, that we're not simply talking at a high level, we're talking very specific details and very granular details in getting momentum and supporting interventions that can turn around our energy logistics, and of course others will talk about crime and corruption as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Rudy. I said I wasn't going to come in, But I'm coming in, I allowed Rudy more time because he's outnumbered with all these private sector people. So I hand over to Mkolisi.
Danny, can I just ask our AV desk, you all look panicked and it doesn't help, so we can stop panicking. We are having horrific background noises. I think you can hear it. So please find a solution. Let the speaker's microphone be on and Tandi's and switch everybody else off. Or do something to solve the problem, please. Staring at each other is not going to help much longer. So please, can you please fix the problem? We really can't have this background noise irritating our audience. You can switch me off for starters. Solisi, back to you. Yeah, no. I'm still on, you off. I mean, I said switch Neil off. I mean. So, are we getting a roving mic? Is that the plan? Is it happening or not? Can we try again? Solisi, just try.
Hello, hello, hello. Is mine working? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I don't know what's happening with that side, but this side says they can hear me.
Can you hear me? You can?
Yes.
All right. I've always been known as a loudmouth, so anyway, let me see if I can do that. Thank you very much, for the invite to be part of this panel. I thought that not long ago I was going to be on retirement. I was on retirement, but I seem to be working more than I've ever been in my life.
All of us.
But having said that, I think it is a job I think we have found to be critical in terms of really trying to deal with the challenges of this industry, an industry that I really love, that I built my life around. Seeing where it is right now is quite unfortunate. I want to get to the do, okay? He's talked about what this is about. I think the important part was, how do we answer the question, so what's different this time? What makes you think that it's going to work this time? Because we hear that all the time. And I can say that part of the very, very first most important thing that we had to do, and by the way, I'm not the only leader on this work stream. I've got Mpumi, Zikalala, and Andrew Kirby also working together with myself, with Ian and the teams to actually get this work done. But I think what was very important, understanding that the really elephant in the room for us was Transnet, was how are we going to capacitate ourselves on the business side to be able to have the necessary understanding and the skills to be able to actually address the issues that we're going to have to deal with. So one of the first things, having come together with Ian, was to go and find out who that was given a VSP by Transnet are we going to bring into our team. So we've got a very, very strong, highly experienced technical team of individuals who have left Transnet, but who know the inside and the outsides of Transnet. So that was very, very first step that we had to do. Fortunately, the Mineral Council already had started having engagement, and we're in a process with Transnet to try and solve this problem, subsequent to that famous, as my minister called it, the famous letter that was written, to the board. But that spurred action. And out of that, we said, well, we're not here to reinvent wheel that is already there, but how are we going to capacitate and ensure that we create an environment that enables accountability and also putting people that have got the necessary skills to actually be on the ground. One thing we learned very, very quickly is that if you want to confuse a person, create a very long PowerPoint presentation and just dump the information in them. And we soon learned that that was what was happening in some of the responses that we were getting, that if we didn't have people who understood the guts, that they can see through that, we are unable to actually get this across. And of course, we had to work with the PMO, this side, the OV team, in these corridor streams that Rudy has talked to. And this is where the real action takes place. On a weekly basis, these teams get together. The industry has, through these initiatives, have put so much money in enabling Transnet to do some of the things that they needed to be done in areas of security, in areas of spares, in areas of just understanding, helping them to understand what is their next week's business. You would think that, getting to understand what your next week's business is something that is basic. But those are some of the challenges that we've had to deal with. But might I say also that it actually required a lot of political, what I would say, maneuvering. You are dealing with various ministries, you are dealing with Treasury, you are dealing with DOT, you are dealing with DPE, and all of them have got a stake in this thing, okay? Whether you're talking about the new freight logistics roadmap that's going to have to be rolled out, and everything to do with the new board that has come in. So part of this whole work was, how do we work with the new board? What is critical about this work stream is that you actually have board members who have been assigned to each of these corridor work streams, so that there is insight from a board, Transnet board point of view of what is happening on a week-by-week basis. You also have it direct view to the presidency, what is happening on a week-by-week basis. And with that, we are able now to be able to say, when we are going to go back to the president and report in 6 weeks' time, right throughout all the structures, right up to the DGs within the structures in terms of the joint strategic oversight committees, what are those things that we have had to solve for within that 6-week time period? And what is it that we're going to have to ensure that when we get to the president, we have met what we had said we were going to do the last time we sent him. So there's absolutely great accountability. There's no place to hide here. I can tell you right now. You are going to be caught out very, very quickly. And I won't say any more, but we've seen what has happened in the last week or so, okay? We've seen it, right? It is hot. It is very hot in that place. The big thing now that we are really working with this team is how we're going to help support the new board, support Transnet in coming up with the right plan that is going to take us forward. We've heard the new chairman saying that the turnaround plan, strategic plan for Transnet, will be going through the National Crisis Committee for them to vet that plan and supported by them and actually passed by them for the confidence it's going to have to create for the big investment that has got to be required of the industry, because there is no fiscus, okay, to support this. It's the private sector that's going to support any future initiatives that are going to take place. Hence the need to engage with all these various ministries. We're going to have to ensure that in terms of the reforms that are going to be taking place, that the reforms that's going to excite the private sector because of their involvement also in the planning, in what we are trying to do to give the confidence, yes, that it is worth supporting and worth investing in. So I just want to really assure you that there's been great work that has been done by all the mining houses who are party to the Mineral Council, who are involved in the various corridors. They have really supported our efforts, and of course, for them, it's about survival. But collectively, we are beginning now to lay the foundation. And I can assure you, as you will hear with Neil, who will be talking about the crime side, and you will also hear from Nolita and Fleetwood about what is happening on the energy side, the needle is beginning to move. The needle is beginning to move. A very important thing that we have also realized that in the absence of any good news, the stage is littered with bad news. And so a critical stream that is there with government is how we bring the communication side able to share with you on a continuous basis, share with the public on a continuous basis, every 6 weeks what we are doing and how we are doing. In actual fact, we are doing it on a very regular, this is part of it, what we are doing here, is engaging to say this is what we are doing. There will be a new plan that the board of Transnet has to present to the minister. We've spent quite a lot of time with the minister and the chair in helping them to think about some of the things that are going to be critical, that despite a new plan being put in place, if the foundation is not right, if the systems are not right, if you don't have the right skills in place, that plan is going to be worthless. So a lot of that work is making sure that we actually even identify 5 people that can actually go and actually be infused into the in there. Thank you.
You see my chair, sir.
To Nolita at 4 a.m.
That's not too bad for a miner. That's not too bad for a miner.
Yeah, I was actually going to say we never sleep. Good morning. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And thanks to you for giving the context, and also good morning to my colleagues, especially the panelists that are part of this session. Bernard, Paula, and also the team in there. I wish I was there in person, and my apologies for not being there in person. And also I'm grateful that you included me even by video conference teams nowadays, so that we, myself and Tandy, can improve the diversity profile of the panelists. So thank you very much. Colleagues, just from a Minerals Council perspective, and also generally as a participant in the current Business for South Africa initiative, I want to make a few remarks and will give to my co-chair, Fleetwood, to continue. As indicated by Rudy in January, business leaders in South Africa through B4SA came together to ask a fundamental question, and that was mainly, how do we become part and key to the solution in South Africa regarding the common economic roadblocks that we are faced with? And these are not only unique to mining, but are faced by basically every sphere of the economy and sector. And also acknowledging the fact that previously business and government have been able to partner as well with other stakeholders in looking and urgently working in a very focused way to deal with crises, and amongst those being the COVID, as earlier being mentioned, and also that business had delivered quite a comprehensive economic recovery plan right immediately after the COVID pandemic process. And therefore, for us, we felt very strongly that instead of having so many initiatives and interventions that were competing for resources and focus, that it was important to pull together a CEO initiative. And this CEO initiative, cutting across the various spectrums, was actually set up through Business Unity for South Africa and the key business associations like Business Leadership South Africa, the Minerals Council, Energy Council, Banking Association of South Africa, and many others came together to sit down and have this engagement. And so for us as business, we felt that it was important that we have a conversation directly with government to offer, once again, our support, partnership, collaboration, in any way that would actually make sure that we now focus on priority areas because of a crisis rather than or right across the spectrum. And as you will hear, colleagues, with the panelists, we do have the 3 focal areas that we are focusing on through Before SA and this platform. 2 things. One, we've got more than
Just at the critical moment.
pledged because we believe that these 3 will unlock. Am I audible?
You're back on, so please proceed, Nolita.
Thank you. Thanks. So these initiatives that the 130 CEOs had signed, coming from across different sectors, are very much focused on making sure that the 3 focal areas of energy, logistics, transport, as well as the crime and corruption are the ones that will unlock economic growth, protect current jobs that are at risk because of the crisis that we're faced with in those areas, and thirdly, build confidence for ordinary citizens, particularly around the issues of crime and corruption, and my colleagues will talk to that, and also including the energy crisis, which we know everyone is faced with. And how we are engaging, and Rudy is here to balance that as well, how we are engaging and partnering with government is that each one of these 3 focal areas have got, again, 3 areas of impact and phases. 1 is that there's focus on performance, and the fact that we know with the performance challenges, there are immediate steps that need to be put in place to intervene to make sure that the performance doesn't get any worse than it currently is on each of these focal areas. And the second one is the fact that there have been few clear near-term interventions that each of the focal areas have identified, and therefore, as we are all working towards this, we're focusing on those. And then the third one is the area of reform. And reforms, here it's really identifying the critical reforms that need to be unlocked or unblocked, especially from a regulatory framework, accepting that Parliament, particularly this last sitting of Parliament, is a critical one for this administration to make sure that the reforms required for energy and for logistics, as well as crime and corruption, are up.
Perhaps we should go to Fleetwood in the meantime, Madam Chair.
I think so. I know that Nolita was towards the end of her presentation. However,
From mining.
Nolita, we are no longer hearing you, so perhaps we'll just go to Fleetwood. So apologies for that.
okay, what we'll do is to, when we come back for Q&A, we'll give Nolita an opportunity to kind of come in that context. Let us, Nolita, what we'll do is we'll get Fleetwood to come in, and later on, hopefully during Q&A, we can get you to make some other comments and remarks. If I hand over to Fleetwood.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you to my fellow panelists this morning. I think one item I'd just like to emphasize is how do you as business think about this collaboration? And for me, the most profound statement that we come up with was the pledge that more than 100 CEOs signed. And I would encourage you, if there are any CEOs of business that has not put their shoulder to this train in terms of creating momentum, please do so. And I want to just share with you again, how do we think about it? Our pledge is as South Africa business leaders, we believe in the potential of our country. We are committed to building it, and we have come together to address the current challenges in order to achieve sustainable, inclusive economic growth. We believe that through partnership and focused interventions, we can make a significant and positive impact on our country and create that hope for all South Africans. And we are committed to being a force for good. And I think that summarizes that stance in terms of how we think about this. You know, in my early career, when I looked at the problem, my manager said to me, Fleetwood, don't look at and admire the problem, do something about it. And it speaks to this action call this morning in terms of the stakeholder ecosystem that Neil talked to, Temba talked to, let's get action. And I think that's where we are as business now. We realize that, you know, we need to do something because we can, and we have this huge potential to unlock in our country with that. I'll move on to the areas that we as the energy stream look at in terms of what are we doing, what are our priorities, and then give you some examples that we currently addressing. So the three areas we're focusing on is, of course, improve the performance of Eskom, the energy availability factor. We know that we are 6 gigawatt behind what it should be, and we need to restore that. The second area we're looking at is how can we add new generation capacity and the support for that. And the third area is, of course, as touched on by some of my previous fellow panelists, is the reform of the energy sector. Now, in each one of these are specific actions that we are busy addressing. So in the first one, our intent is to help and assist in that collaboration effort towards the end of next year to add back more than 10 gigawatt to the grid. Oh. So that would mean that essentially, if that is successful, that we would be able to see the end of load shedding in our country. So we're very excited, and I think this is underpinned in the trust relationship that business, through the Energy Council, and I want to reflect just 1 minute on that quickly.
As the president of the Energy Council.
As the current chair of the Energy Council,
okay.
It took us more than 100 years to catch up with the Minerals Council to get the formation going so that we can create impact through business into the state and the government framework and SOEs, because that creates impact, because behind us we've got Business South Africa Inc., and that is a very strong thing, and a la Minerals Council, I believe this is serving us well and very timely at this point in time. So yes, we are focusing getting load shedding eradicated towards the end of next year. We are looking at a number of longer term areas. How do we get the transmission bolstered? Because you can bring back all the power, but then the whole transmission system is saturated. You need to now, to make space for renewables, you need to start expanding transmission. And that is the next focus. The last part is distribution. It also speaks to the regulatory environment where we have now also supported the deregulation so that we can get into the transmission, distribution and generation part of the SOE, and good work is being done there. Now, 2 or 3 examples where we have made impact as this work group through the NECOM and the EIP focus. We have worked with Eskom on the open cycle turbine generators to get logistics and fuel and optimize the impact of that part. We've worked closely with the Kusile duct replacement, and that has also enabled Eskom to start Kusile, bringing that back earlier. You've heard that is ongoing now. So there was efforts that we could bring to bear that bring schedule back. We are deploying people through business. There are over 130 volunteers that signed up to help in this in any way or means they can. And we provide technical support teams to 5 power stations, It's Kendall, Creel, Majuba, Matla, and Tutuka. And we are providing ongoing support also through the commissioning with Kusile as on the request. But I want to leave you also with a thought here that Eskom is actually doing a hell of a lot of good work here. When we engage with them, and we had the playback last week, actually there was 2 key events last week, and that was, we had the 3rd engagement with the President and 11 ministers on this engagement with business with them, and we had also engagement business to business, where we had over 70 business leaders to hear firsthand what Eskom is doing. And when I look at what they are sharing with us, it is actually amazing in terms of how they address this problem holistically. It's not only business that now come to the rescue. We are collaborating to bolster their already made plans that they're embedding in terms of getting load shedding to an end. I know that I'm pushing my agenda here, but I want to leave you with the thought that there's a lot of good work ongoing, and I think business can do more, and we are just doing that. Thank you.
I'm going to interrupt the chair and ask you, we're going to do a quick bullshit parameter, yes or no question. So the question I put to you is, shall we now break for tea, yes or no? Thank you, unanimous. Madam Chair, because of how we've allowed the time to slip, let's take the comfort break. We come back for the rest of the conversation. In 25 minutes from now, you are back here or you are missing out on our 2 chief cops. The sheriff is in the town. So please come back in 25 minutes.
That's
Thank you.
Great. 20 minutes.
20 minutes. No, I don't want you to all be under undue time pressure, so let's break.
Yeah, it
that's a conversation, but why don't we have that conversation? What does CEO say?
The CEO, Natasha, first she said the government will never help put some of that money back in. So I went on and
No,
I said,
but you
"Okay,
can
look,
just send
if
me a
we don't
WhatsApp and
go
then we can
to
try and
the
make
most
some time."
difficult, violent
All
parts,
right.
they already do tremendous work
Very well, and how are
between
you?
the communities. But if we now
Did you sleep well?
get
What time did you
the
leave,
gift, I
Tad?
say, go and get the gift of the givers. Get him to come here and be
facilitate
the
that,
head.
yeah.
Because people admire him.
Problem is the traditional authorities. It really is.
Okay,
That's
It really
nice.
is. I mean,
But
I'd spend
let's-
time in Mogalakwena.
Wow, that's
I spent
very
time in
nice.
Mogalakwena,
That's very nice.
trying to deal with the aspects around the pit, right?
Yes.
It's the Anglo-Plat mine, right?
You don't even have to
And
drive.
I try to deal with those 32 communities, and I spent more than 2 years there. And literally, the mine has put in a huge amount of money to relocate them, to give them houses, to build infrastructure and everything. But I tell you, the
I
big
like
chunk
that.
of the money that should
I
go for
love that.
development
I love that.
is in traditional authorities. That's the problem.
Yeah,
But
good stuff.
if we
All right then,
can
Tab.
show that
Yeah.
strip, I'm not talking more Polokwane area, I'm talking the eastern
But yeah, no, I know, yeah, I know you've been talking about that, yes.
We fix that and we get work going and tourism and
Hey, Ian.
Very well, and thank you for joining in.
Hi, Andrew.
so don't go to the easiest part.
No, totally.
No.
Most difficult.
Is it many years ago?
Okay.
No.
Listen, can I give you my details?
I
I don't have mine, but
I'm a pensioner.
Yeah, okay.
You know, I'm allowed to forget. Hey, Zach. I'm good, man. And yourself? Excellent, excellent.
Ray,
The committee
nice to meet you.
taking over, translate.
Ray.
Rudy's like a slap in the face.
No, I said, Ray. Nice meeting you. Ray, you look so different. And I complained. No. So hold on first.
3 years of this work, and I'm working harder than I did. Because it's about reform, it's about structural, it's about procurement, it's about finance, you know. And of course, we are dealing also not only with Transnet.
You're not getting it.
No, it's fine.
It's fine, it's fine. 2, 1, 2, sharp. Put it nice and
Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah?
Your microphone that was causing a shit. It's not with Neil's.
Bernard's wonderful microphone. Dis rap nie man. Is it?
Indaba, are you looking? Are you good?
I'm very good. I'm good to see you. I'm happy to see you.
Yeah.
I'm not looking for an interview.
Okay. Come.
Kauzwe.
We're gonna have a hard stop at
You can't fix this thing overnight. But you've got.
Can
the
we
right initiative.
come in? I'm literally just
That we are
speaking,
working on.
irritating
We've got
those who are
address it.
inside, being ignored by those who are outside. So I'm not sure what I'm achieving here. Please come, let's settle down. We have all agreed it's James Wellstead's fault that we are late. This is him, it's his fault.
I'll give you an example.
Okay.
Building a business, there's going to be a smart city and city. Nothing is happening.
If
Have you dismissed the rest of the panel?
In the
Have you just
absence
kept the
of any
two
news of what is happening, you will think that nothing is happening.
And then you just wait, and you just wait, and you just say nothing happening.
I know most of you are here for the coffee, and now we're robbing you of the coffee, so I do apologize. I do think it is a amazing and special opportunity to get our busy CEOs who are already clearly using their spare time to help and collaborate with these initiatives to fix So to have them with us, I think is actually worth disrupting your coffee time a little bit. Although I'm actually just failing at what I'm doing, so I can just give me a mic, let me sing, or let me embarrass myself in other ways. So I had an interesting morning. I rock up here this morning and I recognized 3 very nicely dressed young men. But I recognized them. So I say, and now, are you back? They said, yeah, well, we have a problem. We are here, but we are not registered. So this is the future of our country. Young mining engineers from WITS who rock up at a conference unregistered, suck up to the chairman and get invited in. So mistake number 1. If those 3 guys in 40 years from now don't pay that forward, I'm going to kill them. But then tea time, the head of security comes here and he says, oh, we have a problem. So, you know, when you don't manage your unions well at your operations, they come to the conference to... I don't know if this is Goldfields or Harmony, but the 12 union guys who claim they're not just here for the food also rock up at a conference unregistered and say, but we would really love to hear what the future of the mining industry is. So Peter Steenkamp, your subscription's going up. Goldfields is not here, so I can't sue them. So we've also invited the union people. And this is meant to be a platform for everybody, but not a walk-in platform. So can I just, in future, be told or asked the day before, because then I can get James Wellstead to support them, you know, to pay for them. That's how this will play out. Anyway, I was talking nonsense to kill time because we've got far too much time. We're going to have an absolute hard stop at 12 o'clock. So I want the timer to reflect 30 minutes. And at 12 o'clock, we're going to stop. Right now, you guys are confused about this being some sort of political platform. I think it is. Where's our DA shadow minister? I think it's him. Where's he now? Where's James? No, I mean, guys, comments about why do we then have ministers, and so those are legitimate comments, but think of the panel we've got here. We've got a panel here who's stepping in to assist fixing issues. So a political question is for another time and another place, okay? So this panel is going to address the issues and how they see us, them helping to fix it, okay? So there's going to be very little time for questions, unfortunately. But I do think the conversation so far certainly has been worth every single moment of. Madam Chair, do you think the unruly bunch are such that you can take over?
Yeah, I think we have enough people in the room, and you know there are always hangers on, so don't worry about those who are outside. They must be busy with other things. We thank you for coming back timelessly. I know.
Even the panelists have met. One government guy on Buffalo time.
Yeah, and it's good to have Bernard as the super facilitator, because I don't have to be the bad girl. So on that note, I'm going to hand over to Neil.
Thank you. Thandi, can you make sure this is on?
So Neil's microphone can be, just keep speaking, then they will wake up, Neil.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So we had a real technical problem, and we are making real progress. The actual, whatever, soundboard collapsed. So, I mean, I shouted at the people, but I want to acknowledge technical problems happened. And they have sent for a new one, and that will catch up. So let's celebrate the progress, but we would like Neil to be heard now. Neil, please.
All right, good. Can you hear me? Yes. All right, good.
I was just bumped up.
So let me start off by qualifying my lack of experience and knowledge in crime and corruption, other than just being on.
That's a good thing.
Other than perhaps being on the receiving end sometimes, but what I'm saying is I'm a layman when it comes to crime and corruption, and perhaps that's good, maybe it's bad. But the initiative that we've embarked on I must say, is riding on the coattails of what's been done in energy, what's been done in transport and logistics, and there's been, and I sit on the sidelines and I hear the progress being made, and there's real progress being made, and as you know, success breeds success. So there is momentum, and as many of the panelists have said, there is progress, and we are making a difference. Now, the crime and corruption work stream is the newest of the work streams. We've really only been, let's say, focused on it for the last 3 months. It's headed up jointly with Yanni Durant, the CEO of Remgro, and myself, and just like the other teams, I think the first thing we did was try and put together some dedicated resources, and there's been a lot of contributions as well. And I don't want to mention all the names, because by mentioning some names you leave out you leave out others. But certainly the private sector, in terms of the law firms, in terms of business, have contributed capacity and resources on a pro bono basis. There's a lot of project management in keeping these work streams, let's say, aligned and focused, and of course, ultimately with the aim of delivering. So we started off by getting people together. We got lawyers, we got legal experts, people that understand the judiciary, people that understand crime and investigation, together, and we developed a strategy. And I think business is really good at those type of things. As I say, I'm not an expert on crime. I would argue I can develop good strategy and motivate people, and that's essentially what we've done. But in developing a strategy, we had to understand what was in place, and when you start looking at business in particular, you find, and I include civil society in what I'm going to say now, you find many really good organizations addressing risk within the business sector. You find many good civil organizations doing really good work, and what became very clear to us, that we should not go and try and duplicate that. The banking sector has good risk initiatives in place. The Minerals Council has good risk initiatives in place. The Consumer Goods Council has good initiatives in place. The insurance industry. And what we realized is that we would be far more effective by rather coordinating and focusing at a higher level on crime and corruption. Of course, capacity, and I think that's what Bernard was alluding to, in government, in some of these functions, has been denuded. Some of it quite, consciously and specifically. But I can tell you there's a big contingent of people within government, within the private sector, that want to make a difference and change this very bad culture that has developed in South Africa in terms of crime and corruption. So that was the first thing, is we were not, and we are not going to duplicate the good work that is done by many organizations, but rather use those organizations to help us coordinate at a much higher level the initiatives that need to be coordinated. The second thing is to bring in civil society. And the media here play the investigative journalists play a very, very important role. And of course, respecting the independence of not only them, but respecting the independence of the judiciary and not compromising what will unfold in the very near term is critical. So coordinating efforts, and the President actually gave us the mandate by announcing the collaboration with business. He effectively said to civil society and business, and of course the NPA and the Hawks and so on, are only too pleased to have one entry point, one point of coordination across the entire South Africa to bring all these initiatives together. And the President, by doing what he did and launching and supporting this business for South Africa, actually opened that door for us, and we can now far more effectively, and I'll tell you through what vehicle, we can start pulling all these initiatives together. So I think the other part was perhaps a little bit more difficult, and that was trying to find the right structures within government to ensure that all this effort and coordination actually ends up being coordinated by the functions of government that can actually arrest and prosecute. We can't do that. The private sector can't do that. We don't have those powers, although I must tell you that the private sector security, which is now included in this initiative, is actually bigger than the SAPS. So you would have heard me saying a few months back, the private sector has very significant resources to make a difference on its own, if it had to. But very fortunately, we haven't had to do that. So the difficulty of finding, with Rudy, the right structure to coordinate through what I want to say, the state security cluster, was actually quite difficult. And again, it was, we did not want to duplicate and create new structures. There are anti-corruption structures that are headed up by very competent people. So we are actually, Rudy, I would say at that point where the engagement at the highest levels within the state security cluster is now happening. And that 3 months ago was unimaginable. But it was something that we requested, and again, the presidency and the DG in the presidency has delivered on. There's no point in us doing what we're doing if we are not talking to the real decision makers, the people that head up the SAPS, the people that head up infrastructure crime, and I can mention names: Lieutenant General Jacobs, Lieutenant General Sabia, the head of the NPA, and we are getting extremely good cooperation, very mindful though of the independence. We cannot influence, let's call it what is chosen to be working on, but I can tell you that the priorities are in the national interest. They and we don't determine that, and we will not determine that. So we've made really good progress in setting up, let's call it, the structures. Now, the structure for business that is being created is, you would know about Business Against Crime. It was an entity that was brought into BLSA. It was an entity that, in my mind, was appropriate for the status of crime 10, 15 years ago. It had some good initiatives, but BLSA has agreed to release that vehicle to us, and we will populate it with a very high-powered and a board of top integrity, and it will be let's say the vehicle through which all the MOUs with the NPA, with the Hawks, and with the SAPS will be, let's say, formalized. And we'll announce the directors of the Business Against Crime initiative. So a lot of our initial effort has been about getting the structures in place. We've got what we call a glide path. We've got a 2-year glide path where in quarters we know which 5 high priority cases need to be progressed, how we need to capacitate the NPA, because, as I say, capacity, whether it's in the Hawks or whether it's in the NPA, has been denuded. And of course, business has the capacity to either provide in kind or through the right mechanisms the financial support to ensure that the NPA, as an example, can choose who they want as prosecutors. There's 2 other very important aspects to the initiative. The one is the independence and the investigative directorate and the re-establishment of independence of essentially the NPA. There's legislation currently going through Parliament. It's not ideal, but it's the flawed diamond that I think Themba referred to. It gets us a step further to the right environment, for proper independence of the investigative directorate, and we support it, and we'll move on from there once that is in place. And I've forgotten what the second thing was that I was going to say, but
that's okay.
If my chair looks like that, you should know.
That's okay. Let's conclude.
But yeah, that's the landscape under which the last thing, and it's the final thing, is that there is an initiative to establish a forensic laboratory supported by big business, dependent on this, the investigative directorate becoming independent. That's all in process. It is modern. It is data analytical. It's forensics driven, and all of those things are going to make a big difference to crime and corruption. Thank you.
Thanks, Neil. Richard is going to come in just to indicate that as the only person in the panel who proudly wears his legal counsel hat, he's going to give us a kind of very different eye view on from a the rule of law and democracy perspective. Richard, thank you for being here and flying all the way from the UK.
Thank you, Advocate Tandy, and thank you, Neil, my partner in crime. So, let me start by acknowledging what my accent betrays, which is I am a foreigner in your lovely country. So why is it that this foreigner is here speaking to you about the efforts to eradicate the scourge of crime and corruption in South Africa? Firstly, I'm not shy about saying that I care deeply about South Africa. Like many people of my generation growing up in Canada, I followed what was happening in South Africa, first with revulsion during the apartheid years, and then with tremendous excitement about South Africa's promise as a free and democratic country. I vividly recall, and I genuinely recall, the visit of Desmond Tutu to my hometown, Toronto, 37 years ago. His plea to Canadians to stand against apartheid left a lasting impression. What you do where you are counts, he said, reminding us that our actions reverberate around the world. South Africa, with its inspiring journey through overcoming apartheid and forging one of the most progressive constitutions globally, now stands at a pivotal juncture, and I yearn to see South Africa succeed and achieve its promise. But it won't unless it addresses the issues with crime and corruption. Secondly, as a leader in a global mining company and a leader that is afflicted with a legal background, I care deeply about the preservation and promotion of the rule of law everywhere where we operate, because it is a critical foundation not just of our business, but of society in the countries in which we operate. My global team monitors the health of the rule of law everywhere we operate, from Latin America, the African continent, Europe to Singapore, and we look to leave a legacy as an organization that supports and never undermines the rule of law. I see the rule of law coming under challenge in some fashion in virtually every jurisdiction where we operate, including South Africa. But South Africa is no exception. The erosion of the rule of law is something that is happening in our time, and it's happening pretty quickly. It's happening globally, and it's something I think we should all be very worried about. According to the World Justice Project Rule of Law Index, almost 85% of the world's population live in a country where the rule of law is declining. Think about that for a moment. I could talk to you for the rest of time about the cocktail of reasons that I think are leading towards the erosion of the rule of law, but I won't do that. But simply to say that if we leave things to kind of their own forces, the erosion of the rule of law will get worse. And that will manifest itself in a whole variety of ways, including, crime and corruption as we see in South Africa. We very much support the specific initiatives that are being developed in collaboration with government to fight crime and corruption, but we recognize that for these to be effective and sustainable, they must be premised on a strong foundation and commitment to the rule of law. That is why we believe that organizations like our own must also focus on promoting constitutionalism and a healthy respect for the rule of law and all the principles and institutions that underpin it. I'm very encouraged, as I think the other panelists are, by the very constructive engagement that we're hearing about between business, civil society, and government at all levels, and the green shoots of progress that we are seeing, particularly in initiatives in the crime and corruption context to recapacitate the various government organs that are responsible for fighting and prosecuting crime and corruption. We're highly encouraged by what we're seeing thus far. We do think, when we think about the joint initiative in crime and corruption and addressing crime and corruption, we must hold two concepts simultaneously. What we are doing now to bolster law and order and capacitate structures to do this, and what role we must play in cultivating societies where the rule of law prevails and is cherished as an enduring value. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. So succinct. My sister Nolita, I know we've had technological challenges, and I'm hoping I'll give you this opportunity to kind of round off and conclude, and hope that Bernard will have a moment to voice one or two questions.
You're still on mute, Nolita. And all the women in the audience goes, how can somebody look like that 4 o'clock in the morning? So whilst we compliment you on your fresh and dashing look, can you unmute yourself or not? Are we under AV board able to help Nolita with the sound? If you guys know how much I owe this woman over the years in terms of favors, if I have to owe her anything more, I am in such deep trouble with her. So, Nolita, don't send me the hotel room bill from Atlanta or wherever you are.
There you are.
I don't think we're going to be able to hear you, and my lip reading is not on a standard where I can
I mean,
translate
it looks like she is unmuted.
Yeah, so the problem is not on Nolita's side. Madam Chair, perhaps we can apologize to Nolita once again, as
Profusely.
always, and you proceed. Sorry, Nolita.
That's not Nolita.
That's not Nolita.
Okay, Bernard, I think it's time that you try and get the, I won't be bad to the audience, get a few questions that I think are a trend, because we won't be able to go through all the questions, and then you'll determine as well who the panel member will be preeminently positioned to respond.
So, Chair, let me put you on the spot. You've got a specific background in law, but are you worried that these interventions will interfere in how we should be running the country? So, I mean, declaring states of emergency is always good. You know, you suspend certain things, you do other things. Do you worry about the rights of ordinary South Africans in these types of interventions?
Bernard, during my time as a human rights practicing lawyer, I fought vigorously and vociferously against the state of emergency. So that still gives me shivers. However, I am very conscious of the separation of powers. How we need to make sure that, as Neil has said, and Richard, to keep very conscious of the independence of the various structures. But we have to work collectively. We have to engage. As a country, we got to democracy through working together, and we can do it now.
Thank you. Now, I thought it would be very interesting to just counterbalance this with, and there's a constitution, and there are other rules at play. There's a question from Anonymous. He's been very busy with lots of questions from him or her. And Fleetwood, I suspect I'm going to land it on your desk to start with. Any concern that businesses are looking at alternative power and that by the time Eskom get their act together, people that pay will not require their services? Are we eroding the revenue base of Eskom through this crisis?
No, thank you, Bernard. I think this is an and conversation. So we know that the rateable supply of power is through the typical power stations that we've got in our country, which are coal-fired, the gas turbine that we have some of, that is not actually the bulk, is also supplying for the rateable supply. And the other energy additions that we as business do is mostly renewable power, but that's not rateable. So however you look at the problem, it is an and conversation. You need to have rateable power until you can be able to catch up through your renewable power and depend on technology development that can even, sustain that through battery technology, etc., so that you can go fully sustainable, hydro, renewable, and I also think there do exist a place for nuclear in terms of its ability to provide power without the environmental footprint in terms of carbon footprint. So I think it has to happen concurrently. I think the whole fleet of Eskom will serve the economy very well, and there will be off-takers that needs that on a continuous basis. So I think that's the end conversation that I'm pushing for.
Do you want to come in?
Thanks, Bernard. But I think there's another conversation that we need to think of the energy system very differently. And that's partly why the one policy reform, which is quite critical, that Fleetwood had mentioned, which is the Electricity Regulatory Act. And for those who have probably looked at it, it's a fundamental reform of the energy production system in our country. And it really breaks up a vertically integrated system where Eskom is the only off-taker and buyer, a single buyer model. Right? So you're creating a competitive generation space. And part of that is setting up, as we've done already, independent transmission company, and has a whole set of different functions. But ultimately its main function is to buy the cheapest form of electricity from a whole set of generators, which include Eskom. So if Eskom is uncompetitive, and there are other generators that are out there, it will become uncompetitive, and we know what happens to uncompetitive industries and firms. So think about generation very differently.
in the 10, 15, 20, 30 years to come. And I think it's quite important for us to understand that as we move towards competitive generation, there will be other players that would come in and compete on a like-for-like basis, even as we move from variable energy, which is mostly renewable, to others that would invest in technology, as Fleet to talk about, batteries and others, so that we are able to create a greater level of stability, particularly for hard-to-abate sectors like yours, for instance.
And that is obviously why the just energy transition conversation is so much broader. It's not a coal conversation, it's so much broader. I've got two specific questions from, one is from David Mackay. So, Msolisi, this is his headline for his article tomorrow, so pay attention. Question from Msolisi, you are nominated. Do you anticipate and expect to see more management changes at Transnet before a fix at TFR can surely take place? No comment or bold comment. Msolisi.
Well, given the fact that this entity is a state-owned entity, maybe the man next to me.
The next question. We will have TFR CEO presenting tomorrow. I'll put the question to her and we'll see what the answer is to that. The next question from Lisa Stein. The impasse with China over loco spares is seen as a key reason for TFR's poor performance. And again, TFR said that to us at the recent coal day or something. There's this issue. Really, surely, 2 ministers, one trip, and it's sorted.
We were at 249 million tons in 2017. We didn't have CRRC locals. We had old locals, right? So I do think it's a constraint, but I don't think it's a constraint that we can't resolve. And I think that's really the point. But late, I know that Transnet had put out 2 stand-in tenders, right? Step-in tenders, sorry, to be correct. One for the existing local fleet, the old one, and one for potentially the CRRC locals. The point here is that you can devise, given where you are, you can devise different interventions. And as I know, the industry had put a whole range of options that were there. And I think that's the weakness, that Transnet should have looked at those options and said, well, this is the best option while we try and negotiate with e-local around those spare parts and the OEM parts that are there. But certainly I think we could have moved much more faster, much more quicker, and we could have done an alternatives to be able to get the volumes going as it is. We didn't have those locals in 2017 when we do 249 million tons.
Your industry partner is now very keen to comment on this one.
No, you must.
Yeah.
And you can see the timer, 30 seconds of which I'm stealing 3.
One issue that we have not really paid great attention in the past with regard to Transnet problem is around operational efficiencies, which talks to exactly that. It's throwing kit, and the trick now is that how do you get great asset utilization of sweating the assets? So in the next coming few weeks, we're going to be putting war rooms right throughout the various corridors within Transnet, where we're going to have total visibility of what is happening there and the efforts required in each particular area. And that will then start addressing the area of how you actually even deal with issues of ghost trains coming into the system.
Ladies, gentlemen, we were always going to run out of time with this conversation, and so be it. Advocate Olaine and panelists, thank you very much. Nolita, apologies, but thank you for joining us. Don't go back to sleep, go for a run. Come on, the sun's coming out. Thank you very much, everybody. Now she speaks. Whilst we swap panels, I want us to do a quick BS parameter. I'm going to put you a simple question. Do you think that this intervention by CEOs will succeed, yes or no?
Okay,
so you know what to do. You point your camera at that QR code. You get the link. The question to which you answer either yes or no is, do you think this initiative by our CEOs will succeed? Yes or no? So we've got like some 460 people, of which 64 is bothering to participate.
554.
Do you think the CEO's initiative will
0380.
succeed, yes or no? Andres, can you and your panel come and join us upstairs on the stage at the second floor of the economy? So a healthy dose of cynicism. But despite the healthy dose of cynicism, I don't think anybody here would not acknowledge that some people are prepared to take the call, to step up and to try and assist. So as cynical as you may be, or we may be, I think we're all grateful that some people are prepared to try and address these critical issues. You know, it's always Ndumi that's late. One woman and we are late. I mean, she was first. I'm going to hand over to you. As you know, I'm going to take a bit of time back, so I'm going to give you the best part of 30 minutes only, Mr. Timer. Can we adjust the timer down to 30 minutes? And can we go to the next slide for the present? We're not talking the presidential crisis committees anymore. And once Ndumi has joined us, the panel can proceed.
Why are you sabotaging me?
And our AV desk is paying attention to the next panel and ignoring this panel. Well done, guys. Can we get Andres connected, please? Number 6, please. Thank you. Go.
Thanks, Ron. Quick introduction to the panel. Next to me, Ndumi Khoza, Sereti, Chief People Officer. Next to Leonardo Warnes, Acting Deputy Director General.
You're not connected yet. I can't hear you.
Now we're in the South African blame game. You switch it off, no, you switch it off. No, let's have a commission and then we're going to switch it on. Off you go.
Okay, so quick introductions of the panel. Ndumi Khoza, Sereti, Chief People Officer. Leonardo Warnes, Acting Deputy Director General, Infrastructure Management in the Department of Water Affairs. And then Martin Solomon, an Energy Specialist. And we've heard the previous panel, fantastic initiatives in the country. We're very excited about it. Ndumi, I'm going to start with you. Mike Teke was one of the 130 CEOs who signed that pledge from business to support government. Well, we know CEOs can pledge and they can commit, but eventually someone needs to do it. And I suppose the people space at Sereti is one of the things areas where the rubber really hits the road. So how does Sereti collaborate in the mining space to make things happen?
Thanks, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I thought maybe Bernard was sabotaging me.
If I could, I would mute you, but you know, this would be inappropriate, so just carry on.
Okay. Hi, everyone, and thanks, Chair. So, Sereti is actively involved. So, with regards to the previous conversation, what I'd just like to say is that it's mostly our marketing and logistic teams that are playing in that space. And then, of course, our lovely Sereti Green participates quite a lot in the energy transition space. So those are our teams that I would just like to highlight that are busy in that space. Back to people space, maybe not necessarily talking to the topic that the panel was talking about, but just broadly about collaboration and what Sereti does in terms of working together with the industry. So everybody knows here the critical role that is played by the Mineral Council, the DMRE, other regulatory bodies, communities, and organized labor. So in terms of that, if I just talk back to recent history, I mean, in 2019, early 2019, the organizations in the coal space came to a standstill because we had community unrest. So at that time, we all came together, again led by the DMRE, the Mineral Council, and we came together, and that whole crisis that we had at the time was handled collectively by everybody in collaboration and led by the CEOs. So we put action plans in place, and then we put together sustainable solutions that we are still busy with even now, because as you would appreciate, you never really arrive. Fast forward into the COVID pandemic, we also did the same thing. You know, we collaborated and we minimized the impact as much as we could to our communities and to our employees as well, together with the entire industry. And maybe the third example is a bit tough to talk about, but yeah, it's just one of those. Also, in times of reorganization, I must say that we also do collaborate with other companies. Recently, we had to do an exercise, and some of the people who could have been impacted went to Sasol. You know, Sasol Mining came to our sites to recruit, and we were able to successfully mitigate any negative impact on our people. So mining is about people, and the nature of human beings is that of collaboration. So that is what we do, and yeah, happy to
thanks, Ndumi.
chip in later on.
And then Leonardo, well, Ndumi spoke about challenges in the Mpumalanga coal space. We had some real challenges in the eastern limb and the northern limb of the Bushveld complex around water, community unhappiness, etc. And you were very much part of a great success story of the Lebelele Water Users Association, where about 16 mining companies and the Department of Water Affairs came together with a fantastic project, billions, and perhaps you can give us some of the stats and just talk to us through an actual collaboration success story which will underscore, I suppose, the success that the previous panel would want to achieve in the country.
I think taking forward from what the previous panel spoke about, there's always been huge mistrust between the private sector and the public sector. I'm not saying that we shouldn't be speaking in the past tense, because I think it still exists, and we should be cognizant of that as we go into the future. There's a relationship that we started with the Water Users Association, which is an institution which represents water users, which predominantly would be mining houses. We were on the verge of disestablishing that Water Users Association because of that, the differences that we had in the outlook of where we're supposed to go. And in that opportunity that we actually in that crisis, we found the opportunity to actually find common ground, and in that common ground we could then start collaborating. Now, normally when people talk about public-private relationships, they talk about triple Ps. In this regard, we just spoke about a public-private collaboration arrangement that was achieved, where the public sector, in terms of the department, together with these mining houses, the 16 that has been mentioned by Andres now, that we got together and we said that how can we achieve this, because they had one aspect that they wanted to achieve. They wanted to achieve mining in that area where they required water to do so. They also required, and as the previous speaker spoke about people, they also required the people in the area to also uplift them, because in an environment where there was vast poverty, unemployment, and people not receiving services, which is the most the most prominent aspect in this regard. We found common ground in that regard to bring the two parties together, and to the tune of about 25 billion rand, we came together as to say that let government give 50% and let private sector, commercial sector give 50%, contribute 50%. On that basis, we actually commenced that project already. This morning, I was a little bit late rushing here because we were still ironing out some of the issues at the DBSA as well in terms of the special purpose vehicle. We're also setting up to also further arrange this. So we foresee this just to be the first of many, or so we anticipate, a relationship that where we hold one another account in terms of delivery to a mutual effect of benefit for both the commercial sector as well as the public sector for that matter. What is the benefit for the mining houses? would have been their license to operate in that social aspect, as well as the fact that they required this resource that we all have to depend upon, which is water. And we felt that people always say something to the extent which I cannot really believe, that they say that the Third World War will start because of water. I think there can be a lot of collaborations that can emanate from our mutual need for water. And I think this project that we started in the Olifants catchment is proof of that.
Fantastic. You make a very important point. It's 50-50% from a governance point of view, 50-50% from execution and a funding point of view. Mining, in this case, or commerce, private sector, and government on the other side. Recipe for success. And Martin, on the energy space, because you know that's the biggest challenge. Leetwood and Lita spoke about the energy plans, which is very commendable and great progress there. But do you think this model can be translated, copy and paste into the energy space as well?
Well, my view, having looked at the South African energy market for a couple of decades now, is when you look at the fact that the state sector through the utility is, for various reasons, not in a position to deliver quite at the scale and pace that's necessary, it becomes a requirement for success, actually, that the state and the private sector find themselves to solve the energy crisis. Like water, electricity is a public good, and it's very difficult in a developmental state to have the state completely step back and the private sector step in, because you have to balance the broader societal needs with the needs of business, and therefore the contribution from business in terms of financing, credible offtake, capacity and skill is critical to success. I think in the South African context there are other layers to collaboration that become critical. I think the one is executing projects collectively within a particular defined area, because you get the portfolio effect of capital efficiency, better offtake, better risk profiling. But if you look at the energy switch that South Africa has to go through, there are a couple of uncomfortable observations to share with the room. And I speak here from an energy perspective. The idea that South Africa can become a renewables-only economy, talking as an energy person, is not going to happen within the time frame that we will go through multiple crises. So it's great. I applaud the initiative of business to try and get us through the current wave of load shedding. That's fantastic. But I caution.
Load shedding.
Not me. Don't look at me. Try again.
Yeah, so I caution that the reality is, as we come out of load shedding, the pull-through of new demand is going to bring the problem back. So that's the first issue. The second issue is an energy system is not purely designed on lowest cost. An energy system has to be designed on stable supply, because the cost of not having electricity or the cost of unserved energy tends to be multiples greater than the actual cost of supply. Which means that we, for the next couple of decades, as Eskom fights to keep its existing plant running, as it has to go through decommissioning, and it has to drive for a reshaping effectively of the energy sector, we're going to continuously be having to run fast to stand still, as the saying goes. Now, why is that important when you look beyond just local opportunities like what the water case? Firstly, we are going to compete for energy inputs against the world, whether that is for renewable inputs or battery inputs or gas inputs. If South Africa does not collaborate at a national level, which means proper national strategy, developed with proper policy, with government and the private sector standing together to face the international market, we will not win. I mean, we all love South Africa, but we are not the top market competing for these energy inputs. At a regional level, what is happening in the energy space that's really a fantastic opportunity for further collaboration. If you understand what's happening in the world of exploration and production, Southern Africa has become the new darling of the oil and gas world. Now, oil and gas has its issues, but oil and gas will remain essential for a couple of decades yet, purely because energy is an extractive industry, and you need to develop the extractive industry both on the metal side and the oil and gas side to be able to drive transition. There is no escaping it, much as we are uncomfortable sometimes by that truth. So Southern Africa is becoming the darling of the ENP story. Why is that happening? Well, if you remember, a couple of years ago we had one of the world's biggest gas discoveries offshore Mozambique. But actually more exciting is the emergence of new opportunities coming out of Namibia. And Namibia will need a market, and if we don't position as South Africa in a collaborative way with Namibia and or Mozambique to actually harness the resources that we will need, we will lose opportunity. So it's a long way to get to the answer, but collaboration is critically important at local level, national level, regional level, and actually to face the international world.
Fantastic. Thanks, Martin. Leonardo, I'm going to ask you, we're going to get questions from the audience as well, so sort of 3 minutes on recipe for success. You mentioned mistrust was the starting point for the collaboration to happen, but what were the other success factors? What actually made that work through the 7-odd years of building up the Olifants water scheme?
Well, the first one that we had to stoke was we needed a common objective to actually work around, even though we had differences that we had to overcome. That common objective was obviously to get the service in the ground for both parties, and then to hit those elements or causative factors for the mistrust head on. There is this element that has been associated, sadly, but also truly so, of corruption in terms of the government projects that were implemented in Limpopo region, in that area. So on the backdrop of those, we had to face it, as to say that these were the aspects that we experienced in the past, and why we had to put in governance and accountability mechanisms to prevent such from happening. Because just keeping in mind, you cannot sit in your little corner and decide, I'm going to be corrupt today. Corruption is a mutual agreement between two parties, normally between the private sector and the public sector. So if you start with a project of this nature in terms of this, and it's between private and public, you need to jointly agree that there's not going to be such activities happening, or such arrangements and agreements happening. And therefore, to get agreements in writing to sustain, because obviously political will is also one of the key aspects to be there, but to sustain continuity into the future, agreements have to be documented, agreed upon, and actually legally sound to ensure that nobody rescind as we go into the future. Those would be a few of the aspects, I think, that is key to the recipe of success of collaboration.
Thank you. Dumi, then same question to you. I mean, what was the recipe for success? I mean, talking to Sasol Mining in order to get your employees placed, what were the recipes of success? The advice you can give the audience for their own collaboration efforts.
Okay. Look, it's important to have very good communication amongst all the stakeholders that are involved, and also to focus on the end goal, to prioritize that. Because in our instance, I mean, we spend a lot of time, as an example, with organized labor. And the discussions are not always easy, but they are very, very critical. So once we then have everyone on the same page, it's a lot easier then to move forward, because you understand what the common goal is, and then also you agree on the solutions, and most importantly, you do what you promise to do.
That's it, yeah. Open, honest, robust communication, common goal, and then deliver on what we promise. Bernard, what are the questions we have from the audience?
Very few. So I mean,
can continue talking.
Can I? Yeah, and we will. Can I just say? So I sit here, and we spoke about the national level initiatives and the CEOs, and our audience is like, yeah, 2/3 say almost in hope, may it succeed, and a third is cynical. But then Ndumi reminds us that mining is about people, and people wants to collaborate. That sounds like the playbook of Marco Tufani, Mike Teke, and certainly a playbook I have always subscribed to. So there's a people component. We get reminded that if we frame our problem as water is where the Third World War would start, that's a doomsday scenario. Or we can say water is the place where we will find a way to collaborate if we paint a shared picture of the future. That's a reframing of the same situation. The one is, let's have a war about it. The other one is, let's have collaboration around it. And then obviously, we have to acknowledge that we are constantly busy with patch, fill the gap. There's load shedding. Let's fix load shedding. But none of that will necessarily address longer term solutions. We need to be 20 years into the future, have a clear plan, and that's where conversations like energy transition and so are critical. So the need for action is real. Please give us one less level of load shedding. But let's also fix sort of longer term. So with this pathetic audience fast asleep, sending me no questions whatsoever, let me just check a bit. Thank you. I've got a question from Mr. or Ms. Anonymous again. Can we... Ooh, the English is worse than mine. Let me not read the question. Let me interpret the question. This is not Rustenburg English, eh? Can we have an update on the DWS backlog on water use license applications? Are you legitimately qualified to? Can I put that to you?
Yes, fine.
Where are our bloody water use licenses? I think is what this question is saying.
Well, last year when I still took responsibility for that space, we were laid down the challenge to actually work away the backlog on the 90-day framework that was put in place for licenses to be actually processed. There was a huge backlog that went for, I think, more than a year. In June, when I left the position, it was dealt with, and there were like 15 in part of that backlog that we started off. I think it was over 2,000. So there was a significant improvement as far as the backlog reduction is concerned with water use license applications. But we have to keep in mind that one aspect of that 90-day framework is still the responsiveness of the applicant to respond to what the questions that's being posed by the department. So we're in a much better space than what we've been 12 to 18 months ago. We're not perfect as yet, because obviously we need much more resources to be put in place, but unfortunately due to the fiscal crunch, we've been told that we cannot expand on our resource base, but we are make do with what we have, and those who are still responsible in the regulation space, I know that they are working very hard to actually attain to that limit set of 90 days.
So in one of our conferences, I'm trying to find a folder and open it. Somebody said, but the way you guys dealt with this backlog was to just decline it, and then you start a reapplication or a appeal process, and then you've ticked the 90-day box. So how much of that optical management has taken place, would you say?
Well, it is true that there were certain licenses that we declined, because one made the decision at that point in time as to say that if there are have been a certain repetitive request for additional information and it wasn't received, that we will close it off, because it's no benefit for us to keep something open. And the majority of, I know that narrative was generated from the Western Cape area, where there was a lot of applications that emanated from a period in the 2017, 2018, 2019 drought period, where people applied for licenses to receive water from the ground. And that actually contributed hugely to the backlog. But then the water came, the rain came, and people had less dependency on those what they applied for, and it became cold. And that's the reason why we closed a lot of them. So I think it was a justifiable decision that I can feel quite comfortable on what we took in that regard.
Thank you. Martin, can you elaborate on what kind of collaboration you would like to see with Mozambique and Namibia? And then there's a second question about South Africa appears to not favor offshore oil, gas exploration, development, and so on. So you want to talk a bit more about are we just going to allow Mozambique to have the oil and we'll buy it from them because we don't really...
Well, I think I think collaboration in the E&P space to develop large projects is not new science. In fact, it tends to happen as a matter of practice in most instances. I think in the Southern African area, it's just relatively new. But the good news is that the principals who are driving the projects in Namibia have done this everywhere. I mean, they are the super majors, and they have walked this path. So I think they have a natural understanding that they have to find local markets, they need to develop locally, and they will be active participants in driving cross-border engagement. I think the challenge back to South Africa is, you are the big player in the region, you have the market, you have aspects of capacity, step up and make it work, Because again, we are going to need gas in this economy. It doesn't matter what anybody says about batteries. They're fantastic for what they do, but they're not where the answer lies. It's that definitive, and I'll take a cup of coffee on that anytime. So the collaboration with Namibia, I think, is critical, because if you think about it, just to add another thought, if we open the hydrocarbon corridor coming from Namibia into South Africa, remember that the west coast of South Africa in itself is seen as highly promising hydrocarbon space. Now, there are understandably lobbies that are against that, but the truth in the world of hydrocarbons is, you know, the world is consuming, I think the new peak that was reached in June of last year. We are still consuming 102 million barrels per day of oil, and just to keep that alive without growth requires around 3.64 billion barrels of new oil to be discovered. So you've got to do that to run fast. So that relationship with Namibia, I think, is appropriate. Or rather, it's an opportunity if we behave appropriately to drive it, and it's real. The issue with regards to the South African legislation, look, there's a lot of learning to be done, and in truth, I think the way to get over those issues is not to play an us and them game. It's also to look at collaboration around strategic interest. You know, what does legislation have to look like to make it work for all parties? And that's a way, again, to come back to collaboration and why it's important.
Ladies, gentlemen, when you take time away from a panel, it's not because the points they are coming to make is not important. We set out to demonstrate collaboration can result in success. If you come to a tough decision that you have to lay off people, there's a process to that, there's legal prescriptions, and if you collaborate with your neighbors, you actually achieve more than what you would have achieved on your own. I personally was amazed when Andries started to talk to me about this panel about the water collaboration. I said, I'm unaware of this. How can this be true? And this sometimes is the case. I mean, will that make tomorrow's news? No, it's boring. It's collaboration. Let's give us a dysfunctionality and a clickbait headline. So I honestly thought of all the projects that we're going to speak briefly about, it's going to be when 16 mining companies and the public sector comes together, we solve a problem. Is it out of necessity? It doesn't matter. We actually solve a problem. And then obviously, I think in the energy space, it is clearly like going to be forced collaboration, even with the evil international oil companies and neighbors. All of us are going to have to find. So this panel, thank you very much, Andries, achieved exactly what we set out to do, and that was to demonstrate practically how collaboration can result in success. As miners, there's not a single thing we can do in isolation. I mean, we must be the most connected industry or activity in the world, and so collaboration is what it's about, and you guys gave us real showcase of that. Thank you very much, Andries, and the panel. Thank you.
It's nice seeing you.
Thank you. Now I'm going to get Peter to sit in front of the Harmony brand. And July, he only joined lately, so he's going to sit in front of the Tungela brand there at the end. Yeah, well, Neil could sit in front of the Harmony brand. No. James, where's your brand? Yeah, you can sit right there, you see. Why don't you go sit right there? You see, if you pay, you get to speak, eh? That's how it works in life. I mean, you know, there's no simple recipe. So I no longer have a lectern to hide behind. I am going to ask you guys to give the audience a little bit of time for questions. And we're going to have this hairy-fairy bullshit topic of mining with responsibility. I mean, a gold miner and a coal miner. Clearly, we're going to talk nonsense. Good luck.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. How much time do we have? Just as a time.
Very little, 25.
Okay, good.
That is
good.
really your time.
That's my time. Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. I don't think I have to introduce my panelists today. They're all very well known, but Mr. July Ndlovu, the CEO of Tongela, and obviously Mr. Peter Steenkamp, the CEO of Harmony Gold. I think this is a tough topic for everyone, but I think it's a necessary topic, and it's one that we need to have. So if I can start maybe July with yourself. I mean, the question here, let's get straight into it, is what are our obligations to society as a mining industry? We know that in the past it was probably enough we pay our royalties, we pay our taxes, we create some jobs, but clearly that's not enough anymore. So are we doing enough? And if not, why not?
Thanks, James. I guess the answer to the question of what are obligations to society starts and ends with the notion of mining itself. In general, globally, mining companies are merely custodians who extract mineral resources on behalf of nation states. When you look across the globe, the mineral endowment in the ground belongs to the people of that nation. And therefore, our economic activity is to ensure that what we do responsibly, and we make sure that at the end of our mining activities, what we leave behind leaves a positive legacy for future generations, as we make our contribution to economic development for every single nation where we operate. If that is the primacy upon which mining companies are given their license to operate, whether that license is legal or social is not the issue. But society has got real expectations on us. And those expectations go beyond paying taxes or royalties, creating jobs. It goes to the heart of ensuring that when you have finished your mining activities, what you leave behind is a sustainable endowment for that nation state. Are we doing enough? By and large, I think we, as an industry, we have come a long way over the last decade and a half. Some of it as a result of pressure by civil society, but some of it actually has become a significant shareholder issue. I'll challenge you that if you pick up any annual report, you would struggle to find where companies talk about their top-line risks or headline risks, whatever they call them, that you wouldn't find a cluster that are related to environmental issues. And part of that focus is arisen as a result of shareholders beginning to understand the value destruction that can come from significant environmental incidents. For instance, the incident in Brazil at Brumadinho changed the activities around tailings and tailings facilities globally. And the potential for value destruction is enormous. And therefore, our shareholders are beginning to make this at the front and center of how we manage our businesses. Are we doing enough? I think we've made significant progresses across the globe.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to go to Peter and ask you, Peter, do you think, similar question, but do you think we are entering a new era? What is society really looking for? And how do you think that has changed just in the last few years?
Yeah, I think a lot has changed in the last number of years. If one look at, the ESG, requirements are actually now planned right in the start of the mine, and through the life cycle of a mine, it will actually continue to be part of your things. Now, obviously, we have a legacy, I think, especially in gold mining and also old coal mines, that is not that great. But I think over time, where we are now, we are, really paying a lot of attention to that. I think the other thing has changed a lot over the last number of years. We're obviously well regulated by, the government and all the other part of people, but we are self-regulating a lot now that we haven't done in the past. If you think of the ICMM or the Minerals Council, the way we in actual fact now have pacts with one another to do the right thing. And I think all mining companies always want to do the right thing and do the responsible thing for society. So we self-regulate a lot more now than we've ever done. I mean, good examples of that was also the Zero Harm Forum of the Minerals Council, where we really took health and safety, to the CEO level and really spend a lot of time to try and find best practice and making sure that we get everything in place. So from an organized industry, mining industry, we're actually doing a lot more now different than we did in the past. I think also from transformation perspective, I think probably if you just look around in this room, it's likely that, the mining industry is in the forefront of that. And it's really started with the mining industry getting together with government, with the mining charter at the time, but also subsequent charters to that. And the whole, we actually want to go beyond compliance, as Themba said earlier this morning. And, these kind of things are the things that actually have changed a lot when we had a number of years ago.
Okay, Peter, if I can stay with that for a while. I know you are probably one of the largest investors in South African gold right now. How do you take a view on extension of ore bodies? I mean, there's obviously a financial aspect, but is the obligation to society also coming to that, to create long-term communities, societies?
Yeah, I think probably the most important thing that we can ever do in terms of is actually to reinvest into our ore bodies for society, but also for the country as a whole. And if it's obviously to have the right returns and have the right economic value of that, we have to continue doing that. And I'm very proud to say that Harmony, when we take over these assets, are probably assets that is in the previous owner's hands, are not necessarily core assets or long-term assets. When we take them over, we can actually, in fact, reinvest in them and actually make we are doing that at the moment. If you look at the latest few assets that we bought from AngloGold Ashanti, Moab Khotsong, we're extending that life for 26 years by doing the Zyplast project. Mineway Solutions, we increased now by 16 years by actually, doing the Kareerand tailings facility, rebuilding that. And most likely we will do it in Mpumalanga now, very soon announce the deepening of Mpumalanga. So that is obviously the best way to create wealth in the communities that we operate and also for the country as a whole. So we don't shy away from that, provided obviously it makes a lot of economical sense. Being these kind of quality of ore bodies that we bought, it is actually a no-brainer to actually develop those.
Okay, great, thanks. July, over to you. I know you're also the chairman of the World Coal Association. I wouldn't mind a few comments on responsible extraction, as we've just been talking about, but really give you a chance to go into energy transition, not from the technical side. I'm thinking from the social, the society side. What are our obligations when it comes to energy transition?
Oh, James, did you have to go there? You can see already. You can see already. Bernard is smiling, saying,
"Face of coal mining." We have previously agreed he's at least not the ugly face of coal mining. He's the pretty face of coal mining, but he's the face of coal mining.
Thanks for those kind words, Bernard. I think being in coal, being in a commodity that virtually everyone has written an obituary for. It's quite an interesting place to be in if you think about the whole coal value chain and the obligations that are put on us. But more importantly, the way we're beginning to think about ourselves as the value chain. Because it's no longer enough for us to say, you have to continue to mine and burn coal because you've got it. We got to actually, in a compelling way, saying, why is that the right thing to do? So as I interact with colleagues across the globe, with governments, most of which are actually in the emerging markets, which are significantly dependent on fossil fuels and coal in particular for their energy provision, this idea of how do we contribute to economic development in a sustainable way, but also in a responsible way. And that talks to a number of issues. And one of those has been a requirement on us as the core value chain to rethink the ESG narrative and model. Because actually when you engage, typically, especially for us in the coal industry, the moment I open my mouth and I talk ESG, people think emissions. And when they think emissions, actually what they are talking about is CO2. But in the regions where a lot of my members do operate, emissions go beyond just CO2. In fact, the things that they care most about and are most worried about are dust particulates, SO2, NOx, and therefore making sure that when we talk about responsible operation, our members do understand what society cares about is important. Equally, the reason why I always start this conversation by saying we're an industry where obituaries have been written, actually that has put us at the forefront of beginning to think about the end of an industry. If you pause for a moment and you think that coal mines will cease to exist at some point, and you all were to close your eyes and imagine what, for instance, in our own country, what the Mpumalanga region will look like. In the absence of us being thoughtful about what people's livelihoods will look like, what kind of future economies will have to arise in those people, in those places, I hear people who say, yeah, we'll create new jobs. But let's be realistic, we're not going to uplift villages and towns from Mpumalanga into the Northern Cape. It's not going to happen. We're going to have to create new livelihoods for those people. But equally, we're going to have to ensure that the scars that we have created in all those regions where coal mining is happening are actually rehabilitated in a meaningful and sustainable way. One of the things that mining does is use a lot of water, and the impacts on water sources actually outlives our mining activities. And how we think about sustainable solutions to ensure that we continue to provide clean water, sustainable water to society in the regions that we operate are the issues that we in the coal industry are beginning to grapple with, because we are beginning to think about that end in mind. Equally, we probably are among the most realistic people when we begin to think, to understand that in fact, much as we want to wish it away, where you have mined coal, in fact, you're likely to continue to have emissions happen long after you're gone. What do you have to do to ensure those things are happening? So these are the kind of conversations that in the World Coal Association we're beginning to have. The last one is beginning to think about the social impact a little bit more than just providing royalties, taxes, and livelihoods. What people want to see is that there is meaningful shared value from your mining activities. And by the way, I mean, if you just give me a 30-second commercial as Tungela, that's the reason why we created the trust that we created, to ensure that we can leave a positive legacy. I'm beginning to see more and more of that thinking beginning to permeate among the coal mining regions, be it in Indonesia, in India, in Australia, where people are beginning to think about what positive legacy are we going to leave when we are done with mining. That, in essence, is what we are trying to drive as the World Coal Association, recognizing that, in fact, we'll probably continue to use coal a lot longer than most people accept. But we have a much bigger responsibility and a much bigger burden, being the unloved commodity, to provide the proof points of some of the things that I'm saying.
Thanks, Jula. Peter, I'm going to give you an opportunity to talk energy transition and from your angle too. I know you've got some thoughts on that, but more from a necessity. You're a big investor, I think 100 megawatts of renewables. How are you thinking about that? And then that's the first part. The second part, I want to transition then to community. I mean, Harmony is at the center of many large communities. I'll take a town like Welkom as a start. What are the novel things that you guys have been doing in there to make sure that those societies and communities are being invested in?
Yeah, no, 100% James. So we obviously are very dependent on energy for continuous sustainability of our business. We are probably the biggest consumer of energies in terms of our deep level mines. And so we have to look at it a very holistic way at that. We know that we have to have, the ESCOMs of the world, and we have to work with them, collaborate with them. But, we have to have an energy mix that is sustainable, but also that doesn't beat inflation in terms of cost. And unfortunately, the coal value chain that delivers energy to us at the moment has been dramatic increases in cost over time. So we have to find other ways of doing it. It will be not only renewables, because we can never do that, but we'll have a mix of renewables, we have a mix of wind power coming in. To that end, we've already built about a 30 megawatt plant that is currently up and running. We're building another 137 during the course of this financial year. Our peak consumption of daytime consumption of power is about over 500 megawatt on peak time. So it's a massive amount of energy that we consume, but we'll have to make a mix out of that. We also obviously have to get to our zero carbon submission in 2045 that we committed to as a company. So all of these things are in the bag, and we will have to look at that. But it's important that, as long as the coal value chain can actually, keep their cost under control so that it doesn't be transferred to us, we obviously will make use of that.
A bit of side swiping.
You can see the negotiation happening here.
Yeah, but last year, we had about a 12% or 18% increase in electric energy costs from ESCOM. We managed to get it down to 12% due to efficiency improvements, the little bit of mix that we had with the renewables that came in the financial year. But we have to keep on doing these things, and that is important from that. Getting back to the communities in terms of where we operate, obviously that is always probably one of the saddest things that we have, because we had so many big mining companies, big mining towns that we developed, Carltonville, Klerksdorp area, Welkom, and as a society we couldn't actually use that installed capacity and the infrastructure that was available there to create new things. And that is certainly the challenge that's still out there for us. In terms of where we are, and one of the biggest issues is obviously our preferential procurement and things like that. We started in 2017, around about that time, we started to have these supplier days, where we really get to have two-way communications with communities, and a massive amount of value was created by doing that, by actually pairing these kind of businesses with other businesses, or trying to get suppliers to come to harmony from both services and also from suppliers. Now that is, to me, is a very, very nice and a very good process that we followed. We always said we want to do it, but if you don't actually have that formal two-way communication happening, then it's not going to happen. The other thing is obviously to get the youth into our mines. It is not always attractive for a person to come and work in gold mines. But you would be surprised if we started the so-called cadet system in 2018, where we actually train people, pay a nominal fee and actually train them as just, the basics of mining over time, and then we absorb them back into Harmony. And, about 80% or 90% of them were absorbed back into Harmony. Some of them went to other mining companies. But it is at least there's movement, and people are actually getting the jobs. And we obviously we've got 48,000 people. We've got a fairly big turnover in terms of people that go for retirement and leave the industry. So we can absorb many of these people back into our business. And I think it's a very good process that has given, obviously, hope for people, unemployed youth in the townships to actually come and work back in the mines. So those were probably two of the pet things. But we've come such a long way in terms of where mining was and used to be. I managed to, somebody sent me about a couple of months ago a photo of the Harmony management team in the late 80s. Now that obviously was Harmony when it was only one mine, and it was in the Virginia area, and it was all white, and everybody in suits. Quite a big team, I must say, at the time. So, today, we are so diverse, and the diversity and inclusion over time has been such a big thing. I mean, in Harmony, we've got 35% of our executives are women, 28% of our senior management are women. getting close to 30% now. We still have issues by getting a real mining engineer to come and work in a gold mine. They all go to coal and to other commodities. But we are really trying our best, and we are having a program now to get that right. But if you look at total management and harmony, we've got 67% of our people are now, is historically disadvantaged South Africans. So it is a massive change over the time that we've been.
July, any thoughts from you on, Harmony has talked about creating self-sustaining communities when the mining ends, there's something there. What's your thoughts on that? Where is that going to? And also this impending skills crisis that I think we all feel in the mining industry. Do you see it in coal?
Look, the skills crisis is less an issue for us, partly because of the nature of our mining activities. We are very mechanized, automated, therefore we tend to employ fewer people actually per ton if you come to think of it. But creating sustainable communities is an important issue, in particular for coal mining regions, for exactly the same reasons that I've just described. So creating alternative livelihoods, networking industries, has become a much more important imperative. And quite frankly, that's why I'm quite excited with some of our colleagues who are beginning to think about renewable projects within the coal basin, because that creates the alternative livelihoods. And our contribution is to ensure that we create the offtake that is required within those regions. That's one. Two, don't underestimate the work we're doing on water, because a lot of, in a country like ours, what actually limits your ability to build sustainable industries is the unavailability of water. And some of the work we've been doing, for instance, in the industry between ourselves and some of my colleague companies, where we're using passive systems to create cleaner water, which are much more cost effective. For instance, Glencore are producing wheat out of cleaned mining water. We are producing sustainable maize out of cleaned mining water. The work we're doing on phytoremediation, where we're planting trees to extract heavy minerals so that we create water that we can supply to communities. We supply 20 megaliters every single day to the city of Emalahleni. If we did not do that, that's not a sustainable community.
Great, thanks, July. Over to Bernard for some questions.
We've got so many questions, so I'm stealing James's time. Apologies. Peter, there's like a series of questions around the highly publicized Zama's illegal miners, artisanal miners. It's one of the many messes I left behind. So what are you doing to fix that? How is that going to play out? Share with us an optimistic view of from criminality to legitimate small-scale miners. How does this fit into our industry?
Yeah, I think the small-scale miner in the gold mining environment has got to be tough because of the, first of all, the safety issues and all the other things that goes with that. So specifically in deep-level gold mines, we've done. I think the Zama phenomenon really started in the Welkom area. That is where it was big, and it was quite a massive disruption in terms of the community and also the crime and everything else in the area. And we kind of got it under control in Welkom to the big extent, and that is by closing down the shafts.
But this is recent now. This is your recent success of stamping it out. Yeah.
So we over more than 40 shafts that we've closed down in the Welkom. Not only Welkom, also called the Wildeelkraal at the moment is busy. We closed down. So we actually deny access into the underground workings from doing that. So the only place where people can really go is actually in the operating mines, and there we have obviously the state-of-the-art biometrics. Currently we have face recognition kind of things that allow you in and out of these areas. And that kind of stemmed the itch. And we also had amazing support from the police in terms of stemming out the criminality that went with that. And we had quite a number of big interventions by the police in the Welkom area that stopped that. So that's probably the recipe to be followed at other areas. But unfortunately, You know, I grew up in the Klerksdorp area. There was no sign of Zama activity when I was a young engineer on those operations. Now it is thrived there. And at least, so at least we have to close these operations down at time, and the trust funds that are there in place have to be used for that. So that is extremely important that we get it right. Then, of course, the other thing is obviously to try and have a more cyclical type of economy where benefits can also flow through to people, and that's actually by retreating dumps and things like that. We just now signed an agreement with a community in Klerksdorp area where a dump is donated to the community for their own, benefit. We obviously treat it, and then they get the benefits of that. So, but also in terms of retreating slimes, we have to do it.
I want to, July, put you a question from Andrew Johnstone. With the political influence on coal mining as happened globally, closure of coal mines is going to be the responsibility of the state. What is your opinion? And I think it's beyond coal. I mean, aren't all of these liabilities ultimately ending up back with the state?
Well,
I guess that applies to all mining activities. If mining is not thought with closure in mind, without doubt, what will end up happening is these assets, when they come to the end of their life, will become the state and the people's problem. But what we're beginning to see in coal mining regions is somewhat different. And it's almost driven by the need to remain relevant, if I were to put it that way, where as coal miners we're beginning to think about how do we actually position ourselves as responsible owners of assets. And what we can't afford to do is to leave a problem for society. That's why actually if you go into the Powder Valley in the US, the closure practices are exemplary. You go into New South Wales in Australia, you find the way closure is being done is world class. And I think part of the reason is people beginning to say, we actually owe it to society to be responsible owners of these assets. We can't put that burden on people long after we're gone.
So, July, there's a question from Taufik. If I mispronounce the name, I apologize. China, for example, is accelerating coal-fired generation capacity. Should South Africa expand coal exploration, extraction, and target these markets? So should we increase expansion? I initially thought the question, should we build coal-fired power stations? But should we continue to supply? No, I mean, I think I'm asking the wrong guy. The answer is yes. So just say yes.
Of course, my answer is yes, we'll build more mines to supply China. But the China strategy is slightly more nuanced than what everyone says, which is China is building more power stations. They are. It's true. But they're doing two things. One, what they've decided to do is to drive their electrification of more mobility on the back of coal. So that they take away, which is the point I was making about environmental responsibility, take away pollution from the big cities by getting rid of combustion engines and going to electrified vehicles. But that is on the back of thermal power stations. But on thermal power stations, two quick observations in terms of China. One, they are probably on the forefront of the most efficient generation technology on thermal power stations, where some of their thermal power stations, the ultra supercritical generators they're building now have got efficiencies north of 45–50%. That is beginning to compete with gas. And part of their drive to do that is to meet their environmental obligations. But more specific to your question, what we're also seeing is China being the super consumer of coal. Of the 6 billion tons, 2/3 is in China. They're actually beginning to produce more and more coal in country. So there is a limited window for countries like South Africa to be able to supply that gap.
So Tabi Leoka is not in the audience now, but she completely unmandated, without Minister Pandor's permission, spoke to the German Chancellor. You know, we need permission as South Africans to make inputs into international platforms, we have learned. But she actually challenged the German Chancellor, and this I read online, that, you know, perhaps South Africa should build a Chinese power station, coal-fired power station, with a life expectancy of 10 years. You see, we are so deeply entrenched in certain mind models that we will build a dirty coal power station that will be for 40 years. But I don't think that is at play in China and other economies. So I thought it very interesting. She's 10 times smarter than me. So if it makes sense to her, at least I have to listen to the idea, as crazy as it may sound. Gentlemen and miners. I never thought I would call a coal miner a gentleman. Gentlemen and July. Let's break for lunch. What an engaging conversation. James and two gentlemen, thank you very much. Let's take a lunch break. Thank you.
Thanks, July.
Thanks, sir.
Thanks, James.
You ugly face.
Thank you, Ben.
Until now. PwC has envisioned the smart mine of the future. With our offerings, you will get full visibility in real time of the mining operations, with an integrated view of the value chain, maximizing throughput and quality, using predictive analytics and artificial intelligence to augment decision making and empower operational teams to make the right decisions and drive high performance. PwC's smart mining offerings include Integrated Operations Center, a digital simulation model, intelligent maintenance, digital support processes, short interval control, and they can help you in a new way of working through leading indicators and management by exception, informed decision making linked to business outcomes, systems thinking, prioritization of bottlenecks.
yeah, 1, 2. Yeah, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, 1, 2. 2. Yeah.
Own experience when I'm an online participant, this is exactly the moment where I start to pour my coffee. So apologies to the online people if we start a minute too early for you. Can we settle down? You know, one of the most miserable people I've had a miserable experience of meeting in my life, Brendan Ryan. He just gave me a hard time. He said, "You're getting old, you're useless, you allowed Neil and Temba to waffle on, saying nothing. What has happened to you?" So clearly the soft me is emerging after many years. Brendan is still not a guy I like, but the rest of you are very welcome here. So guys, let's settle down. Let's get the program underway. We are extremely fortunate to get our industry CEOs to come and give us quality time. I think it is but only respectful to use that time well and productively. So our next panel, I have deliberately outsourced to Sandra de Tooy because she's a hyper preparer. She's a perfectionist, she drives people crazy, and she's exactly the right person to try and herd these cats. 3 different people, obviously Philip Tobias sit fat and comfortable at African Rainbow Minerals. Life could not be better. Money is flowing in, Transnet is working, and life is so simple. Nico thought he had a job until the palladium price collapsed and sucked down the rhodium price and sucked down the platinum price. And then Lemogang is a confused animal that he is the CEO of a state mining company. And I think they officially mine about 5 tons of coal a month or something like that. So clearly a threat to our industry at large. So Sandra, I wish you absolute luck. You are in my thoughts and prayers for the next half an hour.
Bernard, thank you so much. You know, this afternoon's session has quite an inspirational title. It's Trailblazing in the South African mining industry, and what we actually need to fulfill our potential, both for ourselves and for the economy, and specifically by playing a role in the green energy transition. So if I may invert the old saying and move from the ridiculous to the sublime. Philip, what is it that we need, first and foremost, to set ourselves up to be these trailblazers in the industry that Bernard sees us potentially being?
Thank you very much, Sandra, and good afternoon, everyone, colleagues. I think the first thing that I would say is the visionary leadership, and I would like to have a qualifier on that. Whenever I talk about leadership, I mean the 3 things that come to mind. You know, the leader brings vision, the picture of the preferred future, courage, you know, to persevere until it's done, because some of that will need some courageous decisions and conversations along the way, and basically the faith to believe that it will be done. You know, so those are the 3 things. Do I mean that we don't have leaders or visionary leaders in the industry? Absolutely no. But I just want to basically clarify and paint the context and the picture of what I really mean. Something that has really been bothering me, I'm quite inquisitive in my thinking, ask myself a lot of questions. Colleagues that I work with, I do ask a lot of questions because I need clarity. So one of the things that have really been bothering me is this hydrogen technology. You know, just to note that when top 3 hydrogen leaders are mentioned, South Africa doesn't feature in that list. The 3 countries that feature is Australia, Namibia, and Chile. And the question that I've been asking myself is, what is it that they have that we as South Africa do not have? Why are they really deemed as leaders? I mean, we all have, you know, the benefit of the formidable sun, you know, solar energy, I mean, radiation is something that we have. All 4 countries, including us, have a challenge of water. you know, and we sort of have an edge over them because we've got the PGM, you know, platinum space. But needless to mention that we are really trailing behind. What is it that they have, and what has really put them where they are? Number one, an enabling environment, you know, from their governance point of view. I mean, if you look at the three countries, I mean, the Australian government has committed about $1 billion on their hydrogen conversation or hydrogen agenda. Namibia, they are currently in execution on a $10 billion project, you know, in the Luthereka region. So that project is currently underway. And Chile, I mean, it's actually the highest commitment at $14 billion. And things that the government have really created there, enabling environment in terms of policy framework, in terms of, you know, supporting and making sure that they do that enable. So that's where the aspect of visionary leadership come in, to say we have all the inputs, we have all that it takes for us to be the leader, but that leadership, I think, needs some work. You know, and I'm sort of think that South Africa is a sleeping giant in as far as that process is concerned, and now it's time for South Africa to arise and shine and take the center stage. We had been the industry leader. I mean, in the 60s, we were the #1 gold producer in the globe. So I believe that we really need to sort of, you know, reflect, reposition, and get going. Not to say that we are not doing anything, but where we are at this point in time, I think is still an R&D type of, you know, conversation, not necessarily commercialization or, you know, investment decision. So that's why the need for that visionary leadership. And it's not going to be easy. As I say, there will be some courageous conversation decisions that will have to be made. But it's very important that we bring all stakeholders together, even including, I mean, there are PhD students at institutions, some of them that are really pursuing the hydrogen, you know, studies, and that we have to bring everybody. We cannot afford to have parallel process. There's a need for us to come together, define the hymn sheet for South Africa, SA Inc., and make sure that we all really put our efforts towards that conversion point so that SA Inc. become a beneficiary of that. We do have what it takes to position ourselves.
So, Philip, those are very inspirational words. So, Nico, if you take a vision like that, if you take that picture of the future, what is it that you, as the CEO of a mining company, do together with your team to actually take that kind of vision and leadership and inspiration and navigate your organization's pathway through what you can do to help drive towards the implementation, as Philip has said, the realization of a decarbonization strategy and a move towards a cleaner energy future? How do you decide where you want to play and what investments are the right ones for you to make?
So I think you're asking about the development of a strategy with regards to renewable energy, carbon footprint reduction, and so forth. And I think it's very similar to anything else. You know, any strategy that you develop has to be led by a very clear purpose and vision. I mean, you and I discussed this earlier. Someone else taught me this once. So there has to be a very clear vision and purpose, and it's very useful if it's tied to commercial metrics, if it is NPV, IRR. It's not always the case. I mean, sometimes we do things like we are doing SO2 abatement, for instance, in Zimbabwe, where it's not a legislative requirement, but there is a moral obligation that you feel. But I feel that you know, you'll be tested, particularly when you go through the down cycle that we are going through now, to the extent that you have intangible benefits that was, you know, posted as the compelling argument. It's very easy to step away from it. So I believe it starts with a very compelling purpose and vision. And that is then translated by the board into very key policy positions. And that will explain exactly how you're going to do it, by when, and it will provide a framework to encapsulate the processes that follow that. And for instance, for us, when it comes to renewable energy carbon footprint, we are a very intensive industrial customer, particularly on our beneficiation processes. We operate a large portion of our companies based in South Africa where energy security is a big issue. So the things that we have to contemplate include how do we reduce our consumption of carbon-based, carbon-fueled energy ourselves and our suppliers. To what extent are we going to engage in the generation of renewable energy? To what extent are we going to diversify our geographic location? So for instance, we have announced a 50 billion rand capital program 3 years ago. The majority of that is in Zimbabwe, where we have a more enabling legislative environment, and we have access to renewable energy in the form of hydro electricity. So that makes it useful. So once you have developed the framework, it's then very important to break that down into tangible projects with timelines, and then create an executable resource. And then I think it's very important to publicly comment on what your ambitions are, to create measurement metrics and to report on it and make sure that you are willing to amend your process as you go on from time to time. And that's really the process that we follow in Implats with regards to developing strategy for renewable energy.
And actually implementing, and I'm going to come back, Philip, to you. I think it's trite between us and between the audience members by now that, you know, companies have stated their net zero ambitions, they've communicated them to the market, they've developed their roadmaps, they've put them out there, their ambitions. So when you now go and speak to shareholders on a roadshow, is it enough for them when you point to your roadmap? Or from your shareholders, your other stakeholders, is there a challenge to you to say, what you've got out there is not good enough, you need to go faster?
Look, I think we all understand that this is a journey, you know, from where we were. We have that aspiration, you know, of net zero by 2050, you know, from mining. And we have to build some, you know, steps in terms of how we're going to get there. You know, that pathway be clearly defined. And so far, I mean, the short-term targets are very clear. You know, most of us are talking 2023, 2026, which is short-term, and near-term, maybe up to 2030. So there is quite a lot of visibility and clarity in that. And what is also very important, I mean, I think Peter mentioned earlier on, that ESG and transition is no longer like an add-on. You know, it's not like an afterthought. After we have made consideration, we've reviewed the numbers, we looked at the NPVs, we looked at the ROI or the ROSI, then let's think or talk, you know, ESG. No, it's a business imperative. You know, whatever we do, even now with the current operations, I mean, we are looking at low-hanging fruit, you know, that we can really start getting hold of and tracking and executing. For an example, I mean, in our Northern Cape, you know, operations at BlackRock, you know, we've just recently concluded the 7.4 billion rand of capital of project of modernization. And one of the things that we have done in our renewal strategy of our equipment, we went deliberately and intentionally into the battery electric vehicles, you know, and there's quite a lot of benefit, you know, and long-term return that we're looking at. I mean, had we not gone this route, we would have really been obliged to sort of sink a vent shaft, you know, because of your particulates that we needed to really dilute. But with this coming in, and a vent shaft would have come at a cost of about 1.8 billion rand, you know, but with an investment that we have made, the initial suite that we got there, I mean, there's about 8 trucks of 42-ton, you know, BEVs that we had, and also about 6 LHDs that we have really acquired. I mean, there are some safety risks or challenges that comes with that, because all of a sudden you've got an LHD that is so quiet, you know, it brings another risk. You know, when we are used to that noisy, hot, you know, revved diesel LHD coming your way. So we had to really manage that change management process to understand those new risks. But looking at the maintenance, looking at the operating overall operating cost and also the efficiencies, the benefit that your employees are no longer exposed to those diesel particulate. I mean, this is a worthy investment, and I think is a start. So there is a commitment that as we replace our equipment, we'll basically be going that path. So I was just saying to you, there's long-term strategies and there's immediate opportunities. We saw an opportunity and we thought we needed to really take it with both hands, learn from it. And the best, Sandra, I mean, we allocated those units to two female graduate miners, you know, and they've really done well, even in terms of outputs as well, yeah.
Women drivers.
Bad enough, really. No, that's fantastic.
My mic wasn't on when I said that. No.
No, I mean, Philip, it's great to hear not just the involvement of women in an initiative like that, but you know, we very clearly hear you echoing Nico's sentiments that there is an economic consideration and there's no reason that decarbonisation and economic value need to be a trade-off. The two can exist together. So, Lemugang. We inducted Mike Teki into the Hall of Fame last night, but the toughest questions always go to the coal miners when you're talking about energy transition and decarbonisation. And so when you and I were talking about this conversation today, you have some very specific thoughts around coal mining, how we can be even more innovative than we are at the moment, and how coal needs to continue to contribute to our energy future.
Yeah, thanks, Sandra. First, I'd like to thank Bernard for bringing July before me. Because then a lot of the questions are covered. But and then the confusion that Bernard is talking about, because I was once in private sector, now in public. The private sector I was in that town, they actually was the first time in the South Hemisphere to have an electric street light. So it shows you mining community have been helping Eskom with load shedding since 1882. Yeah? But I think, yeah, July covered a lot of the coal side. I think where I'm coming from, being a state-owned entity, the greening part of it is happening. And one of the things that both Nico and Philippe thought and said is leadership. But I want to expand that on collaborative leadership. When the gold mines were going deep, when we were going big, it wasn't the miners, it was the miners, the engineer. It was a community that South African community just came into the party and said, we're going to be the best, not the best gold miners, because I mean, I know people will brag about it, but yeah, just being there at the top. We can do the same thing with the coal. I'm aware that people are talking about the afterlife, that the coal dumps are going to be there. There are technologies that we should be investing in as a community, as a coal mining community. And like I said, July mentioned it, but I want to put it, drill down in those stages, bankable feasibility study. You're mining 101, you drill, you produce a report, but if those reports can go beyond ROIs and PVs and start putting the waste management, the green energy technology. I mean, imagine what you'll know. We will go to a market knowing that you're going to start from exploration and your green energy technology is included in the whole bankable feasibility study. And I think as people who won't be here 60 years, we should start looking at the technologies that we can fund as a collaborative effort so that we don't leave that legacy. And I'm not thinking coal miners alone can solve the coal issues, but as a mining community, we have those brains. I mean, we've done the best technologies started here. When I was at De Beers, we had driverless LHDs. I'm glad gold miners are just getting into the field now, but we did that in 1996. You know, we've been there, done that. But as a community of mining people, I think we can start it, and I think it was Piet who said the juniors, the youth, study that VES, study that techies. Because once you study there, then it becomes a natural involvement into when you design a mine. whether it's a coal mine or a gold mine, the end point is it must have a green solution at the top of it, and that's why I'm looking at it.
Yeah, and I think I saw Neil Pretorius from DRD, I think, in the audience, Bernard, a little bit earlier, but it will be music to his ears. And I think it's something that Neil Froneman also touched on this morning in terms of their own investments, looking at those reclamation operations that actually see the end of life as part of a continuum and a solution. But Philip, we will not let you off the hook because you also have coal in your portfolio. How do you work a business like that into your overall portfolio? We've heard people kind of speaking today about, do they need to go and invest in other minerals to almost offset that, or do they go and invest in renewable energy? But you guys have been doing some really interesting things as well, right, in the space?
Yeah, no, in the coal space, obviously, unlike other JV structures that we have, we're not operating partners. I mean, Glencore is basically operating. However, we are part of the business. And our view, like any other responsible coal miners, has been, we look at the S aspect on the ESG, the social aspect. We do employ a number of people. There's an economic activity around the mining areas where we mine. And even just like our Minister of Minerals and Energy, he talks the issue of that social responsibility, the just transition. So we talk the same thing. And I think our view is we're going to mine down the assets that we have, and not necessarily have new investment into the new projects. So I think that is the position that is aligned with Glencore in as far as that is concerned. And look for other opportunities, as I said. I mean, your decarbonization pathway, your short-term targets, your medium-term and long-term, in terms of what else can we really do to make sure that we drive down that carbon emission. I mean, we have also just concluded an agreement on our 100 megawatt solar energy that is basically going to provide energy for our PGM business, between Bokone, Mudikwa, and also Two Rivers. And we're currently in the middle of a study in the Northern Cape to look at what energy mix can we really put in place for that. So we are looking for these opportunities, and we'll continue to review and that. And that really moves the middle. I mean, if you look at the solar energy and you look at how much of the metric tonnages of emissions you're going to really take out, it's quite a significant contribution.
Limachang, we're going to let you off the coal hook. AEMFC actually also has quite a few other mineral opportunities in its portfolio. Are you guys thinking about playing in the green metal space and doing some innovative things? And how are you thinking about that? What are the opportunities for the state as a mining company?
Yeah, Sandra, we have rare earth in Northwest. We've got lithium manganese, I know, in Northern Cape. So how we look at it is like, thanks God we're making money with coal. Now we can start looking at other commodities and become a real mining company like that. But so far we have done the geoseismic things, and we're doing it cheaper as well. You can do it with collaborators. We involve Musa from Geoscience. He's looking at our data fairly cheap, and then we're drilling with West University. They've got the seismic machines, very cheap. So basically, what we're trying to do is to cut the cost to actual mining. And then once we've done that, we can go back with competent persons report and compete with other mining companies as mining companies. But where we want to take it as well, like I said, we know we're not experts in processing. Mintech is our partner, and then other guys who are also doing processing far better than any other body. We like to be involved, not as operators of the technology, but as a partner. For example, how you process lithium from lithium carbonate or lithium carbonate equivalents. Somebody told me they're the only company doing manganese battery out of China. We want to be playing on that space, and then just just because you've got a lot of manganese down there. And that's how we see ourselves, not as a majority shareholders, but as a guy who's got these minerals and get people who can come in and help us do it and create employment in the country and improve technology.
That's fantastic. So, Nico, we're going to come back to you because we're now into the space of technology, what we think the future is going to look like. So, by virtue of Impala's exposure to a range of commodities, we like to think about, kind of platinum, palladium, rhodium, all the stuff Bernard insulted you about. But you're actually exposed to a whole range of commodities that will go into a clean energy future. So how are you guys seeing the broader kind of supply and demand landscape, sort of playing out? What is the sense of the market that you're getting at the moment? Because it evolves, right, as technology evolves and as innovation moves forward.
I wish you'd asked me this question 6 months ago. It would have been easier.
You would have had a different view.
It would have been more believable. Yeah, so I mean, obviously at the moment we're sitting with a downturn. I mean, our house view is that there is a bit of a dislocation between the current price behavior and real market fundamentals. I think we are not alone in that view. Most market observers are communicating deficits in platinum and palladium. We've not seen the price behavior, but I think that's more associated with global economic sentiment rather than market fundamentals. And I mean, it's not unusual to have a disconnect between pricing and markets because of surface stock and a whole number of things. But I mean, of course, the big question about the future for PGMs and our associated minorities has got to do with electrification. I mean, it is the predominant use of palladium and rhodium, and at least 40% use of platinum. So when you ask the question, it is tied very closely to electrification, the penetration rate, and then hydrogen. And so I mean, I think personally that hydrogen probably lags electrification by a decade, if not a bit more. And I think we personally see probably a bit greater hurdles for electrification penetration going forward. I mean, that's been commented on quite frequently, but the resources, the metal required for electrification, the investments required for that, and a whole lot of, I mean, the cost of the vehicles, the infrastructure required for charging and so forth. So there's quite a lot of hurdles, and for the first time we are seeing legislation being relaxed and deadlines being extended. So our personal view is that the rate of electrification is probably going to underwhelm going forward compared to the frequently increased penetration rates that have been forecasted. And equally, I mean, our view is that hydrogen is probably not understood well enough, but I mean, it's clear that policy formulation is, and that's normally the precursor to technology and industrial development that will create demand. But I mean, we've got the Inflation Reduction Act in the States, we've got the European Hydrogen Bank, and they are contributing funding that will offset probably 30 or 40% of the cost of developing hydrogen technology. I mean, we see in China their objectives of producing 50,000 hydrogen vehicles by 2025 that will result in 100,000 to 200,000 ounces of demand for our PGMs. And we have seen the emergence of technologies that deals with difficult to convert industries like cement, steel manufacturing, and in particular textile industry, which contributes on its own to 8% of greenhouse gas emissions. They are developing very interesting technology.
Can we just make sure the ladies get the point? The less clothes you wear, the better it is for the environment.
And you're sitting here naked.
I'm okay, but let's not go down that path. Moving along swiftly, sorry, Nico. I recently discovered the textile industry's contribution was like oh wow. So sorry.
I've now got this.
Yeah, your textile industry.
The barrier that I have to overcome is now imagining you without clothes here. It's like it's like,
And this is now why I disclose we've shared so many a change house in our careers that there's no secrets left. Can we move on after you've blushed?
Anyway, I think the point that I was trying to make is that there are very interesting technologies that are emerging, and then so if I just go to the other side, I look at supply side. You know, the industry has been criticized historically for ill discipline. I don't think that we've been guilty of that during the 2019 to 2022 upcycle. I mean, we've seen the last projects that I know of is Boysensdal and Styldrift. I mean, that's really the new things. And what else is there beyond that? So our investment in new production has been measured. We've got speculation about Waterberg, Ivanplatz, Karos, and the Southern Cluster in Russia and projects like that. But it is unlikely with the significant barriers, particularly on the processing side, that we're going to see any of that. So that I personally think that the supply side might be overestimated. So if you look at the investment strategy of our company, I mean, we committed 50 billion rand to strengthen our future competitive position in PGMs, and I think that communicates clearly that we have got confidence in the long-term PGM markets.
Nico, thanks so much for that and for dragging us out of the gutter. So,
trying to drag us out of the gutter.
Philip, I mean, we've heard a lot today about the relationship between government and the mining industry, between our providers of social and economic infrastructure and us as both a user of and a contributor to that. Do you feel that in this technology drive, the innovation drive, the things that need to be done to safeguard the future of the mining industry, do you get the sense that the industry is being asked to contribute on a disproportionate basis, that we're being asked to support innovation in things like green hydrogen and charging infrastructure and the kind of the future of mobility that's not really in our field of strength, or do you feel that it's in its proper home?
I'll take a long-winded answer, give you a long-winded answer. I mean, our strategic tactical action, one of them is to application of innovative technology, and there's quite a lot that we currently as ARM are doing, in partnership with some manufacturers. I mean, we're looking, for an example, in the PGM space, on the cutting technology, looking at the application of like your tunnel borer concept, to cut the reef and make sure that you basically increase your your high grade. You just take out the reef, you leave the food wall and the hanging wall and that. And there's quite a lot of benefits that we believe will arise out of that. So we are investing something. There's partnership. We are basically venturing into the new ground, into the new turf. I mean, and it reminds me, I mean, as a third-year student, I was actually involved in a COMRO project, Chamber of Mines Research Organization, the Impact Reaper at Kloof. So the intent is still there. We're not giving up. We will do it until we get it right. And we think that we are getting there. That is just a question of time. This R&D projects take some time, but there will be some downstream benefits in terms of safety, removing men from the stope. Issue of not taking out external waste, helping you in terms of your deposition, placement and that. The size of the rock that you'll be cutting and all that, downstream effect, you're not going to have some of the, infrastructure, additional infrastructure that you have to carry, when you do the bore and blast. And we've seen the impact of explosives cost increase, on our unit cost. So those are some of the things that we intend to address through that. And we do believe that we are on the right path. So that partnership is still very important, that we as an industry and the manufacturers come together and really create what we want to see into the future.
Thank you.
And really have that courage, persevere until it is done.
So thanks so much for that. I can see Bernard scrolling through the Q&A, and before I hand the podium over to him, as partners in performance, we've got a favor to ask of the audience. we're actually running a survey to test Philip's hypothesis about the strength and importance of organizational leadership to drive decarbonisation and net zero carbon. So if you follow us or you follow me on LinkedIn, you'll see there's a button you can click to the survey. Please don't start answering the survey while we're still on stage. It'll also be up on the boards during the tea break. We've promised Bernard we'll share the results through this platform, so you can look out for that. But we'd really appreciate your help in testing what the panelists on stage have been sharing with us today.
And then we can seamlessly go into Zoe Williams' question. Nico, does the industry have the belief system required to achieve net zero by 2050? So this is nice far out, we're all retired. But do you think the DNA of the industry is there to deliver net zero somewhere in the future?
Well, I certainly think that there is a compelling argument for every industrial user based in South Africa to have a very aggressive approach. I mean, forget about the moral position. There is energy security that is a big issue, and on top of that, there is the cost increases of power. So if you just go by those two, if you don't have a very aggressive ambition, I think that you are heading for an unsustainable future just by itself. And then if you have kids, with the prospect of having grandkids, I think that there is something to be said for the way we operate in our relationship with our employees, our communities, our environment, and to be quite honest, I'm not convinced that I know many people in the mining industry that does not have a absolutely deep-rooted belief and alignment with these ambitions.
And one would argue right now, all of our major companies are actually putting their capital where their hearts are. I mean, there's significant investments going into that. Philip, you would agree with that? Not only ARM, but industry-wide. We see it.
I do agree as an industry that there is a commitment to that, and it's not just lip service. I mean, I've just shared an example with you. We're starting to make those investments,
Yeah, I'm watching you in the manganese space. I may have to come and give you a snot clap there one day, but until then, just carry on, I'll pay attention. Lemogang, there was a question for you. What do you believe the main issue, sorry guys, really, I read and then I see it's bad English. But I think the question is about, or bad typing, the question is about what do you believe are the main issues for us not doing exploring right now in South Africa? And don't tell us the bloody cadastral system. Of course we're going to have a cadastral system. But if we magically have a cadastral system, we're still not going to explore. So just go beyond that.
Well, Jacob is here, I won't say anything.
Yeah, the DG is here now, so pay attention, DG. This is for you.
Well, I think as a nation, South Africans, we've been taught to mine and to process everything well, and then we've been lagging when it comes to exploration. The fact that geoscience was formed in 1910 shows you that not so many people know that we've got more than 50 PhD doctors. If we can find them well, actually we can do fast math. The problem there also is, and Philip talked about Chamber of Mines Research Commons, we're not putting money ahead of our game. And then we're all talking all the nice things that one day we're going to find copper sitting there. You won't find it if you don't search for it. And one of the things that I'm going back to is that collaborative leadership. If we want to talk about minerals energy strategy, let's start with a defined strategy. So this is how we're going to explore them. And it's going to cost us X. I mean, when I was in Canada early this year, they said 5% of the billions that are spent in exploration in Africa are not coming from this continent. It's a sad thing that people are exploring here, but the money is not from here. And then we think we can have a strategy, we can drive a strategy of the minerals that we're not going to control.
So I sense, DG, that we are building up to another interesting moment in our lives. And the question that I'm going to put to you, Philip, as the smoothest politician in our industry, obviously. So should government, in order to get us to beneficiate? I'm putting two questions together. We're going to get right back into strategic minerals. Should the government force it by limiting you to export your product? Is that a recipe that has worked somewhere in the world? Will it work here? What should we as an industry? I see the op-ed sounds like the industry thinks this is not a good idea. Can we talk a little bit about that?
Look, I don't think the aspect of force is going to take us a long way. You know, personally, I believe in the aspect of co-creation. Do we see the value?
Back to Lemegang's point,
yes.
We have a vision.
Do we see the value? You know, if we see the value, are we more than willing to invest into that, to unlock that potential? Forcing it is not really going to take. I mean, there was a talk, about beneficiation, and it sort of died a slow death. You know, you remember from the 94s.
Yeah, but there's the election coming to it. I mean, come on, be pragmatic.
So it's
in a run-up to elections, we say anything.
Yeah. But I think also in an ESG context, when we look at a secular economy, you know, we look at basically the whole value chain. You don't just want to be involved in segmental involvement in that. We want to do the full product because we know when we do that, we have an impact even in terms of the final product. You know, it could be a green product, and we know with that green product is going to attract some premium when we sell that. So I would say it's the right thing to do, but it takes time for the R&D. So sometimes we'll also have to basically adopt that learning posture, you know, that learn from what others are doing, you know, not to reinvent the wheel so that we can really be able to catch the bus. Otherwise, the bus is going to leave us.
I want to quickly put a question to our audience, because I have been very cynical about hydrogen for a long time, and it causes me lots of trouble. So I want to socialize my concerns about hydrogen. The technology that has been a decade away for the last 40 years, somebody described it in the past. So I want to put to the audience a question about not hydrogen per se, but is South African mining well positioned to benefit from hydrogen? Are we going to benefit from hydrogen, South Africa, in our mining industry? Yes or no? So you need to take up your little QR card, point your camera, go through the motions, just pretend at least you want. Pretend that you are participating. Yeah, thanks. Jeez, I mean, all 19 of you, that's the front row now. So we have a hydrogen day, we have phenomenal conversations, we've had spectacular announcements which seems to have gone extremely quiet, and I don't know what to make of the hydrogen space. We get told that Botswana is going to do this and Egypt's going to do that, and I don't know what to make of the hydrogen space. I think there was a point where the platinum industry spoke hydrogen because we had almost no other story. I'm not so sure whether that convinces me either. And I'm convincing none of you. You all drink the Kool-Aid of the hydrogen industry. Interesting.
You are wrong.
I'm wrong.
You are wrong.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not a Democrat, so. If I was a Democrat, I would have been in politics. No, there are no Democrats in politics left either.
You're on your non-believer.
Yeah, so thank you very much. There are real believers here, which is good, I think. So, quickly, I had such lovely questions which I've now disrupted. I have to go to the one question that we've got sort of time for left. So, Nico, I think this question builds on, you made a comment about hydropower. You're a deep level miner, historically, not today necessary. So there's a question about, isn't hydropower and deep level mines, shouldn't there be opportunities? And I know that's a peripheral question, but often there was strong views about us using deep level mines. You and Philip has got a shared background in that space. So either of you want to address the question from an audience member? Is there potential for generating hydropower through our older deep level mines?
There is an opportunity. I mean, I happen to run Kloof shaft, which was a hydrogen shaft. So it's a proven technology. It worked, so everything else was basically generated from that. So I do believe that is a proven technology. But these things, remember, Bernard, that you have to design them right up front. You can't retrofit, retrofit.
First abandon the mine and then go and put hydropower in.
No.
It's not going to work.
Yeah. I think right from the beginning, as Lemogang says, from the mine design, be very clear in terms of how you're gonna, what strategy you're gonna employ to do that. But we have seen, at least, even in the Val River, there was also a mine that was on a hydropower as well.
So Nico, we finally got a good use for South Deep. I never say that, but you can answer more constructively now.
It's making money. By the way, I mean, so before I joined Implast, there was a study done on this exact same topic, and so the feedback that I had is that the technology is there, but the cost efficiency was not necessarily economically viable. And to be quite honest, we had a recent evaluation, and the same answer prevailed. So I think to make it work, and I mean, I see experts like Digby sitting in the audience. Maybe there's other people that can research, but our internal assessment was that it was not necessarily that easy to have an economic model working and to develop the scale that is required that will benefit the operation. I'm not saying Philip is incorrect.
Yeah. So, ladies, gentlemen, you don't know what I go through sometimes to get people on this panel, especially Nico Muller. He is full of shit. He hates this. I have pulled every possible favor I could ever pull. And now my only remaining incentive is, if you ever join one panel here again, I will sit here naked to entertain you. There's nothing else left I can do to get Nico on a panel. We've made sure he'll never be here. Sandra, thank you. Thank you guys. Thank you. That's what they say, take one for the team. Cheers, guys. On that disgusting note, let's move on. This is not a joke, eh? There's a legal firm with a chief operating officer. I say, Otsile, what the hell are you operating on? I mean, what is it that a lawyer operate on? What are you operating? Just come, I don't know, chief operating officer. You want to stay up with your clients, huh? Sit down, take this conversation away. The timer is going to be for the conversation, and then it will be my time for questions. Okay. Go sit there. The shortest geologist in the world has joined us on the stage. Please take control of your panel.
No, thank you very much, Bernard. Of the many abuses that I've taken from Bernard, today's one is the least I've taken, so I'm quite happy. I do have to explain, though, that when I saw that everyone on the panel's title starts with Chief something, I thought I'll show them. So I became a Chief Operating Officer, so that we are all chiefs here. I'm not sure about you, though.
I'm the Indian.
The other thing, Bernard, that I see is you've strategically set here to obliterate the ENS logo behind you. I do not take kindly to that.
If you pay a little bit more, you move up.
Go. I think you give up. Otsile, you better get started.
I will pay more when he pays my fees on time. Anyway, on a more serious note, we've got an important topic to unpack. How do we revive exploration and mining in South Africa? And I think this morning both Neil and Temba did an excellent job of unpacking the state of the industry and where we find ourselves over the last 30 years. And if I can pull one strand from their input, and that is a consistent and constant decline in real GDP in mining between 1993 to date. So that's one of the things that they've picked up on. And so the topic we're dealing with is very apt to try and deal with that. And Mzila, let me start with you, given that you are the chief executive of the industry. What's getting in the way? What are the 2 or 3 things that are getting in the way of exploration and mining in South Africa to get us to where South Africa ought to be given our diverse mineralization?
Thanks, Otsile. And I think where I want to start is maybe just give a very brief perspective of this morning's presentations. And I'll characterize them with 2 words, unhappy and hope. Unhappy as an industry, as expressed by the executives who've actually spoken to date, because we are unhappy about the state of the nation. We are unhappy about the conditions under which we operate. And we, as an industry, we receive a lot of demands, from various dimensions. But that unhappiness is coupled with hope, because if you look at, the suggestions coming through, the actions that are being taken by the industry, as Temba emphasized, it's not just whinging and sitting back and expecting, but we're actually doing something about it. The conversation that we started off in terms of NECOM, NLCC and so forth. So those are indications that we haven't given up as an industry despite the challenges. But, and I think it's important that we express ourselves in really normal terms about unhappiness in terms of the state of the economy. And so that is our agenda as an industry in as far as engaging with society. And so what then really, in my view, needs to happen is, I think Lemohang spoke about it, about an economic plan, whether you want to call it a vision or whatever the case is, that we all agree to, and by all, especially business and government, from a policy-making perspective and from a capital perspective, and obviously bringing in other stakeholders who can play a part. But it has to be an economic plan that is underwritten, in my view, by infrastructure. And why that is important is because we've seen how the mining industry goes into a boom when China is hungry for materials. Well, this is something that we're going to do for ourselves as an African continent and as South Africa in terms of our economic plan. And it's not infrastructure for its own sake, infrastructure because we need it. We need the roads, we need the railways, we need to encourage more in terms of the green transition, fuel cell electric vehicles. That's going to have an impact on PGMs. The whole green transition is going to have a huge drive for our own mining, but also for the rest of the continent. So I think that initial overall economic alignment between business and government is important. And then within that, really provide a very special and specific location for mining, because I'd like to call it a low-hanging fruit and easy pickings.
Yes.
And because within 12 to 18 months, you can begin to see the shift in the economy if we had an approval of outstanding 5,066 mining and exploration permits.
Yes. No, thank you very much for that. And perhaps to build on that, on 1 May next year, it will be 20 years since the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Act came into force. And I can think back to 2002 when Parliament passed that piece of legislation, reading the objects of it: economic development, meaningful economic participation of historically disadvantaged South Africans, all of those wonderful objectives. And I hear that 20 years hence, the industry is not where it's supposed to be. And so what's tying our feet, Errol? From an operator point of view, what are your challenges? What are the things that need to be cleared of the way to ensure that this industry can occupy the space that it needs to drive the economy?
I think a lot of it comes down to this very sad adversarial situation where we've got the industry versus the regulator or regulators. Our regulator isn't our champion. You know, we speak about all working together and having a common goal. We sit in this room, everybody wants to do that. And there's a lot of wonderful words spoken about that. But there's a trust deficit that unfortunately remains. And until we address that trust deficit, I don't know if we're going to overcome this problem. The fact is that the MPRDA has largely been applied. Has it been completely applied? Well, I can give you lots of chapters that are not applied yet. So does the MPRDA work? I don't know, because nobody's actually used it. I see even Bernard has drank the Kool-Aid. I mean, even he told me to shut up about the cadastre. But at the end of the day, we need a measurable system. You know, a measurable system is, we need a clear, transparent, efficient, predictable regulatory system. And that's what we don't have. If I go apply for a mineral rights in the Springbok office this week, in 6 months' time, after a lot of frustration, I'll have an outcome. If I went to the Kimberley office and applied for that same right, in exactly the same words, I might not have the same outcome. I can guarantee you, if I went to Mpumalanga or Limpopo, there's no chance in hell it would have been anywhere the same. You know, we need to have it predictable. We've got to know that if we do something a certain way, we're going to achieve the outcome. And then we can go to investors and say, guys, here's my piece of paper, I'm first in the queue, we're going. That's what I always believe a cadastre can assist with. It's a management tool. Cadastre doesn't fix anything. All it does is lets us measure it. And then my little brother over here can stop beating me up and he can help me find minerals. And you know what? If our government wants to really make a difference, why have this argument about finding the minerals and developing the minerals? It comes down to efficient beneficiation. So all the talk about copper and nickel and all these wonderful minerals, lithium, there's no rocket science in it anymore. You know, it's proven. It's off the shelf stuff. You can go get somebody over here, DRA, or somebody you want to spend money on, get them to put up a central refinery, and we'll all be producing and feeding into it. You know, there's other ways of getting things moving. And we don't have to have a bun fight over every little patch of minerals in this country and have 6 people overpegging each other and fighting each other and ending up in court, killing the court system and making the lawyers rich.
But then they can sponsor better and move up. So.
How much did Bernard give you to throw in that last sentence?
I'd like to pay the lawyers to do what they do well, tax advice. I want to make money so that they're sorting out my tax problems. You know what? A key thing that I tell people overseas very often, you know that there's something wrong in the South African mining industry. As probably the most active explorer in this country, I employ more lawyers than I employ geologists. That's shocking. I heard another statistic earlier today that the private security industry employs more security personnel than the SAPS. Hell, people, we need to look around at ourselves and say something's wrong. Something's got to change.
So just so we are clear, this is not a conversation about lawyers. Let me pull it back. Let me pull it back to reviving exploration and mining, and take it away from lawyers, and also to say I did not pre-order my panelists, so that Musa ends up in the middle of these 2 gentlemen is not by design. He chose to sit there. But because he is sitting there, I do want to know from you, Musa, from a Council of Geoscience point of view, Firstly, on exploration, let's forget about mining for 2 seconds. From exploration, are you happy with where South Africa finds itself? If you are not, why not? And what are the things that you think are contributing to where we find ourselves?
Thanks, Chair. Must start by congratulating Madala Sonepul.
This is not going to end well. I'm sitting waiting for a low blow.
Yeah, Madala, your experience shows. You have done very well. This Junior Indaba is a fantastic success, and walking a mile to come here. Can we give him a round of applause? To get all of us into a room and to have the right conversations. So, Chair, am I happy with exploration? Absolutely not. There is a huge inconsistency in our view between the quality of geology and the levels of exploration activity. That's a starting point. And so we've done a lot of work with the Minerals Council. I'm happy today. Call you correct. So, among others, to look at these inconsistencies between the levels of exploration and the quality of geology in our land, identified the barriers and proposed some interventions. I don't want to repeat that. I want to talk about the new things that I have since observed. The first one is South Africa is a fascinating country. We have an ecosystem, in my view, in exploration that is unfortunately not fully appreciative of the quality of exploration. Some of the things have been mentioned here, but I'll mention the ones that come to mind and that I believe are absolutely critical. The first ones is that as South Africans, we talk a lot. Ons praat te veel. But we act very little. And so when you look at the cycles of the booms and the busts, instead of preparing ourselves ahead of the boom, we only respond at the peak of the boom. If anybody captured this very nicely in the previous panel, is Philip Tobias. He says, why is it that hydrogen is in Australia, it's in Namibia and Botswana and not in South Africa? And I'll tell you why. It's because we have not looked for it in South Africa. We talk about it in South Africa. We don't put resources to respond to the trajectory that will create the demand for minerals. And then we find all the wrong thing that government does. And we derive joy in articulating them with energy and passion in panels.
Yes, we do.
We do that ever so well, and I'm not sure how it helps us. But we do it. And we do it again, and there will be another panel. And we'll go to other parts of the world. And we derive so much joy in bashing ourselves. It's a bit counterintuitive in my view. Because you stand there and you say, I'm incapable of anything but come and invest in my country. That's the first critical thing in my view. The second one is, I'm glad when we make all these comparisons and we say, you go to Namibia, there is a cadastral system, and yes, there is. I've just come from Namibia next week. I spent a week with geoscientists there, creme de la creme from all parts of the world. And one of the things that Namibians have is information that mining companies have collected over the years. As a central repository of that information is the Council for Geoscience Equivalence. In South Africa, you need a law to submit. It is not an ethical, it is not a corporate responsibility. You need the regulations in order to submit the data. Now, the paucity in historical data delays our response to do exploration and successfully. And I think it is very important that we close that gap.
So, Musa, just to be clear, you are complaining that mining companies are not giving you the
I
data.
am not complaining. You asked me to say what the observations are. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying South Africa is an anomaly. Of all the mining jurisdictions I know, South Africa is the only one that does not have historical data. So if you are a junior miner and you want historical data so you can look at what's available and you can filter it down and you don't have to do what others have done and you can look at it with a different set of eyes, that data is held somewhere else.
You've previously said somewhere, I think, it's the last 20 years. So is this the fault of the MPDRA or is this a historical? When did this start? There's a gap in the data. Since when and why?
Well, we have data that is as old as 100 plus years that is not a central repository. And so I'm just sitting here and asking these wonderful corporate citizens to do what is right.
So is this a 110-year problem or is it a recent problem, this gap of information?
It's a 110-year problem. It's historical data that is conspicuous in its absence. There are some companies, and I must acknowledge, there are some companies that have submitted their data voluntarily because they understand that this is what they do in other jurisdictions. And there are some that have responded to the regulations and very positively. And I think they must be acknowledged for being wonderful corporate citizens.
Yes.
And then there are others that say, well, we'll make the lawyers rich.
But let's talk about reviving the industry. We can dissect what's wrong and why it's wrong. Let's talk about reviving it.
Yes.
What needs to be done? We have to get the industry right.
Yes.
The modern South African economy was built on the shoulders of the mining industry. It's at the heart of why the South African economy is what it is today. So if you were to do one thing, Errol, to get it right, what would that thing be?
I think clear the decks and let industry get on with what it does. We've just seen today that industry is actually taking this leadership role in a lot of spheres, not just mining itself, all the peripheral stuff. Industry, I mean, our mining industry isn't dead. Let's face it, we've got a healthy industry that's in distress that needs to be revived and it needs to accelerate its growth. The industry wants to do it. It's not that it doesn't want to do it. I think a lot of people in government want it to happen. Everybody sees the value of that. Somehow we've got to get the barriers out of the way. There's just too many barriers. You know, it's not that you can't do stuff in South Africa. It's just that it's so damn hard. We could do so much more, and I think that's what frustrates most of my colleagues and my peer group. Is we just feel that there could be so much more that we could do. If we weren't waiting as long for prospecting rights and mining rights, and when you get a right, it takes another year to get it spelling right on a piece of paper and all this nonsense. There's so much more that can happen, and that 5% of Canadian investment dollar, it wants to come here. It just struggles to get in the door. And we can mobilize money into this country without mining minerals.
Okay.
And it will happen.
So interesting, and to build on that, the minister is coming tomorrow to close, and Mzila, I wonder if you can sneak into his speech
through Jacob
and put 2 paragraphs or 2 ideas on what he must come here tomorrow and tell us that will revive the industry. What would those things be?
And I think in responding to that, I want to refer to the Fraser Institute, the somewhat disputed Fraser Institute, because I think it provides a summary of the issues. And for those who don't know the Fraser Institute, it's an international body that rates perspectives and sentiments of explorers and miners regarding the attractiveness of a location for mining. And it's split 40% on policy issues and 60% on investment issues. And we did quite an in-depth assessment of the most recent report for our members. And when I looked at it, a couple of key takeaways for me. I mean, I think Tamba's presentation this morning about transformation and growth being two sides of the same coin comes through for me, because if you look at the 15 elements, they cut across E, S, and G as well as economic. Secondly, the rating of these 15 elements are rated in such a way that participants will rate an issue as either it encourages investment or it deters investment. And what's interesting is of the 15, around about the middle, maybe when I look at the top 9, those are probably the most critical issues that we have to solve. And it refers to what we spoke about this morning, the issue of security, infrastructure, amongst others. Interestingly, the issue of geological database and the cadastral system actually comes in the bottom half of that. So it's not a major issue. And so solving that is not going to solve all the problems in terms of what we need to do to encourage mining. But the most important ones, administration, interpretation, enforcement to remove uncertainty. By way of example, and to Errol's point, for an exploration company, it has a budget where it has to take care of administration, which is applying for mining rights, paying for people. But the bulk of it is around actually digging holes in the ground to try and find the ore body. To the extent that there's an extended period of administration costs that you then exhaust, you then start digging into your exploration budget, and that's when they pack up and go, because it's no longer viable. And so the point that Errol is making around the certainty of the application process is absolutely critical. And so there are a number of other factors that need to be solved in terms of what I call the critical issues, such as regulatory duplication and inconsistencies, uncertainty concerning disputed land claims, labor militancy, socio-economic agreements and community. So I think if we have a look at what are those critical issues that we can solve, and these are issues I believe we can solve in the short, we need to solve in the short term, they're quite urgent. And the bottom half are issues which I think they don't take a lot of effort and would significantly shift the sentiment of miners and explorers, and would begin to have that positive sentiment and possibly begin to attract investment, be it the cadastral system, as we say, off the shelf. I think availability of labor is not a concern as such. Seeing some tax incentives, I think there were examples of tax incentives mentioned earlier on. And there's certainly no issues around trade barriers, but we need to watch the conversation about beneficiation. Because without fixing the basics, and most important of which is energy, I think it's a bit premature to start putting in constraints around beneficiation.
So sort out industry fundamentals, get the industry back on track, and then you can build on that.
To support that economic plan that I spoke about earlier. Yeah.
Absolutely. Musa, the DG is here.
Yeah.
What is your message to the DG to help, from your point of view, to help us revive the sector?
You know, when I look at exploration activities the world over, I see there's been a major shift from exploration being taken by multinationals to it being taken by mid-tier companies and junior exploration companies. And under the MPRDA, I would argue that the department has issued in excess of 60,000 prospecting rights.
60.
I want to argue, DG, am I right?
The DG is looking down, he doesn't want to make eye contact.
I want to argue.
Let's go with 60,000.
Can we work with 60,000? Right. So let's assume my 60,000 is correct. Now, you don't need another cadastral system to issue another 60,000 if you have not solved the fundamental problem of why those 60,000 prospecting rights have not turned into exploration activity. So we are making the wrong noise, talking, oh no, solve the cadastre, then there'll be exploration. There are people who are sitting with prospecting rights. The question is, why are they not exploring? And if we get that answer right, and I think part of that answer is, as part of that ecosystem, is that once we have given them the right as the ministry and they go out there, there's no access to funding to do exploration. Now, because South African financing institutions will tell you that no, exploration is high risk. We don't play in that space. Now, where and how do we mobilize resources to support excellent exploration activities supported by geology? Because if you take geology into consideration, it de-risks your exposure in exploration investment. Can we do that? I think that's a starting point. Before you solve all these big problems, these big words of the world, can we solve that problem? And once we have solved that problem and we have had 3 or 4 or 5 successes, then there's people gaining confidence about junior exploration succeeding and working with large mining companies in the process. Once they've succeeded, they can sell those assets to Mzila at 10 times multiply. It's fantastic. So junior explorers, I would call on you to be a little bit more aggressive. Be like this brother of mine here next to me, this twin brother of mine. He took all the height before I was born. He has always been very selfish, this one. He takes everything before I get there. Now, let me tell you why I'm saying juniors, don't emulate this noise. Do what he does. He makes a lot of noise, but don't listen to what he does. No, don't listen to what he says. Watch what he does. He has got a very promising mine there in the Northern Cape. He has raised a lot of capital. Yeah?
That's why he looks so stressed. He has to build the bloody mine.
We are trying to burden him and bring him and ground him to the right height. But seriously, he got all of this. In all of this environment, are there problems here? Yes, there are. Is he right with the problems that he's raising? Yes, he is. But should we sit back and say, oh, there are problems, let's do nothing? I think that let's focus on these people that have prospecting rights and design interventions to demonstrate that exploration is possible. And I bet my last, I'm here in the presence of very wealthy people, so they're not interested in my last dollar. But I can bet my last poor dollar that success is imminent of exploration in this country. And what we need is bolder and less talkative explorationists that will go to the field, do the exploration, and demonstrate that success is possible. Thank you very much.
Richard brother, eh?
So more explorers, less talkers.
Yes.
But let's spend a second on state capacity.
Yeah.
There's a bubbling undertone here about state capacity.
Yeah.
The democratic state is itself in its 29th, well, in its 30th year.
Yes.
29 and a bit years old. And in my experience over that time, I saw a strengthening state capacity. And then I saw a sharp decline in state capacity, resulting in all manner of problems. As minors, what are we doing to help give the state capacity? Because without state capacity, an industry of the size that we're talking about has no chance in South Africa. Any thoughts, Mzila?
I think the industry is doing a lot in both structured and unstructured ways. I mean, I think the example we saw this morning is exactly about providing state capacity. And the question was asked is, don't we have ministers who should be doing the job? We do. well, I suppose the question probably still remains because this has been done out of the presidency, but it was also stated that this is transitionary. It then needs to be delegated back to the appropriate ministry. One of the things I was involved with in my previous employer was exactly the issue of municipal capacity building. And just by way of example, in terms of local government. And that was businesses' contribution coming out of the Job Summit. And it has expanded, I think, although to a limited extent in other areas. But recently we've also heard how that requirement is not only at local government level, but it actually extends all the way up to national, and we're seeing how it actually even spans across to state-owned entities. So, and you have examples which are not often spoken about, where mining companies are actually running some of the water infrastructure to secure not just for themselves, but for the community, where there's been a potential hazard to community because the state hasn't had the capacity to do it. So I think and the unfortunate thing about that, though, is that, you know, whether it's through those structured programs or through social and labor plans, and one of the things we learned is if you're going to do, for instance, a waste management for the community as a mining company, don't brand the waste pickup truck with your company, because the next time that waste is not picked up, the community comes to you, not to the municipality. So I think how we approach some of these things also needs.
Zara looks so nice on the
So I think we need to have a perspective on how we provide the capacity to the state over what period, and then exit, because that is not the primary role of the private sector.
Absolutely.
And where the emphasis is being placed actually is on project management, because that's going to be able to support the infrastructure development, the financial management, and this is where we want to see the books of government being clean. So those are two primary areas through mentorships and programs like that.
No, thank you very much. The one thing I know Bernard would like to do is to embarrass me and say I'm running over time. I don't want to give him that pleasure. So is there a final thought from you, Errol, in terms of a good field message in terms of reviving the sector?
Yeah, firstly, I agree with Musa. I think exploration is happening against all odds, and I think that the discoveries are coming because our geology will allow it in this country. I think we're starting to find each other in what you're suggesting. How do we capacitate government? I think we need to work on that and find this thing, you know. Yes, there might be 60,000 licenses, but it'll be a lot easier if 10,000 of those aren't over-begging an existing mining right, and another 10,000 aren't over-begging the other 10,000. I've got to pay the lawyers to sort out. So there are things that we can sort out quite easily, and we're going to get there. But you know what? We want to be here, that's why we are here, and we are making a success of it in this country.
Thank you.
I need to say.
Yes, to respond.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. You know the Namakwaland belt and the amount of copper deposits that are there, and we are seeing them popping up in Botswana and Namibia. And in my view, those are the distant nephews of the real discoveries that are to be made on the South African side. And my last message is, there's never been a time better to be alive, to replicate what our forebears did in finding massive deposits, world-class deposits than now. And therefore we need to dedicate our activities and channel them towards ensuring that there is massive discoveries that are made. South Africa will continue to be a mining economy, Rudy Dix, for the next centuries.
He was always going to get me to a bullshit parameter question, so let's go there. Pick up your tool of mass democracy, point it at the QR code, click on the link, and the poll will be a yes or no poll. I will think of how to formulate the question. So I'm going to try and formulate a question on the exploration opportunity in South Africa. Is it as significant as some people here want us to believe? Yes or no? Are you excited by the South African exploration potential? I'm not talking about the issues in the cadastral system. I'm talking about the inherent geology, the opportunity, the endowment.
Yes.
Is it as great as Musa seems to believe? And what are you drinking on the sidelines here anyway? So how do we feel about the potential of the South African industry from an exploration point of view? Or is Errol and Jan, they've taken it all now, so the rest of us can just go home again.
Lots to come.
This is not a poll if we don't get to 100 out of the many hundreds of people online and in the thing. And one of my personal, and you could see where Caesar was positioning like the discredited Fraser Institute, because I think it's a pile of bullshit. Read what they do. It's a Canadian institute that sends 2,000 questionnaires to mainly Canadian companies, because if I ask you who here filled in the Fraser Institute survey, there will be none. The questions are good questions. They get 150 responses from Canadian juniors, and we evaluate our country on that. So I think the metrics are important. I think those are the right issues. But I think we should not, and the Minerals Council have used this to beat up the minister, and the minister was dumb enough to accept the Fraser Institute as a measurement to be beaten up. So two less intelligent agencies came together and chose a tool of stupidity. But that's just a personal view. Obviously, it's not necessarily carrying any value. So the issues of the Fraser Institute is particularly relevant, but I think if we were to do that...
It's always a case with surveys.
Yeah, that is an opinion survey of Canadians, who I haven't found many of them in
It's
our
not
country.
quite the BS barometer, though.
So moving on, after having made new friends now. Zila, in case you come back ever again to this conference, no, there's a question here, and I find that interesting, because the question says, how does the Minerals Council ensure that junior coal miners develop during a time where investors and insurers are leaving the room? I find the question interesting, because clearly you've got some magic to keep junior coal miners. So how does the Minerals Council ensure that junior coal miners develop during the time when investors and insurers are leaving the room? Perhaps you can more generically remind everybody what you and Errol are doing in this space, junior miners per se.
Sure. I mean, I think coal has got the challenges it's faced with, and it's not attracting,
especially on the funding side,
the capital that it requires. And what we've seen is how coal miners kind of congregate amongst themselves. And to the extent that there's still prospectivity for coal, there's still, I think, an outlook for coal and the use of coal, it's likely that the funding for new coal operations in terms of exploration will actually have to come from the coal miners. Or at the very best, it will probably come from a dissident shareholder from somewhere else. But it's really going to be driven by what our own energy strategy is about and where coal fits in the energy mix. So I think, you know, if bankers and insurers who would be the normal go-to entities for funding are not available for their funding, we're going to have to, well, say we, but we will have to look amongst ourselves as coal mining companies to fund that exploration. From a Minerals Council perspective, in terms of junior, we do have, you know, half our members being junior. I think my own personal view is that, you know, the whole junior sector in South Africa is still evolving. And we've yet to see where it will land up. We've seen the establishment of the Junior Mining Council, which I welcome. And I think in our conversation with the founder, I said, I think let's see how the Junior Mining Council evolves. And there's either one of two things that will happen. We may converge in one form or another, or we may continue to work in parallel and work together. But I think the whole definition of what junior mining is, junior exploration, I think it's still nascent, and we'll see how that path unfolds.
When we decided that this platform is for the South African industry, and therefore we have to have a junior mining platform, I mean, if you want to offend a South African miner, you must call him a junior. Errol was one of the early adopters, and when he waits for all these permits to be issued, he spends a lot of time in the junior space on behalf of the Minerals Council. Errol, some comments from your side about, is the Minerals Council doing enough to capacitate and facilitate junior mining?
I think I'll remind you of a conversation that I had in 2016 when I came back to South Africa, all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed with all sorts of wonderful ideas. And
we liked you then, eh?
And I came and spoke to the source of wisdom, and he said, "Are you mad?" And that was the one thing that he was correct about. Yes, I'm bloody mad. The other thing is, he said, this behemoth of the Chamber of Mines, it was still the Chamber of Mines, he said, "You mad, you can't operate through that thing." But with a lot of tenacity and a lot of goodwill from the majors in this country who recognize the need for junior mining to find the next generation of deposits that are going to be mined, we have actually become significant now, and I think we are starting to make an impact, and we are able to have a decent conversation with Mosa and Jacob and the Minister, and there is a growing respect, and out of that growing respect we actually get somewhere. I will just get back to my old thing, it's just not fast enough, man. I'm a junior miner, it's got to be faster.
So Musa, do you have questions here? So Burton Meyer says, if we accept that we need a predictable regulator, is there anything that industry can do to ensure that the regulator is predictable and thereby create a measurable system? So you sit at a unique place. You're not a regulator. You're not the private sector. So I want to deliberately put this question to you. So how do you get these two parties together? The regulator will say, I want to be predictable, I am predictable. The private sector doesn't sound convinced. Give us your final words on that.
I think that there are much more conversations to be had between the private sector and the regulator. I think it's important, perhaps, DG, to create that platform, to have more conversation with the industry, where an environment is created for them to, for participants, both industry and the regulator, to feel free about talking about issues that matter. And I think when that happens, we'll be close to finding the real solutions. Thank you.
So from last night at the gala dinner through this morning, almost every panel somewhere, we touched on the point of, do we have a shared vision for our industry? Because if it is shared, we will only ever differ about timing, because he will never be happy, or tactics, because we come from slightly different perspectives. So perhaps we really, really owe ourselves as industry players to have that tough conversations and agree on the importance of our industry for our country and for lifting, still in this country, millions of people out of poverty. So panel, thank you very much. I mean, not badly done for a lawyer. I mean, geez. Celia and panel, thank you very much. It is tea time. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm good.
Big Tracy.
Can we get started again? We're now going to talk to coal miners and people who hate coal mining, so it should be a boring afternoon. Kom. Right there is good. Can we settle down? I managed to have a cup of coffee and 2 scoops of ice cream and be on time, so you've got no excuse not to be on time. Good afternoon, welcome back. Also welcome back to our online participants. If you're online, you're about a minute away from being able to have a glass of wine. For the rest of us, there's a long, hard hour of talking about all sorts of difficult concepts. So why don't we settle down and let's get ourselves back into our program. You know, when you lose control over the audience, I mean, I don't know what to do anymore. I'm doing my best here, but it's not working. Okay, good people, let's settle down and let's go to our next conversation. So we've got 2 sessions left this afternoon. And we're going to talk about the Presidential Commission on Climate Change. We're going to start off by asking Crispian Olver, who heads up this talk shop, what the hell are you guys up to? Broadly, that will be the starting question. We then are going to ask him to try and stay for the 5 minutes after his presentation, because I think it was 2 or 3 conferences ago when him and Mike Teke had a really good interaction, and we thought that perhaps
No,
you guys
I was going to
could
say,
talk
the last time I was here, you made me fight with Mike Teke.
Exactly. Well, that's my role. My role is to make peace after the war. So him and Mike exchanged phone numbers, and I think that's exactly what good came out of that, because obviously...
And 2 weeks later, he launched his Sariti Green initiative.
And you take full credit for that, do you? So, Crispin, man, in this country we've got commissions, eh? We even investigate what do we load on ships in the middle of the night through commissions. So, this is a serious commission. This is the future of our country's economy. It's in the hands of a presidential commission. Give us a context. Explain to us, what are you guys up to? Why are you doing it? Who are you talking with? Just, I mean, there will be people here who are experts, and there will be people here who wonder what the hell is this. So give us the context, please.
So you've already given the game away. I'm one of those commissions that you all accuse our president of setting up and having interminable conversations. We're a multi-stakeholder commission, including, by the way, the mining industry is represented on the commission. And our job is to plan the path to net zero. Mm-hmm. And to do it in a collaborative way. This is not a bunch of scientists sitting in a room, working out technically how to get there. It's the real people. It's the investors, it's the miners, it's the workers, it's the various government ministers. We've got all the economic ministers on the commission. The conversations are not easy. Mm. It's fair to say we are not of one mind, either in government or in society broadly, about what the pace of this journey is. I think we're all of one mind to say we're on a journey. We know we have to cut emissions. I mean, even Minister Mantashe, who's coming tomorrow, will acknowledge that.
Even Minister Mantashe, that is such a loaded statement. Jacob, we'll put that to Gwede tomorrow and say, even you apparently slowly are coming. Yeah. I'm just stirring. You see, I'm already stirring now.
I've got to pick my words carefully because you got me into such trouble last time.
That's my role. You know that. So
you're a real stirrer. And yeah, so this issue of the transition, the climate transition, the energy transition. I mean, up until fairly recently, people have looked at it as a set of environmental issues, and for miners, you've stuck it in the ESG basket. What's become patently obvious to all of us is that this is really, at its heart, a set of economic questions. And it's also got profound social consequences. So we're not just talking about a nice-to-have environmental issue. We've got some strategic questions we've got to answer as a country, which is, as this world decarbonizes, and as sectors expand and sectors decline, where do we want to be in that transition? Do we want to be a follower? So we're the last to shift, the last to build out the new technologies, the last to make the investments. Do we hold on to the old and resist the new as long as we can? That's certainly a strategy some people would count as a valid one. Or do we embrace the new and do it rapidly, seize those technological moments? So you'll often hear the president talk about, how do we calibrate the pace of this transition? If we go too quickly, we're going to liquidate huge sectors of the economy. And the coal industry, coal mining industry, is a very significant part of the economy, 80,000 jobs. So we go so fast that we shut these sectors down before we've grown out the other value chains, the minerals of the future, the renewable value chains, EVs, green hydrogen, batteries. But if we go too slowly, we are at risk. I mean, we're probably the single most emissions-intensive economy in the world. The embedded emissions in the products we produce are a third more than China's, almost double that of India's. And as the world starts to decarbonize, and you're seeing now, emissions already being covered by these emissions trading schemes and carbon tax arrangements, we're in danger of being shut out of that economy. And all of our trade-exposed sectors, so iron and steel, cement, fertilizers, aluminium, automobiles, I mean, these are very significant sectors with very big exports. We're in danger of shutting those sectors down. So, we've got hard economic questions in front of us. Do we at all costs preserve those 80,000 jobs that we've got in coal? Or do we move, to protect the 190,000 jobs in iron and steel, the 100,000 jobs in auto, the 150,000 jobs in chemicals? I mean, these are big, hard questions in front of us.
So, I have very early on, I think it must have been during COVID lockdown, I one day listened into, and I mean, your conversations are typically open. I'm not sure all of them, but I listened into a set of presentations to the Commission, and somebody presented on behalf of the coal industry, not Mike, obviously, because you haven't met him yet. But I was even then wondering, but why has this become a coal conversation? Isn't that wrong? I mean, aren't we talking about our economy? You say that. Aren't we talking about without energy or electricity, there is no economy? Not even for the lawyers, Otsile. Nobody. And then we get fixated with coal.
Yeah.
Is that just my frustration or is that real? Are we overemphasizing coal?
Coal's a big part of our economy and it's a very big part of our energy system.
Yes.
And it's going to remain a significant part for a period of time.
And is that an official view of this commission now? Is that a fact that is accepted amongst the commissioners, that coal is going to be a part of our energy equation for a significant time?
No one on the commission is arguing for an immediate shutdown of coal. Everyone sees it as a phased transition, and they understand that you've got to manage that process of phasing down coal. There are a lot of unknowns. So, you know, one of the big unknowns is we all know that coal demand is going to decline over the next 2-3 decades. The question is how fast.
Are you talking South Africa or worldwide? Or
Global.
does it matter?
I mean, we sell into a global market.
Yeah.
And you know, I think I said last time, we'll export coal as long as there's demand for it. If someone else is buying our coal and burning that coal in their country and accounting for the emissions there, good for them. You know, we'll sell coal to them. But the market is going to move. And the strategic question is, how fast does the market move? And if you look at the projections, I mean, I don't know to what extent you give credibility to the International Energy Agency. I follow their, updates about market demand very, very closely. And in all of their scenarios, even the one based on the existing policies of government, there's a dramatic drop in coal. And we know, we've seen how lumpy this transition is going to be. I mean, you all saw the impact of the war in Ukraine, the global energy crisis, the spike in coal prices. A lot of you did very well out of that spike. A lot of you cleverly took some of those resources that you earned off those exports and stuck it into diversification. So, building out renewables, starting to look at other mineral exploration. I think that diversification is a very important strategy to pursue.
Can I understand? I am conflicted, but then I'm not smart, so it's easy to be confused perhaps. So why is it acceptable from your perspective or from the Commission's perspective to sell the very coal that you don't want to burn in South Africa? Why is it acceptable to sell it to China and they burn it, or India? Clearly that is a perverse, illogical, as long as we don't poison the world. But they poison the world with our coal. So I'm missing something in the conversation. I'm going to put the same question to the coal miners that follows after that.
Yeah, I know Nombasa's coming after me.
Yeah, and Mike, your other friend. So I'm going to. But how is that logic? Where's that logic? I don't get it. I sincerely don't get it. So if coal should be eliminated, why are we damaging our economy by doing it? But we actually fix Transnet so that we can get more coal to India. I'm truly at a loss.
Well, I think that's phrasing it in an absolutist way instead of
that's my role, Jack.
Instead of as a transition. So we're over the next 2 decades going to see coal demand drop dramatically
worldwide.
Worldwide,
yeah.
But we've just built 2 power stations, Medupi and Kusile, which are very new. It's going to be very difficult for us to take them off. They've got a design life into 2060. We'll at least run them into the 2040s. I mean, it's hard to predict exactly what the global environment is going to be at that point, but I think by the time we hit 2 degrees warming, you're going to see this become a major geopolitical and geostrategic and potentially area of conflict between countries. So, I can't tell you confidently here, these coal plants will end at this date or that date. But we will need coal to run those plants in, probably into the 2040s. And so will China. They're building some plants right now. So, yes, in abstract, I agree with you. You know, we need to be cutting back on the emissions that we produce. We are causing a catastrophic and accelerated pace of global warming from those emissions. But as a developing country, our transition will be slightly slower than developed countries. So, you know, they're all on track to reach net zero, let's say, by 2040, 2045, some of the European countries by 2050. We've sort of vaguely, as South Africa said, we'll get to net zero around 2050. I mean, to tell you my frank opinion, I think we'll probably get to net zero a little bit later than 2050, but we don't need to argue the point here. We broadly know where the trajectory is going. And as part of that trajectory, we will eventually be phasing down coal. The other big unknown is to what extent carbon capture and storage and use technologies are going to ride to our rescue. And I know a lot of people put a lot of faith in them. I'm a little skeptical about that. I mean, I think they do have a place, but I don't think they're ever going to substitute business as usual. So I don't think you'll ever be able to build coal plants, stick CCUS on top of them, and do it in a way that's cost competitive with, say, renewables, nuclear, other technologies, maybe a bit of gas. But this is a transition, as I said before. We're going to need fossil fuels to play a role in that transition. And, you know, coal's the one on the sharpest decline. We're going to need a big chunk of gas in this transition. I mean, the Commission came out and put its head on the block, I mean, a little bit controversially, and said we need, you know, between now and 2030, we need 3 to 5 gigawatts of gas to balance the grid. I know Eskom's talking about 6 to 8 gigawatts in their transmission development plan. We'll see what DMRE says in their IRP, which will be coming out shortly, we hope. But, you know, gas has got a role. In the South African economy, we're going to need 20 years of gas to balance a grid as we ramp up renewables onto that grid. We can't do it without it.
I want to test your thinking as sitting at a place where I think you must have had hundreds of expert inputs into your commission. So what part of the green coal narrative do you buy? Any of it? Or is that just a greenwashing story? Is there a concept of green coal? Can we green coal at all?
So you can mine coal in a green way. That is correct. And a lot of the miners, I mean, I think South Africa's been at the forefront. And, you know, this is not just coal, but mining in general in South Africa. We're doing some really interesting things, and most of the miners operate globally. They've signed on to net zero targets, and they're going for it. And, you know, that I applaud. And I'm, you know, certainly not standing here pointing fingers at you. I think it's going to be a difficult journey. I mean, to get operations completely onto a net zero footing. But I think you can substantially address the environmental impact. The scope 3 emissions, which is, you know, what happens to the product once you've mined it. I don't buy the story that you can ever, I mean, the physics, you know, of combustion and then recapturing this carbon and compressing it and injecting it back into the earth and trying to do that in a way that makes economic sense. I can't see that happening. I'm not a scientist. I don't want to say it's absolutely impossible. But for those of you that do assert that, we've got to get a move on and then build some viable projects that demonstrate it. So, you know, we've been talking about carbon capture and storage, a pilot project. It was first with Sanedi. Now it's moved to the Council for Geosciences. I haven't seen any movement on that. So, you know, if you think it's going to ride to the rescue of an industry as big as yours,
better demonstrated.
can you please demonstrate it now? I will bring out all of the stops that I've got and help you do it. I'll help you mobilize the funds, and whatever unblocking you need, we'll get it done. We need to see this example work, and we need to see it live up to its cost-effective claims.
So I'm looking for help from the audience with polite questions, because all my questions comes over as so rude. But how can we as a country, so my simplistic understanding as a non-coal miner, is we mine coal, we've got absolute rubbish coal, which we all burn in our country, and then we've got much better coal that we all sell to other people. That sounds fantastically logical. If you're a shareholder of a coal mining company. If you're society, that sounds stupid. So why do we allow that as a society? Why do we sell our cleanest coal, highest energy per unit of poison we pump into the air? Why do we ship that to the rest of the world and we poison ourselves in Witbank and Secunda?
I think that's a question to pose to the industry.
No,
I mean,
you're the czar of the future. So is this the types of conversations that also feature in the conversation?
So I'll tell you what our worry is the social and health consequences. And
of current coal mining or burning?
Of the low-grade coal that's burnt on the high
I'm just making sure I hear you,
Yeah,
thank you.
And not just in power stations, but at a household level. I mean, because it's often the primary energy input into households, and they do it because it's cost effective. But it has devastating health impacts. So lung disease, various allergies, and it's resulting not just in morbidity but mortality. Thousands of people each year are dying because of this. So this is something we've got to worry about, and I mean, I'm worried about the legal liabilities associated with that. Primarily, I mean, you saw this class action that was taken with the Highveld air case. You're starting to see these kinds of class action suits coming more and more to prominence.
Yeah, but we know where that ends. In 15 years, 5 billion rands, the industry walks away, people get 60,000 rand. We've seen the movie.
Yeah.
So I hear you, but I'm not that sure that will fundamentally sort of change. But let me perhaps ask you a question which I don't really believe, which is typically how I ask most questions. So and I mean, there are people who quote, whatever, 60,000 people die a year because of our coal fire. I don't know what the number is, but a big number.
It's big.
Yeah, it's big. But there would be people who would argue, but poverty kills more people. Lack of energy in the economy kills more people. So somewhere, a government has to make trade-offs.
Yeah.
In a narrow field, we don't have to make trade-offs. We can just say, this kills people, stop. But there are trade-offs. Economy which is stagnant, which isn't growing, which is energy deprived, also hurts people's physical health.
Yeah.
I think I believe some of what I've asked there, but how would you comment on that?
So to my mind, the core challenge, so I mean, it's very difficult talking to an industry that is in long-term decline.
Who's this now? Are you talking to the miners?
Yeah, the miners.
After 3,000 years, you talk to the only industry apart from agriculture that has existed for 3,000 years.
Yeah.
That's a bold statement. It's a slow decline, huh?
It's a slow decline.
Very slow.
But it's coming.
So in coal mining, it may be more imminent?
It's coming. Not mining as a whole. I mean,
Okay,
I have to say,
testing,
as a result of the climate transition, mining as a whole
it's going to boom.
Is going to be a massive
Absolutely,
beneficiary.
yeah.
I mean, again, going back to the IEA projections, I mean, minerals for the future green economy, demand is going to double to quadruple, depending on the IEA scenarios. But their lowest scenario shows a doubling of demand by 2030. And We have many of those minerals in South Africa. And I mean, I was fascinated by the earlier panel, and I agree with a lot of what they were coming up with. I mean, we've got to sort out logistics, sort out the cadastre, sort out the permitting, deal with criminalization. These are core issues. We've got to deal globally with resource nationalism. We're seeing a huge concentration in, both on the production side and on the processing side, by country and by company. And we are nowhere in this global debate around the minerals for the future. So broadly, as miners, we think you're in the pound seats. But we've got to talk about how we manage this transition. And this transition is going to have big social and environmental and economic issues. So we've got to talk about mine rehabilitation. I mean, many of you have been capitalizing mine rehabilitation funds over your life. We need to talk about how do we unlock those funds so that as you're closing down mines, even while you're still continuing certain mining operations, you want to be able to be rehabilitating parts that you can. And that'll give us a sort of longer-term employment kicker. So we'll be able to re-employ miners on those mines in the rehabilitation process before we're asking them to transition into other jobs. So the rehabilitation thing is crucial. We've got to talk about reskilling. I mean, you all invest in skills development in your companies, many of you really excellently. You've got competition issues that prevent you from collaborating in ways that we should. And we've got some big inefficiencies in the TVET colleges and the CETAs and the quagmire that we have in our skills development system. We've got to fix that, because that's what's going to equip the labor force of tomorrow for the jobs that we're going to see in the economy of the future. And then we've got to talk frankly about, how do we diversify? Some of you are doing that. How do we support miners as they transition from one job to the other, or if they have to move, how they move from one location to the other? And you've got parts of that equation. You've all been contributing from payroll into pension funds and insurance policies. But how do we square that circle and make sure that every worker has a path to transition, that they're not just being dumped as these big economic shifts happen?
So, so we are trying to be, or as a little country down here, the southern tip of Africa, we're trying to be very in with the current European targets. Some of those countries are pushing the targets out.
Yeah.
So what's going to happen if, say, in 5 years from now, 2035 has become 2040, 2040 has become 2050? Are we going to similarly say, okay, let's adjust? I mean, what has influenced our objectives? So there's regional Paris agreements. So I'm testing. We are down a path. We are finding it hard. We are seeing real challenges, and other parts of the world are adjusting. Are we going to adjust?
So my short answer is that the transition's not going to be smooth. It's going to be lumpy. And there are going to be moments where we accelerate rapidly, and there are going to be moments where we seem to go backwards a bit. And it's interesting to watch what Europe did in the energy crisis. So, they had a war on their border, gas got switched off almost overnight, and they very rapidly, so they restocked their coal inventories. They delayed the decommissioning of some coal-fired plants, and they switched a couple on, not that many. But the big hit you all got was them restocking the coal inventories. More though, they massively invested in renewables, so they ramped up investment levels in both wind and solar, and they put the fastest LNG terminals I've ever seen built in the world. I mean, I think Germany got it done in 12 months. And the real long-term kicker you're going to see out of the European energy mix is that takeoff in renewable investment. We're in the middle of an energy crisis. it's impossible for us to talk about pulling coal-fired power stations off the grid while we have a shortfall in supply. I mean, you know, regardless of your views about the climate, the mass devastation we would cause by knocking up, you know, by another couple of stages of load shedding, you know, the economic and social devastation that would cause would be untenable.
It's also not politically very popular, apparently.
I dare say, but you know, but the issue that we should be worried about is the effect on people and the economy, and the way, you know, we look at this transition through the lens of human development. I mean, what we've got to optimize in the transition is for the human development outcomes, which includes environmental health and well-being and preventing a sort of runaway global warming situation.
So, Crispian, I really appreciate, despite all the abuse I put you through, that you keep on coming back. You're obviously extremely well paid, and there's no other explanation for why you come back for more. So this is not, our last time we engaged, it was the coal mining industry. This is the mining industry. So we sit here with three lucky people who made a packet out of the crisis, exported our best coal. But you also sit here with the rest of the industry are totally dependent for the moment on Eskom, or we are putting up solar plants and we're building our own energy supply when we should have been investing in our ore bodies. So this is the whole mining industry. This is not the coal mining industry. So is the rest of the mining industry also participants in your commission? Because, I mean, coal is a direct affected party, but the economy is...
Well, so they're represented through the Minerals Council, but more than whether they just sit on the commission or not. I mean, the way we view the industry is that you're partners in this transition. This is not a transition that government or some regulator can walk on its own. This has got to be done in close collaboration with the major enterprises of this country, as well as people that are most vulnerable. So, you know, workers, communities on the ground, the faith community, local government. You know,
if we get this wrong, our country will die.
The stakes are extremely high.
You put it so nicely. I just say we will die, but the stakes are quite high. Yeah. Ladies, gentlemen, I really appreciate Crispian coming to face us, to talk to us, to remind us that we are important, but we are but a cog in the economic wheel, a bigger economy. And I know you and Mike has got each other's phone numbers. I sleep peacefully at night. Thank you very much for joining us again. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that was a warm-up to abuse the coal miners, you know, so come. Don't be scared now. Jeez. Where's your name?
There.
Which company are you from?
That one. You see that?
Let us sit there. Yeah, no, sit here because then the photo will have you in. Where's Sariti? Sit here. I've designed this. Look, come sit here, Sariti.
And then you can
I'll
sit in
be
the
from
middle.
Harmony. Nah.
You were fired.
Nah.
You were fired.
Sit here. Sit here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
So we didn't tell Crispian that we induct coal miners into the Hall of Fame. Last night, this young man here next to me was recognized by us as an industry. Can we welcome him appropriately again? So, Doctor, what is it that you have to do to get inducted to the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, you've got to tell me. Because really,
it's a brown envelope.
But really, I really want to be like Mike when I get older. So I'm aspiring. So maybe it will happen one day.
You see, when a lady insults you, I mean, it almost sounds like a compliment. I want to be like him when I get as old as he is. I mean, like, that was so smooth. That was so smooth. So,
but let me congratulate him, really, myself. Really,
Thank
I
you.
feel very honored.
Yeah.
Thank you.
To really be sitting here, really, with this, maybe to rub off for real. Eh? You agree?
but you stepped into a role where you follow two other inductees, because our coal mining industry, I think, has been at the forefront of the post-1994 transformational agenda. We listened last night, or this morning, if you listen to Temba, it was all Anglos doing. And obviously they played quite a role. But you can hand over assets and then it still has to be built and run well. So tell us just briefly, you don't seem to like coal that much anymore, now that you've successfully taken over a coal mining company. Even the greenies compliment you for diversification. So.
No, thank you for that.
I mean, that was the most sarcastic thank you I'm going to get today. Nombasa,
Look,
please, tell us about it.
It's really been a pleasure, you know, to take over a company that has been well run by three leaders that I respect enormously.
Legends, yeah.
Legends, all of them, I think, if not 2 out of 3 are Hall of Famers here. So, how do we look at the business currently? Is that I've took over a business that is solving for energy in terms of the coal business, which is supplying, I'd say 70% of its production to Eskom, solving a national energy problem, and then part of the business, which is Synergy, which is a renewable energy business, which then also feeds 229 megawatts into the grid. It's a robust business. It's returning good value to shareholders as we speak. Stakeholders, our stakeholders are very happy with the business. And we've always seen the need for a transition from an energy perspective. But at the time we looked at the coal business, we were never clear when that would happen. We didn't have a crystal ball. You know, is it going to be 20 years, is it going to be 30 years? But we had a dream that it was longer. But what we said was, we had to rejig the business so that it's able to deliver high value, quicker than just to keep the resource on the ground forever, because there was this uncertainty. And why did we want to do that? It's because we understood that, yes, we are miners, we want to mine forever. We had to rotate the strategy to a point where we mine other commodities. Nothing wrong mining other commodities. What is probably problematic is what we're mining now. So we're going to need to have the cash to fuel this growth and this rotation. And that's what we see from this coal business. That as much as we believe it's a robust business, and it probably has got legs for a few decades, and you just sat with Crispian here and said that we don't know when this thing is going to change. So we have a very robust coal business that is going to last us in this country, both in terms of supplying the country, especially Lephalale, which really feeds in about 20% to the grid. The second leg of the business, which I'm telling you, is the renewable energy synergy business, which we had for the last decade, which we are geared to grow. And we'll talk a little bit about that if you ask me. So that business is not going anywhere. I'm talking now about the core business. Solving for energy, and we know that that graph of energy demand is probably going to go down as we grow the renewable energy business, in the other direction. So it's an exciting story. It's exciting to be where we are.
So it's a good copycat. You just said, well, it seems to be a good strategy. Why don't we do the same?
We did not copy anything. We're just doing what is right. Yes.
So tell us about the Seriti you did share. It's a very well-known story of how you bought the assets, and you're also diversifying. So just package it together for us as your strategy.
Our strategy was, the conversation started years back that I believed in the future of every country will be successful if they have a strong energy backbone. You'll build industry on the back of a strong energy portfolio. And my thinking at the time when Optimum happened, after that I had those options, but the key option for me was to say, where do I find those assets? And you know the story of Anglo-American, you know the story of South 32. And everybody had a view that, are you going to remain a coal business? We had a strategy in place that said, let's look at new forms of energy, let's diversify. We could have diversified into manganese, we could have diversified into chrome and look at those assets. And I'm not closing the door to those assets at all, but we said...
I'm paying attention, next year's announcement.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. We said then, let's look into renewables.